burn up all the feet. But she'll never break, never break, never break, never break. This heart of stone. Oh no, no. This heart of stone. What's different about her? I don't really know. No matter how I try, I just can't make her cry. Cause she'll never break, never break, never break, never break. This heart of stone. Oh no, no, no. This heart of stone. Don't keep on looking that same old way. If you try acting sad, you'll only make me glad. Better listen, little girl. You're going walking down the street.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome State Representative Bill Herskersman.
She hurt my eyes open. That's no lie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Walk on music. Go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trump.
Hi, Bill. You know, I said I was going to come back. Remember last time, we had thousands of people. So we had people outside. So we said we'll come back, but we can only invite 500 people. So that's what we did. We invited 500 people. Now people are going crazy. Why weren't they invited? But we invited the 500 people that we didn't get to last time. So I hope you enjoy it, okay?
Mr. Trump, we'll get right into it. You've been on the trail for 8 months. You've never been elected to a public office before. Tell me about the experience of running for president and your view on the election process.
Well, it's been an amazing experience. I've had a lot of fun. You probably saw the new polls that came out today. They've been fantastic. And one just came out in Nevada where I'm at a number that's beyond belief, actually. Maybe I don't even have to go there at campaign. I don't know. But it's been an amazing experience. Winning New Hampshire was great. We did really well in Iowa. Should have won, but frankly, to be honest with you, somebody stole a lot of Ben Carson's votes and got himself a little extra cushion. We should have won that. But there's a lot of dishonesty in politics, I will tell you, tremendous dishonesty. These people are, some of them that we're running against, in particular Senator Cruz, he'll say anything. He'll say, for instance, I'm very strong on the Second Amendment. He'll say, Donald Trump doesn't like the Second Amendment, wants to do away with it. I say, where does he come up with this stuff? And every speech I make, I talk about Second Amendment, I talk about different things. Obamacare, you know, I'm going to get rid of Obamacare. We're going to come up with a great, great plan. But Cruz will say, it's the most incredible thing, Bill. Cruz will say, Donald Trump loves Obamacare. I love Obamacare. Every single speech. Since it came out, I said, we're going to get rid of it. So they really, they lie. And the reason I can say that nicely is that Rubio called him a liar also. So once another guy called him a liar, it's easier for me to call him a liar. But really, Cruz does lie. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Okay, this is from our Sun City Veterans Club. You said you will rebuild the military.
Right.
That sounds a lot like Ronald Reagan's belief in a strong military is a strong offense, is a strong defense as well. 2 questions. How will you rebuild the military, and what will you do about ISIS?
Okay. Well, number one, we're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to get rid of ISIS. We have to. And just so you understand, I didn't want, and it was very important to me, I didn't want to go into Iraq. And as you know, long time ago, 2003, 2004, but even before that, I was totally against the war because you're going to destabilize the Middle East. And I went into it very big league. You're going to destabilize the Middle East, but they went in. Then Obama got us out the wrong way. But we have to get rid of ISIS. I mean, you know, maybe don't go into Iraq originally. We should have never, ever gone in. But we did. So we made a mistake. The country made a big mistake and started all of this horrible thing that you see taking place, including ISIS. But now you have ISIS, and they're chopping off people's heads. They're chopping off Christians' heads. They're chopping off anybody's head. And we got to knock them out. We're going to knock them out so strong. We're not going to play games. We're going to make our military strong and powerful again. And believe me, it's the cheapest thing we can do because nobody's going to mess around with us. We have no choice. It's the cheapest thing we can do. Our military has been decimated. It's been absolutely decimated. And it's not in good shape, believe me. In fact, General Ordiano, when he left, he said it's, in terms of preparedness, it's the least prepared it's been in a long time. We are going to make our military absolutely strong and powerful again. And we don't want to use it, but we have to have it. It's actually like a preventative. It's the cheapest thing we can do. So that's totally important. And we've got to take care of our vets. We're going to take care of our vets. Our vets are being treated terribly. We're going to take care of our vets.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump, I'm a developer, and I know it can be done. But will you explain your plans to build a wall on the Mexican border and stop illegal immigration? It's a big question from a lot of these folks here.
We're going to build a wall, folks. And none of these politicians are going to build a wall because they don't know where to begin. They come to me, they say, you're not really going to build a wall, are you? I said, of course I'm going to build a wall. The reason is, and it's simple. First of all, I know how to build. What I know how to do best is to build. Wouldn't it be nice to have a president that knew how to build, because we have to rebuild our country? And knew how to negotiate. You know, I'm building a hotel that actually I got from the government. Can you imagine the Obama administration? I got it from the old post office on Pennsylvania Avenue between the White House and the Capitol building, and right smack in the best location, right on Pennsylvania Avenue, and it's under budget by a lot, and it's 2 years ahead of schedule. And somebody in government said, we've never heard of that before. It's under budget, ahead of schedule. It's 2 years ahead of schedule. So we're going to open it in September, and it was supposed to open in a couple of years in September. But that's nice, because we know how to do that. Having somebody that has that ability, I've always had the ability, under budget, ahead of schedule, having that ability when we have to rebuild our infrastructure, because our country is crumbling, our airports, our roadways, our highways, our bridges, our tunnels, hospitals. I mean, everything we have, it comes in. When you look at the way they build, it comes in double, triple, quadruple. Let me tell you, people are making a lot of money off our country. They're not going to make so much money anymore. And here's the other thing. I'm self-funding my campaign. So I'm not controlled by the special interests, the pharmaceutical companies, and all of the different interests, whether it's the electrical companies, the utilities. They have hundreds of them. They control the politicians because they contribute. I don't take the money. So I'm self-funding. I don't know if I get any credit for that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure, but I'm self-funding. Costing a lot of money. Costs a lot of money. But, you know, the nice thing is they can't come to me and say, well, we gave you money, you know, Ford or General Motors or somebody. We gave you a lot of money. We need this, we need that. I'm going to do what's right for you folks, okay?
And just full disclosure, my wife sent you a check for $25.
Okay.
Okay. Look, one of the questions that I think everybody in here wants to know is, why is the media in general afraid of a Trump presidency?
Oh, I get treated so badly. I mean, I was watching Fox this morning. They treat me so badly. Fox treats me like worse than anybody. But I get treated very badly by the media. I don't even know, I don't really understand why. They have pundits on that are just one after another, negative, negative, negative. It started where actually nobody, you know, they all thought I wasn't going to run. And they said, he'll never run, you run. And then they look bad, and then they don't stop. And some have become much better, but I think Fox in particular treats me so badly, it's incredible. But it doesn't matter, I guess. Look, we're leading in the polls by a lot. We won New Hampshire in a landslide. It was a landslide victory. We won every single group. We won highly educated, not educated. We won women. We won men. We won young. We won old. We won virtually every group, I think, every group. And it was an amazing victory and something really special. But, you know, I'm finding out all I could do is tell the truth. You know, I tell the truth about Iraq. I say the war was a disaster. We spent $2 trillion, lost thousands of lives, thousands of lives. We have wounded warriors all over the place. I love the wound. I mean, these guys have more courage than all of us put together, I have to tell you, all of us. And you know, I say we should have never been there. And, you know, if Bush is insulted, I don't care if he's insulted. What difference? It was a horrible mistake. We should have never been there. Somebody says, oh, that's not good to criticize. I said, criticize? It's one of the worst decisions in the history of our country to go in. We've totally destabilized the Middle East, which I predicted. I should get credit for vision because I predicted that was going to happen. Because when you knocked out the one power, the other power just took it over. And now Iran is taking over Iraq, just as sure as you're sitting there. We don't even have anything to do with Iraq anymore. We're gone. But think of it. We spent $2 trillion. Could have rebuilt our country. We could have done so much with that money. And instead, we're worse in the Middle East than we were 15 years ago. I mean, right now, it's a disaster. Saddam Hussein was a bad guy, right? Bad guy. But you know what he was good at? Killing terrorists. There were no terrorists. He was killing terrorists. Now, Iraq is Harvard for terrorists. If you want to be a terrorist, you go to Iraq. It's Harvard. And what did we do? You know, we spent all this money, lost all these lives, have all these wounded warriors. What do we get? And Iran is taking over. Not only do they get the $150 billion in the stupid deal that we made, one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen, ever, but now they're taking over Iraq that we handed them. They've been fighting for years to try and take each other over. Well, we decapitate the one country. They're now taking over. And people don't realize Iraq has the second largest oil reserves in the world. So we took it and we just handed it to them on a silver platter. How could we have been so stupid?
Very good.
Very sad. I mean, honestly, to me, it's a sad subject to talk about.
Okay. All right. On the way in the back, I saw a gentleman with a Bernie T-shirt on, and I said, "What are you doing here at a Trump rally?" And he said, "Well, the tickets were free." So what is your answer to Hillary and Bernie when they're grabbing so many of the young people with freebies? What's
Who
your
is
plus?
the Bernie guy? Who is he?
I think the rest of these folks
is there a
ran him
Bernie
out.
guy? Oh, I guess he got thrown out, I guess. I don't know. I don't see him now. No, look, this is something, and the main thing is you have to go and vote and all that. But if you don't vote for me, don't go and vote. I'd like to. It's a nice thing to say. You have to go vote. You ever hear these politicians? Doesn't matter who you're voting for, but you must go out and vote. I don't feel that way. But just go and vote if you're going to vote for me. But it is so important. On Saturday, you have to, and it is true. We had such an unbelievable turnout. This was so great. And did I promise you I'd come back and take care of the people? Other people forget that. And we had so many people that wanted to come, and we said, you can't come. This was for the group of people where they got stuck outside, and there were a lot more than this, but they invited exactly 500 people, and I just felt I had an obligation to do it. I was thinking about canceling this morning because I had something else, and I said, there's no way I have the courage to do that, right? Would I have been in trouble? Would I have been in trouble? And, I know the tremendous support I have here, and I really appreciate it. And, Del Webb, I knew Del Webb many years ago. And he was an amazing guy. He did a great job. Are you all happy with Del Webb? I think so, right? Yeah. Del Webb was a great developer, actually, and one of the few really great developers. So congratulations.
Mr. Trump, there's not a person in this room that doesn't fear for the future of their children and their grandchildren. How are we going to make America great for the grandchildren?
Well, look, we have to have strong borders. We have to strengthen our economy. We have to get rid of our debt. We have to balance our budget. All of the things that I talk about all the time. We have to have that strong military because we can't have any chances. We're being looked at by so many different people, and weaponry today is unbelievably powerful. So we have to be extremely careful. We have to be really, really diligent. I've called for bans on people coming into the country because we don't know what the hell's going on. I mean, there's bad stuff happening. There is bad stuff happening up here. When you have people flying planes into the World Trade Center, when you have people shooting people that gave them parties for their wedding, these two radicalized, horrible people they were given parties by the people they killed for their children or their child and a wedding party, and they walk in, they shoot 14 people and kill them. You look at what happened in Paris, where you have the strongest gun laws in the world practically. I mean, you can't have a gun unless you're a bad guy. You can have a gun. They walk in, they kill everybody. By the way, Second Amendment, if some of the people on the other side that were being shot at had guns, it would have been a whole different story in Paris. It would have been a much different story. So, it's very simple. It's called Make America Great Again. We want to make America great again. That's my whole theme, Make America Great Again. We're run by people that don't know what they're doing. We're run by incompetent people or something. I mean, there's something wrong with them because some of the deals, how do they make the Iran deal? Who would make a deal so stupid as that? Who would make a deal like that? Well, we're giving them $150 billion. We get nothing. And we get our hostages back as part of the deal. We paid $150 billion for some hostages that, frankly, should have come out years ago. And if you had the right negotiators, they would have. You would have gone in there and you would have said, we want our hostages back. They would have said no. And you'd triple up the sanctions and you leave the room. And 24 hours later, you got your hostages back. It's that simple. And you don't give them the $150 billion. You tell them we don't have it. We owe $19 trillion. We don't have it. Sorry, folks. Seriously. I mean, we have people, they didn't read The Art of the Deal, I can tell you that. We have people that are just, they don't have a clue. We take Bergdahl, Sergeant Bergdahl. He's a traitor. So we get Bergdahl. 6 people died looking for Sergeant Bergdahl, right? We get Bergdahl. They get 5 of the greatest killers that they wanted and coveted for 9 years. We get 1, they get 5. He's a traitor. They're the best they have. And they're now out on the fields or will soon be killing people again. I don't get it. I say, where do these people come from? Where do they come from? And we knew that he was a traitor when we made the deal because they had a general and a colonel go and interview Bill, all the people that knew him, from his platoon. And we knew he was a traitor. So why would we make a deal? Let him keep him. I would have said, keep him. You can have him. I'd give him back. I'd actually give him back. I'd fly over, drop him right on top. Just being
That's the way he feels.
No, but you know, think of it. Why would we do that? Who would make a deal like that? Where is the thinking? Who would make a deal? And that relates even to business because it's the same mindset like the Iran deal, the trade deals that we have with China. We lose, $500 billion a year. We lose $500 billion a year. Now, this is a rich community, so that doesn't mean anything, that kind of money. Right? But think of it. Think of how the country would be if we didn't. And I have the best business people in the world. I know them. We have political hacks negotiating our deals, right? Political hacks. I have the best business people in the world. They're going to negotiate our deals from now on. We're going to make a fortune. We're going to do great. We're not going to lose like that. We lose with Japan. We lose with Mexico. You saw Carrier now is moving to Mexico. Nabisco is moving to Mexico, one of its big plants. Ford is doubling up, going to move more to Mexico. They're going to spend billions and billions of dollars on Mexico. Why aren't they spending it here? I know how to get it so they're not moving to Mexico anymore. Believe me, it's going to end. Mexico is the new China. Be careful.
Okay. Mr. Trump, you are without a doubt looking at part of America's greatest generation out here. There's no question about it. They have worked hard to enjoy the American dream. One component of that dream is the Social Security system. What would the Social Security system, how would it be sound under a Trump presidency, and what would you do to make it solvent again?
All right, I love the question because every single other candidate is going to cut the hell out of your Social Security. Remember the wheelchair being pushed over the cliff when you had Ryan chosen as your vice president? That was the end of that campaign, by the way, when they chose Ryan. And I like him. He's a nice person, but that was the end of the campaign. I said, you got to be kidding, because he represented cutting entitlements, et cetera, et cetera. The only one that's not going to cut is me. We're going to make our country rich. We're going to bring our jobs back. We're going to cut a lot of costs out of a budget, stuff that's waste and disgusting waste. We're going to take care of our veterans and all of that, but there's tremendous fat. We can take care of people. We can run a better country with less money. And actually, it would be better. It's like when I build a building, I build a better building for less money than the guy across the street. He spends more money, and my building is better, and it looks better, and it's got a better architect, and it's got better design. We can do it better. There's so much fat. So we're going to take the fraud, the waste, and the abuse out of Social Security. For instance, they have, as I read, thousands of people that are over 106 years old. Now, hopefully we can all make it up to that age, but we know there's not going to be thousands of them, okay? That means there's fraud. Somebody's collecting thousands. That's just one little example of what's going on. We're going to save Social Security. We're not going to cut the age. We're going to give you the full benefits. You've been paying into it all your life, and every other candidate that's up here wants to cut your Social Security. They're going to cut it. They're going to cut it. And I'm not going to cut it. I'm going to bring money in, and we're going to save it, okay? Believe me, that's a big thing. Nobody else is going to be able to do it.
Okay, when I agreed to do this and asked to do this, actually, I told my friend that asked me, Jim Merrill, I said there'd be no softball questions here. So this question goes, okay. This question goes for a friend of mine, Bill McCarthy, and his son, who's a Catholic priest. Once and for all, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-life, yeah. I'm pro-life. Who in here is pro-life? Who in here is pro-life? Yeah. Okay, good. No, I'm pro-life.
Okay. It's quick enough.
It's a simple. Cruz said, he's not pro-life. I said, I'm not. I'm pro-life. You can't lie about people like that. It's just incredible. And again, I've been in business, and I've dealt with some pretty rough hombres, much tougher than Cruz. But I've never dealt with anybody that lied so much. And then he says he's religious. No wonder I'm winning the evangelicals by like 2-1. I'm winning the evangelicals. I won them in New Hampshire, as you saw, and I'm winning them here by a tremendous amount. But you look at you just can't do it. In the end, it catches you. What he did to Carson was disgraceful. He's out of the race. He's out of the race. He quit. He's out of the race. Then after the race was over, he called. He apologized. He got thousands of votes. But he called up. He apologized. Like 2 minutes after the polls closed, Oh, let me call him. Oh, Ben, we're sorry we did that. We made a mistake. Okay. I don't think Ben accepted the apology. I wouldn't have accepted the apology. But he lies. He just really lies, and we can't let that happen. The one advantage I have is when he says something about me, like, for instance, I'm pro-life, and he'll say I'm pro-choice. And I got a call from a reporter. I hear you're pro-choice. I said, who told you that? Cruz. It's unbelievable. No, I'm pro-life. And I say to myself, how can a guy be so dishonest? How can he do it? And just this morning, I heard a couple of other candidates saying the same thing. And yet he'll talk about religion, and he'll talk about all of the things that he talks about. But, you know, the advantage I have is that I have a big mic. I can speak. But we have to speak before Saturday. Because after Saturday, in this community, it doesn't matter. But at least I'm able to get my word out, Bill, pretty quickly. Other people can't get the word out. And again, what happened, I'm telling you, what happened to Ben Carson was a disgrace.
Okay, thank you. Would you let our good folks here know about your current relationship with Mr. Putin and what we'd see in a Trump presidency?
Well, I have no relationship with him other than he called me a genius. He said Donald Trump is a genius and he's going to be the leader of the party and he's going to be the leader of the world or something. He said some good stuff about me, and these characters that I'm running against said, we want you to disavow that statement. I said, what, he called me a genius? I'm going to disavow it? Are you crazy? Do you believe it? How stupid are they? We want you to disavow the statement. I'm not going to disavow. And besides that, wouldn't it be good if we actually got along with countries? Wouldn't it be actually a positive thing, right? Do we have to always fight? I think I'd have a good relationship with Putin. Who knows? I mean, who knows? But I think we'd have a good relationship. But I can tell you, he has a horrible relationship with Obama. It's ridiculous. And he takes advantage of Obama. Nobody's going to take advantage of me, folks. They're not going to take advantage of me. And that's believe me. But I mean, if we got along with Russia, that would be sort of nice, wouldn't it? Let Russia drop. For instance, this guy, Lindsey Graham. You have a guy, he's one of the dumbest human beings I've ever seen. He runs against me, okay? He runs against me for president. He starts off at 6%, and he hits me. And I start, although I did give out his phone number, I mean, that's really good. But anyway, he starts hitting me, saying vicious things, and now he starts going down. He goes to 5%, 4%. He ends up at zero. Here's a guy running for the presidency. He's at zero. He leaves in disgrace, in my opinion. I think he's disgraced. He comes here, he thinks this is going to be good. He had like 2 points here, and I had 42, right? I was at 42. He's a sitting United States Senator from South Carolina. He's at 2%. I saw him on television this morning, and I think he lost it. He's saying, Donald Trump, he couldn't even talk. He was shaking. The hatred. They say, what do you think of Donald Trump? Oh, he went crazy. The guy is a nut job. I mean, and honestly, I don't want his endorsement. I don't want anything to do with him. And his thinking, he says, I know so much. He knows about the military. I could push him over with a little thimble. Boom. This guy knows, let me tell you, this guy knows nothing. He's the kind of thinking that we've had. That's why we're in there for 15 years. Remember what I said. We're in there for 15 years, right? Middle East. We're spending trillions and trillions, probably 4 or 5 trillion. You know, 2 trillion in Iraq, but that was as of 2 years ago, right? You and I talked about it last time. We're in there for probably 4 or 5 trillion, maybe more than that. We could have rebuilt our country. We could have, because of guys like Lindsey Graham. So I listened to his military. He wants to fight Assad, and he wants to fight ISIS at the same time. But they're fighting each other. So they're fighting each other, we're fighting them. Think of it. I got to take out ISIS. I don't care. We're backing people, rebels. You know, they call them the rebels, the freedom rebels, they have all these glamorous names, right? Look at what happened to Libya. Look at what happened to Iraq with, look at what's going on. We've got the freedom. We give them billions of dollars of equipment, billions. If they win, they're worse than the guy that they took over from, right? That's what happens. Look at Libya. What a disaster with Gaddafi. We got rid of Gaddafi. What do we have in Libya? It is such a disaster. Look at Saddam Hussein. We just talked about it. What a disaster. But we have a guy who doesn't have a clue about the military, but he thinks that he does. With his thinking, remember this, we have been in there for 15 years, and we are far worse off now than we were 15 years ago. 15 years ago, we didn't have people coming around. I mean, the whole thing. And in all fairness, we went after Iraq. They did not knock down the World Trade Center, okay? It wasn't the Iraqis that knocked down the World Trade Center. We went after Iraq. We decimated the country. Iran's taken over. Okay. But it wasn't the Iraqis. You will find out who really knocked down the World Trade Center because they have papers in there that are very secret. You may find it's the Saudis, okay? But you will find out. But it wasn't Iraq. So you say, but when I look at a guy like Lindsey Graham, then I hear his theory on the war, you'll be in there forever. You'll be in there, and you'll end up starting World War III with a guy like that, too. We don't want World War III over Syria, okay? We don't want world. Do we agree with that? We don't want World War. But I watched him on Fox today. I have never seen a guy I don't think I've ever seen a guy so totally out of control. They mentioned my name. He went literally crazy this morning. So he got out of the race, Bill. He was at, is this correct? He was at zero. And he still didn't want to get out of the race. You know, I often say, these guys that are zero, why do they stay? Wouldn't you sort of, I think I'd crawl in a corner and I'd hide. I would just sort of put out a release. I've left the race. I wouldn't even give a news conference. I'd be too embarrassed. But anyway, I think he's a disgrace. I think Lindsey Graham is a disgrace, and I think you have one of the worst representatives of any representative in the United States, and I don't think he should run. I don't think in this state, remember, I was at 42 and he was at 2 when he was running. In this state I'm talking about. He was at 0 nation. I mean, the guy was at 0 nationwide. I don't think he could run for dog catcher in this state and win again. I really don't. Okay. Other than that, I think he's wonderful.
And you helped him with his Horizon bill, right? Horizon bill. Yeah.
He's a terrible. I got to tell you, he's a terrible representative for the state.
Mr. Trump, besides
how do you like him, Bill? I think Bill feels the same way, but he's not going to say.
Besides your obvious choice for ambassador to the Bahamas, what would your cabinet look like in terms of personnel and cabinet positions?
Well, they'd be professional people. I mean, they'd be good people. We have a lot of people in different positions that have no right to be there. I mean, they know nothing. I put people in that have great ability. We're going to put, in terms of our trading areas, as an example, we're going to put, great business people there, great people. They don't want to get paid. We're going to put wealthy people there. They became wealthy for a reason, right? We're going to put the best negotiators there. But the cabinet, we're going to have all the best people. We're going to find out who they are. And it's not going to be a politically correct choice either. We're going to have people that are going to be proper. And if somebody's politically correct and somebody else is going to be outstanding, we're picking the outstanding one every single time. We have politically correct people all over the place. Our country's so politically correct that we're going to hell. And we're not going to do that.
Okay. And on that whole vein of politically correct, would you allow U.S. interrogators to waterboard terrorist prisoners in order to extract information?
Absolutely. This question was in the previous debate, okay? And they asked it of Ted Cruz. What do you think of waterboarding, and what would you do, and how bad? And he was like really weak on it. He didn't want to get involved because he thought waterboarding was bad. So of course it's bad, but it's not chopping off heads, folks, okay? That I can tell you. So they asked him, and he really gave a very incomplete answer. It was a terrible answer. He was stumbling and mumbling, and he's going like, well, I don't know. Okay. Then they asked the question to me, well, what would you do? I said, I'd prove it immediately, but I'd make it also much worse. They said, what do you mean? I said, I'd do much worse. I said, they're chopping off our heads in the Middle East. They want to kill us. They want to kill us. They want to kill our country. They want to knock out our cities. And don't tell me it doesn't work. Torture works, okay, folks? Torture, I have these guys. Torture doesn't work. Believe me, it works, okay? And waterboarding is your minor form. Some people say it's not actually torture. Let's assume it is. But they asked me the question, what do you think of waterboarding? Absolutely fine. But we should go much stronger than waterboarding. That's the way I feel. They're chopping off heads. Believe me, we should go much stronger because our country's in trouble. We're in danger. We have people that want to do really bad things. Remember the power of weaponry. This isn't 100 years ago where we fight hand-to-hand combat. This is weapons that are so destructive that the world could end. We have to be very strong, and we have to be very vigilant, and we have to be very tough. Waterboarding is fine, but it's not nearly tough enough, okay?
Okay, and in the whole vein of torture, give us your view on Common Core in the education system.
Well, the education system is a mess in this country. We have the top 30 countries. We're number 30 on the list. We spend more on education per pupil than anybody else, and second place doesn't even exist. We're so high. We're so far above. And Common Core is a disaster. It's education through Washington, through bureaucrats. And I'm terminating Common Core, and we're bringing it to local levels, and we're going to have real education. So in education in the list, you have Sweden, Denmark, Norway, China, top 4 or 5. And then you have the United States at number 30. And in between, you have third world countries, countries that you never even heard of are better than us. And yet, so we're number 30, and we're number, in terms of spending, we're number 1. So think of it. We spend the most money, and we're at the bottom of the list, or however you want to define the list. It's pretty sad, isn't it? And we have education from Washington. We terminate Common Core. We're bringing education to the local level, and people do a great job with it. I mean, who's going to do a better job than you and your children at educating, let's say, your grandchildren? You want your children, your daughter, your son, they're going to be on the school board, et cetera. Got to bring it to the local level. They do it with love. They don't do it with, these bureaucrats in Washington. I'm not saying they're all bad, but many of them are, and they want checks. They want big checks. They get paid a lot of money. Look at the money we spend at Department of Education. So we're going to end Common Core, bring it to the local level. Very important.
Very good. And I think I'm allowed one light question here. So this is a two-part. Mr. Trump, ask for honesty here. What's your real handicap in golf? And the second part of that question is, seeing that President Obama plays 6 times a week, if you played 18 holes against him, who would win?
I would win. I would. No, seriously, I would. No, I've won many club championships, actually. Who is the best golfer in the room? So, do you have a club champion in here? Is there a club champion? Huh? Is there anybody who's, let's say, a 5 handicap or less? Who's a 5? Whoa, that's stand up. That's very good. They'll say, he's not a 5. That's very good. What's your handicap? Well, that's very good. Wow. Good golfer. Good course, too, right? Good course here? I hear good. If I win, I'll come back and play. If I don't win, you'll never see me. No, I love golf. Golf is a great thing. When the president plays golf, it's okay, but he should play with people that he wants, you understand, people that he wants to make deals with, Congress people and people from other countries, not just his friends, So he talks about the carbon footprint. And as you know, the carbon footprint. I mean, who believes in the carbon footprint? Does anybody believe in it here? I don't know. So he talks about the carbon footprint, environmental, all the stuff. And then he flies on a massive Boeing 747 to Hawaii with the old engines, because it's a very old plane. Old engines, spilling. Plays golf for like 2 or 3 weeks. He plays more golf than the people on the PGA Tour, right? And then he flies back. And then he has a news conference on the environment. The carbon footprint. Listen, Bill, I want to thank you, but I want to thank the folks. It was very important for me to come back and take care of the people that we couldn't see the last time. And I really appreciate it. I'd love your support. I don't want your money at all. We're doing all of that myself, but I do want you to get out on Saturday and vote. And, the theme is, see the hat, the beautiful red hat, Make America Great Again. And we're going to make America great again. We're going to make it. We actually have a chance, and I say this over the last couple of weeks I've been saying it. I've met so many incredible people in this country. I think we have a chance to actually make it greater than ever before. But we can't have Hillary. We can't have Bernie. We can't have these people that are going to destroy it. You'll end up paying 90%, 95% tax. Would anybody here mind paying 95% tax? I don't think so. I think that's not going to happen. I think it's not going to happen. But I really want to thank you for being here, and we'll see you soon. Get out and vote. Thank you.
Mr. Trump, thank you.
All right, everyone, that is a wrap on this Donald Trump rally in Bluffton, South Carolina. Donald Trump expected to have a total of 3 events today in South Carolina. Many GOP candidates spending their time in South Carolina prior to this weekend's primaries. Obviously, South Carolina, a very important state to win. Right now, Donald Trump, at least according to the polls, in the lead by a significant margin. I'm seeing 16 points, a 16-point lead by Donald Trump, followed by Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz, then John Kasich, then Jeb Bush, and last Ben Carson. Speaking of Ben Carson, he held a press conference in Roebuck, South Carolina. Let's go ahead and tune in to that.
Challenges are, you take a business like this, which really is the epitome of innovation. Some of the machines here are one of a kind. They were actually made here to do a specific type of job. It demonstrates American ingenuity that came from an ideal. It would be very difficult to do the very same thing today because of the multitudinous regulatory hurdles that a person has to get over in order to do something like this. So it's very good for people like me to actually see firsthand what the obstacles are, because those are the obstacles that we have to remove, while at the same time making sure that we protect the citizenry and the environment. But you have to really have the desire to do that. And sometimes I get the impression that the desire has not been there at the highest governmental levels. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Dr. Carson, Donald Trump says that he's planning and threatening to...
I also wanted to hear firsthand what some of the real challenges are. You take a business like this, which really is the epitome of innovation. Some of the machines here are one of a kind. They were actually made here to do a specific type of job. It demonstrates American ingenuity that came from an ideal. It would be very difficult to do the very same thing today because of the multitudinous regulatory hurdles that a person has to get over in order to do something like this. So it's very good for people like me to actually see firsthand what the obstacles are, because those are the obstacles that we have to remove, while at the same time making sure that we protect the citizenry and the environment. But you have to really have the desire to do that. And sometimes I get the impression that the desire has not been there at the highest governmental levels. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Dr. Carson, Donald Trump says that he's planning and threatening to sue Ted Cruz if he doesn't remove his attack ads and take back his lies. Would you support him suing Ted Cruz?
Well, I don't see really how that does the cause any good. If the Republicans are out there suing each other and trying to destroy each other, it seems to me like that only makes it easier for the Democrats in the general election. Why would we do something like that?
And obviously now there's a possibility that President Obama is going to nominate a Supreme Court justice. Who would President Carson nominate for that role?
Well, I would nominate somebody who has a record that demonstrates that they respect the Constitution, that they love America, and that they're not an ideologue. And as you probably know, the Supreme Court has really turned into something very different than it was intended to be. It was intended to be a court where you had people who were very knowledgeable, particularly about the law and about the Constitution and about the nation and about our values and principles. And they were going to make sure that they preserved all of those things according to our Constitution. What it has become is this group versus that group. And it's a game now. Can I get more of my people on here versus more of your people on here? Forget about America. Forget about the American people. It's about this ideology versus that ideology. Obviously, that is a very bad place for us to be. So I would be looking for a type of justice who actually understood the Constitution, loved America, loved American principles and values, and wanted to preserve them. As opposed to somebody who comes in and answers a bunch of questions in a bunch of interviews we've seen that that doesn't necessarily produce the right kind of justice.
If you're elected, what would you do to facilitate small businesses, especially here in South Carolina?
Well, one of the things I would do to facilitate small business is to get rid of the employer mandate, because a manufacturer like this one would really, they don't want to get to 50 employees because all kinds of things change at that point. And also, the average cost per employee for a small manufacturer in terms of regulatory costs, $34,000. It makes it much more difficult to compete against foreign entities. And those kinds of regulatory costs I would analyze in terms of their benefit versus their cost. And if the benefit to cost ratio is not appropriate, you get rid of them. Those are the things that are stifling us. And this country was made of, for, and by the people, not of, for, and by the government and the government regulators. The regulators are not supposed to be in every aspect of our lives. And in a Carson administration, there would be a marked decrease, while at the same time making sure that we protect the citizens of the country. Okay, very good.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
And, and how much time do we have?
So leave at 10:20, so we have 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'm kind of soft spoken. There's some people say it's kind of we had a wonderful time here today, going through here, listening to all the information about how this country was formed, all the challenges that are involved. One of the things that I'm particularly interested in is small business and what's happening to small business in our country. With all the really extraordinarily good. And if you really look at regulations in our country, last year 81,000 pages of new regulations. It's an abomination what's going on, but part of it has to do with the fact that we have 645 federal agencies and sub-agencies. And they all have all these people who are looking for stuff to do. So, and a lot of them are lawyers, and they say, well, let's regulate this, and let's regulate that. And it doesn't need to be done. So what I've advocated is that we look at all these regulations, and we look at their costs, and we look at their benefits. And you make decisions based on that. So let's take the environment for instance. I'm an environmentalist. I feel that we have an obligation to preserve the environment and keep it in at least as good a shape as we found it, hopefully enhance the conditions for those who are coming after us. Stewardship is a very important part of Christianity. However, using environment as an excuse to advance one's ideology, I think is wrong. When you look at, for instance, the Clean Power Plan that has been advocated, the Environmental Protection Agency has looked at that, and they say if you implement every aspect of the Clean Power Plan, you will lower the Earth's temperature by 0.05 degrees Fahrenheit in 85 years. That's the benefit. The cost, billions of dollars, and millions of jobs. So obviously that doesn't make sense. But that's what happens when you regulate based on ideology versus on evidence. And one of the reasons that I encourage people in medicine, science, engineering to get into the political arena is because we've been trained to make decisions based on evidence and not on ideology. That's one of the reasons, for instance, that the life expectancy in this country has gone up so dramatically. The last turn of the century, the average age of death was 47. This past turn of the century, it's almost 80. And it's because you look at the evidence, you apply the evidence, and you make your policies based on that. And what applies in medicine, I think, applies in general. A lot of people say, you're a doctor, you're a neurosurgeon, how can you possibly know anything about politics? I guarantee you I know a lot more about politics than the politicians know about medicine. And the fact of the matter is, it's not that hard to learn, about foreign politics, about some of these other things. Believe me, if you can't learn, we've got to learn about neurosurgery. But a lot of our problems can be solved with common sense. And that's why our system was designed for citizen statesmen, not for career politics. Our founders never anticipated that you would have career politics because it wasn't a glamorous thing to do. People would go, they would serve their term, and they would come back and start working as farmers or whatever they were doing before. It has morphed into something very different now that is full of special interests and people trying to manipulate the system. That's one of the things that has, I guess, impressed me the most as I've gotten into the political arena, the amount of corruption and graft and manipulation. It is unbelievable. It's one of the reasons the political class doesn't like me. They try to dismiss me completely because they know they can't control me. I don't take contributions from special interests or from billionaires who try to influence me, which we're hearing from constantly, which we're telling them to go jump in the lake. Because, the way the system was designed was with the people at the pinnacle and with the interests of the people at the pinnacle. And the government was there not to rule the people, but to facilitate life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for the people. And it's something that we have to start thinking about again. We're going to have to start thinking about how do we fix the system, and that will include term limits, because the longer a person is there, the more engrafted they become to corruption. And that makes it very difficult for them to work for us. And a lot of times when they go there, they actually go there with good intentions. And they're just normal people like all of us. But before they sit down in their office, there's somebody in there saying, congratulations, and I know you want to do a lot for your constituents, but I think you can get a really good position so you can do even more for them. Just, to go along with the program, but we'll get you there. And then you go along with the program, and you do get a higher position. And then, but we can really get you a good position, and on it goes. And that's how people get caught up in the system, even though that, they intended to do good things in the beginning. One of the reasons that I've gotten involved is because I spent my whole career as a pediatric neurosurgeon trying to give children life and quality of life. And what I see happening terrifies me in terms of the future for our children. The current generation is the first one expected not to do better than their parents. And the next generation after that will be worse than them, and on it goes. And they say it's the new normal, but it's not normal. And it's because we have put in place a system where we are just continuing to ratchet up the financial obligations that we have. So now we're talking about a $19 trillion national debt. Next year, this time, it'll be $20 trillion. I mean, these are staggering numbers that no one can even comprehend. And the progressives say, take just numbers, they don't mean anything. They mean a lot. And it's happened to other pinnacle nations. Spain in the 17th century, France in the 18th century, England in the 19th century, ancient Rome, Greece. They all do the same thing. They become financially irresponsible. And they think it's no big deal before they collapse. We are tottering on the brink of collapse. And the fiscal gap, what that is all the unfunded liabilities, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all the governmental programs, versus the amount of money coming in from taxes and other revenue sources. They should be about the same. What's coming in, what's going out. They're not. That's where the gap forms. You bring it forward to Martin dollars, and it's called a fiscal gap. It's the to over $200 trillion. It's a staggering amount of money. It's incomprehensible, and it's continuing to grow. There will be a consequences to it. Now, can it be stopped? It absolutely can be stopped. And, for instance, we have the most powerful economic engine that the world has ever known. That's what took this country from nowhere to the pinnacle in record time. But we had the right kind of environment that encouraged entrepreneurial risk-taking and capital investment, which are the drivers of that engine. And now we've substituted that with all kinds of regulations and a tax code that make no sense. If you fix the tax code, a completely simple, flat tax, no deductions, no loopholes, nothing that anybody can take advantage of, no double taxation, no death tax, estate tax, capital gains tax, none of that stuff, nothing that's been taxed before gets taxed again. That's the kind of thing that really begins to grow things. And then you press down the debt. The reason that debt is so detrimental is because it causes the Fed, the central bank, to suppress the interest rates because they wouldn't be able to pay, the debt service on it. The debt service with interest rates near zero is $250 billion. If we let the interest rates rise to a normal level, you'd be talking over $1 trillion. And we don't have another $1 trillion because we're already in the hole. And what does that do to the average person? Well, in your own lives, there used to be a time when people used to go to the bank every Friday and put 5% of their check in their savings account. And they watched it grow, and they were encouraged because, you get 5, 4, 5, 6, 7% interest. It was great. That's gone. So people aren't doing that anymore. Same thing with the bond market. That used to be a major part of the American dream because after 30 or 40 years, you had a very nice nest egg, you could retire, and you didn't even need Social Security. That's gone. And the only people who can make any money are the people who have risk tolerance. They can put their money in the stock market. And, who are those people? Upper income people. So the income gap grows and grows and grows. And, people like Bernie Sanders will come along and say, it's those evil rich people. And that's what's causing this income gap. No, it's the evil government and the policies that keep driving these debts up. And that's affecting everything that's going on in our country. So we have to start addressing those issues. We have to use our energy in an efficient way. We can become energy independent. We can become net exporters of energy if we do things the right way, keeping our environment in mind, but utilizing our enormous innovative capabilities, drive that down, and use our energy on the whole geopolitical scene to keep people like Vladimir Putin in check. Because, he's energy. He's all about energy. We can suppress him economically on that front and make a huge difference by making Europe depending on us for energy, which we can easily do. And then the last thing I just want to mention here is education. There was a time when we really valued education in this country. Now we're using our educational facilities for propaganda. And it's hurting us tremendously. The military, which is all voluntary now, between the ages of 17 and 24, 71% of the applicants for the voluntary military are rejected. 71%. Only 29% are accepted for mental, physical, or educational reasons. The biggest category being educational reasons. People who are high school graduates cannot pass a basic test, mathematics and communication. Just really basic stuff. They can't pass it. Why? Because we have gotten into the social promotion mode. Everybody's a superstar. Everybody gets a gold star. And that's a bunch of crap. We have to once again begin to set real standards. And we have to teach our people the right stuff because we only have 330 million people. We're competing against China, 1.4 billion. India, 1.1 billion. We with 330 million. We have to educate all of our people. We have to develop all of our people. We can't have a nation where 20+% of our students don't graduate from high school. We can't have a nation where we have 5% of the population in the world and 25% of the prison inmates. This makes absolutely no sense. This has got to be a high priority for our government to deal with those things, because we're not going to make it with these kind of debt and with people who are not well educated. And keep in mind, our founders said that our freedom and our system is based upon a well-informed and educated populace. And they said if we ever become other than that, the nature of the country will change. Why? Because people would be easy to manipulate. They wouldn't understand the basics of what's going on. And all you have to do is run around and say, free college for everybody, and they say, yeah, yeah. You know, because they have no idea.
All right, guys, we're going to cut away from this Ben Carson event in Roebuck, South Carolina, to take you to a Marco Rubio town hall that happened in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, just a couple hours ago, just wrapped up. I'm going to go ahead and show this to you now. Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, another GOP presidential candidate hoping to win South Carolina this weekend.
Same mentor, John Moniz, because he understands that the best is yet to come. It's going to take a lot of hard work, but we can get there. And we will get there to the next American century if you will help me welcome the next President of the United States, Marco Rubio!
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just start by saying how honored I am by Tim Scott's support. He's a fantastic representative of this state, and he does a great job on a daily basis caring about what's happening on this state. But I think he also represents everything that conservatism is about. We're going to talk about that more in a moment, but there's this idea out there that conservatism is about helping the people that have made it. Conservatism, people that have made it are going to be okay. They're going to be treated fairly. We're not going to demonize people that have been successful. But conservatism has always been about people that are trying to make it. That's why we believe in free enterprise. It's the only economic model in the world where you have a chance to get ahead without pulling anyone else down. And I don't know of anyone in the U.S. Senate, or for that matter, American politics, who understands that better, embodies it better, communicates it better, or fights for it better than Tim Scott. And that's why I'm so honored that he's supporting our campaign. And I want to thank you for sending him to Washington. So I want to start today by leaving you with two propositions in your mind. Number one, we're in a lot of trouble. This country is going through a terrible time. You know that. I don't have to tell you that. You don't need somebody up here telling you 15, 20 times, and you get criticized when you repeat things in politics, apparently. But so you don't need someone telling you over and over again how bad things are, because you feel it. You know it in your lives. Right? People living and working as hard as they can, but they're stuck living paycheck to paycheck. Small businesses are struggling. Big businesses may be prospering. We're weaker in the world. People respect America less. This morning you wake up to the news that China is putting missiles now and rockets in the South China Sea. They've built artificial islands, and now they're taking them over. And soon that'll mean they'll control, or try to control, the most important shipping lane in the world. We know the challenges we face. We know our Constitution is being ignored, and if we lose our Constitution, we lose our republic. Because the Constitution is what has kept this republic together for over 2 centuries, while others have faltered around the world. But I want to leave you with a second thought. And this is perhaps something we're not talking about enough. I believe with all my heart that despite the challenges we face right now, there are a few things that we need to do, and if we do them, I believe with all my heart that America has a chance to be freer and more prosperous and more influential and more powerful and more upwardly mobile than it has ever been in its history. I honestly and truly and deeply believe it, and I want you to believe that too, because it's true. We are on the verge of the greatest chapter in American history. You and I, this generation, can be the authors of the greatest chapter in the story of America. But first we have some things we need to take care of. It begins by winning this election. Because the road we are on right now is not the road to greatness. The road we are on right now is the road to decline. It began 8 years ago when this country elected Barack Obama as president. And when he ran for office, he said he was going to change the country. But what he meant was he was going to change the country to be more like the rest of the world. So that's how you get a president that ignores the Constitution. To him, the Constitution is a document that means whatever you want it to mean. And so it doesn't matter to him that there's a Second Amendment in the Constitution. He ignores it. It doesn't matter that there's religious liberty in the Constitution. He tries to undermine it. It doesn't matter that the Constitution says that the job of a president is to execute the law. He wants to write the law with his pen and his phone with executive orders. We have a president that views America as an arrogant power, an arrogant global power that needed to be cut down to size. That's how you get a president that cheers on as we are gutting our military with defense cuts that are inexcusable, as we betray our allies like Israel, our most important ally in the Middle East, one of the most important we have in the world, and we betray Israel. But we cut a deal with Iran, and they're going to get $100 billion of sanctions relief. And so the direction we are headed now is not the direction of greatness, it is the direction of decline. And if we lose this election, here's what it means if we don't win. If we don't win, that means the next president of the United States will be named either Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton. Okay. Well, right. Yeah. That's why I'm running. I didn't realize he didn't like them. So, Bernie Sanders is a socialist. Now, usually in American politics, when you say about another politician or a candidate or something, you say, he's a socialist, she's a socialist. They deny it. They say, that's not true. You're smearing me. Bernie Sanders says it in his commercials. So I feel safe saying he's a socialist. He's a democratic socialist, not a communist, a democratic socialist. We don't want to be a socialist country. There are dozens and dozens of socialist countries all over the world. Literally, if you want to live in a socialist country, why don't you move to a socialist country? We want to be America. Hillary Clinton is, in my opinion, perhaps in yours as well, she's not qualified to be president of the United States. First of all, she put classified information on her email server. She knew that was in violation of the law. She didn't care because she thinks she's above the law. But more importantly, she exposed it to foreign intelligence agencies. She knows the Russians, the Chinese, the North Koreans. These people hack computers. She didn't care. She put it on her. She's above the law. I guess she thought she was going to be elected president. She could pardon herself. But I want you to know the biggest problem I have is that she's disqualified from being commander-in-chief. Because she's disqualified from being commander-in-chief because she lied to the families of the people who lost their lives in Benghazi. She lied to them. She knew that that was a terrorist attack. She was telling people it was a terrorist attack, but not the families. And here's what I think and deeply believe. If you lie to the families of Americans who lost their lives in the service of our country, you can never be the commander-in-chief of the United States of America. And what does it practically mean? What does it practically mean if we lose this election? Here's what it means. It means Obamacare becomes permanent. It means Dodd-Frank becomes permanent. It means our military continues to get gutted. It means the deal with Iran stays in place. It means the next Supreme Court justice will not be anything like Antonin Scalia. It'll be someone like the people Barack Obama has appointed over the last few years. And if that happens, the Constitution's in a lot of trouble. If we get 5 or 6 people on the Supreme Court who believe the Constitution is whatever you want it to mean, the Second Amendment's in a lot of trouble. Religious liberty's in a lot of trouble. Federalism, the balance of power between the states and the federal government, is in a lot of trouble. This is serious. This is not a college football game. This is not a sport. The winner and the loser here matters. We cannot lose this election. We cannot lose this election. And so more than any other criteria, we have to ensure that our party, the Republican Party, nominates a conservative who can win. A conservative who can win. Because in the past they've told us nominate so-and-so because they're not that conservative, but because they're not that conservative, they give us a better chance to win. We can't afford to do that anymore. That's not what we're going to do this time. We need a conservative that can win. I'm as conservative as anyone running in this race. And I have a 15-year record of turning conservatism into action that proves it. I didn't become a conservative 2.5 years ago. Okay? I have a record. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm just saying 2.5 years ago. Look, I've only been public service has only been my full-time job for the last 5 years, but before that I was in the state legislature in Florida. It's 2 months out of the year, but I'm proud of my service there. For example, there was a court case. Let me just theoretically, I'm not saying this happens, but theoretically for a moment, imagine if a developer decided they wanted to take private property away with using government to build a hotel or something like that. Just theoretically. I'm not saying that happens. Okay? After the Kelo decision in 2006, the Supreme Court said that's legal. A developer can use the power of government to take away your property because government thinks they'd rather have a hotel there instead of your house. You can't do that in Florida. Because when I was in the state legislature, I led the effort and we passed a law that became a model for the country. In Florida, we have career academies, meaning we do vocational training. We are training people in high school to work as welders and plumbers and pipe fitters, so when they graduate, they can start working. Because when I was Speaker of the House, we put that in place. You know that in Florida, when I was Speaker, we reformed our curriculum. We didn't use Common Core. We didn't rely on the federal government. We talked to our principals, our teachers. We did it at the local and state level. I led the effort and we cut property taxes. We balanced the budget the 2 years I was a Speaker at a difficult time when the housing market was collapsing, and we didn't raise any taxes. I'm proud of my service there. Then I was out of politics. Then I got a chance to run again and become a U.S. Senator. And, you know, it's hard to get things done in Washington these days, but I'm proud of the things we've done in the limited time I've been there. We brought accountability to the VA. Today, a senior executive at the VA who isn't doing a good job can be fired because of a law that I passed. Today, banks that do business with Hezbollah have sanctions on them because of a law that I passed. Today, the bailout fund in Obamacare, they were going to use your taxpayer money to bail out private insurance companies. Today, that bailout fund is gone because of an effort that I led and put together to get rid of the bailout fund. By the way, when I'm president, we're going to get rid of the rest of Obamacare, not just the bailout fund. I'm proud of the work I've done in my time there. But this election's not a resume competition. This election has to be about what comes next for America. I have a record of 15 years that proves that I am as conservative as anyone in this race. But I am a conservative that can unite this party. We have to be together. If we're still fighting with each other in October, we lose. If we're still fighting with each other in September, we lose. So we'll have a spirited primary, but it has to end at some point, and then someone has to be able to bring us together, and I know that we can. Because we speak to every segment of this party, every segment of the conservative movement. But it won't be enough to just bring everybody together. We have to grow. We have to take our message, what we stand for, to people that don't vote for us now. Now, in the past, they've said the way to do that is, why don't you weaken your principles a little bit? Why don't you become more like the Democrats? That never made sense to me, because we already have a Democrat party. Why do we need two Democrat parties? What we need to do is take our message of free enterprise and limited government and a strong national defense and a strong culture with strong values. We have to take that message to people that don't vote for us and haven't voted for us. And let me tell you who they are primarily. They are the people who have been convinced that Republicans and conservatives only care about rich people. You know that meme out there. I've heard it. People said it to me. Republicans are for rich people. Democrats are for working people. That's a lie. That is a lie. Democrats are for big government. Do you know who wins in big government? The people who have made it. We have nothing against success. We celebrate success in this country. But I'm telling you that the bigger the government, the more people who have influence win. And if you don't believe that, go anywhere in the world, and I promise you, the bigger the government, the more the government dominates that country, I guarantee you the likelier it is that the same families and the same companies have been on top forever. Why? Because when government is big, the people who can afford to deal with government and have influence over government, they're the winners, and everyone else gets left out. And the evidence is all around us. Look at Dodd-Frank. The left says Dodd-Frank is to go after the big banks. Well, then why are the big banks bigger than ever? The big banks are bigger than they've ever been. You know why? Because all these rules and regulations, they're the only ones that can afford to follow. Who can't follow those rules and regulations? Who struggles? The community bank, the local regional bank. In essence, the people that lend money to small business. You bury our economy with pages and pages of regulations, a big multinational corporation will hire an army of lawyers and accountants and lobbyists to deal with those regulations. But a small business that you opened up out of the spare bedroom of your home cannot, so that you get left behind. You look at the tax code. The tax code is filled with exemptions and loopholes. Who put the loopholes in there? It wasn't the mom and pop small business on Main Street. It was the people who can afford to hire a lobbyist from Wall Street and other parts of our economy in Washington, D.C. Big government crushes people that are trying to make it. Big government traps people in poverty. Look at our anti-poverty programs in America. They don't cure poverty. Our anti-poverty programs are like breaking your leg and being given a lifetime supply of painkillers. They're not going to fix the broken leg. They're just going to make you more comfortable in your pain. Our anti-poverty programs do nothing to cure poverty because the only cure for poverty is a good-paying job. And our anti-poverty programs, welfare and food stamps, they do nothing to help you find a good-paying job. Big government hurts people who are trying to make it. And I know I can take our message to people that are trying to make it. You know why I know I can take it with credibility? Because I have lived the way they're living now. I grew up the way they are growing now. I grew up paycheck to paycheck. When Jeanette and I were first married, for many years early in our marriage, we lived paycheck to paycheck. Now, I've had some people say the last couple of days, define paycheck to paycheck. So I've thought about it. I said, here's paycheck to paycheck, okay? You write a check on Wednesday, but you know direct deposit doesn't come till Friday. So you date it Saturday, right? I'm not saying I ever did that. I'm just telling you. I know what it is to live paycheck to paycheck. I grew up that way. My mom was a maid. She was a stock clerk at Kmart, a cashier. She built aluminum chairs at a factory. My father was primarily a bartender at hotels. They were not rich people. They were not influential people. They lived the American dream. So I know it. I come from there. I have people in my family that are still there. By the way, they're nurses, firefighters, teachers, and they live paycheck to paycheck. They went to college and got a degree, and they live paycheck to paycheck. We are going to take our message to them. We're going to take our message to young Americans, some of whom today are living with thousands and thousands of dollars of student loan debt. 500% increase in student loan debt over the last 10 years. You know why I'm so passionate about it? Because I had $120,000 in student loans, which I only paid off 3 years ago, 4 years ago, three and a half years ago. I wrote a book. It's called An American Son. That's how I paid it off. It's now available on paperback. You see, guys, the joke always works. All these people in the media that follow me around, they're like, I see them mouthing the joke. Paperback. Because I say it all. If a joke is funny, you keep telling it, right? It's free enterprise. I've never met her, but I paid Sally Mae a lot of money on that student loan. That's a new joke, so I've only said it for like 4 days. So, my point is, I know what that feels like, and that's why I'm the only Republican that talks about student loan debt. You want to reach people that are 25, 28 years old in this country that are struggling with that? People think, press thinks, oh, it's all about social issues. I'm going to tell you what it's about. It's about the fact that they owe $50,000, they have a college degree, and the only job they can find they could have had without the degree and without the loan. And so they're upset. We have to have a message. That's why we have a plan on that. And by the way, we're also going to take our message to parents and working families. I'm always asked, why do you have a per-child tax credit increase in your tax plan? I'll tell you why. Because being a parent's the most important job you'll ever do. I'm telling you, I believe I'll be elected President of the United States, and I will lead this country, and I'll be reelected if we so choose to do, and the American people agree. And yet the most important job I will ever have is what I'm doing now with my 4 kids. Okay? Parenting is the most important job in the world. And it's hard to raise kids today, and it's expensive. And so here's what I don't understand. How can it be that our tax code says to business, if you invest money in a piece of machinery, you can write that off your taxes? I agree with that. In fact, I think you should be able to immediately and fully write it off your taxes. So if you're a business and you invest money in a piece of machine, you get to write it off your taxes. If you're a parent and you spend money on your kids, you don't get to write it off your taxes. Who's more important for the future of America? And by the way, you can't get that tax credit unless you're working, so it's pro-work. It's not like you're sitting at home collecting it. You have to be working to do it. Yes, I want to help empower parents. You know why? So they have enough money to send their kids to the school of their choice. So they have enough money to save for their kids to go to college. And oftentimes so they can buy them a new pair of shoes or a new book bag. Because if you know people that are struggling as I do, you know that $50 a month, $40 a month is the difference about whether or not your kids get a new book bag this month, or whether they have to go another month with a book bag that has a hole in it. Because we see it. And so we are going to take our message to parents and young Americans and people that are struggling to get ahead and living paycheck to paycheck. And we're going to grow this movement. And I believe if we do these two things, we'll win. And then we will begin the hard work of turning the country around. It will begin when I'm president by following the Constitution. Everybody says that as a talking point. This is very serious. We have lost perspective in this country. We think the federal government is supposed to be involved in everything now. Everywhere I go, I get a question, what are you going to do as president about the college playoff system? I said, I don't know what we can do about it. I mean, I wish Florida was doing better. But that's not a federal issue. And it goes on and on. And then we've lost perspective on the presidency. When you hear some people talk, commentators, their attitude is like the president is the supreme leader of the country, and our job is just to rubber stamp whatever he says. It's happening now with this whole Supreme Court vacancy. He's the president. The Constitution says he gets to appoint someone, and you must do this. And I said, yes, but the Constitution also says we get to confirm. And so I said, well... And then they say, well, but the president, you know, elections have consequences. He won in 2012. And I said, yes, elections have consequences. And we won the majority in the Senate in 2014. So we've lost perspective. People have this idea in some corners of our political debate that the president is the supreme leader and the rest of us are just supposed to be there to like nod our heads and say, yes, Mr. President, we're going to go your direction. That is not our system of government. Our system of government, we need to get back to what it was designed as. And here's what it is. You have a legislative branch, a Congress that passes laws. They're the ones that pass laws, and they have to respond to you for the laws they pass. And then you have a president that execute the laws, that in essence carry out the laws that Congress passes, or can veto them and send them back. And then you have a judicial branch that decides whether or not it violates the Constitution as originally drafted. What is the original meaning of the Constitution? And you apply it. Not to recreate it. We have to get back to those principles. We've lost those principles. We need to get back to those principles. I will. That's why when I'm president, look, I'm personally a huge supporter of the Second Amendment. But even if I wasn't, and I am, we're going to follow the Second Amendment and we're going to protect it because it's in the Constitution. It is, the Second Amendment is not a suggestion. Okay? It is a constitutional right to protect yourself and your family. When I'm president, you'll have a president that follows, upholds, protects, defends the Constitution and every aspect of it, from your Second Amendment rights to the right to live out the teachings of your faith in every single aspect of your life, including at work, at home, and in your business. You're going to have a president that speaks clearly on issues before this country. I can't impose my beliefs on anyone. But I can tell you this, when I'm president, I will never be ashamed to repeat and say this over and over again. I believe that all human life is worthy of the protection of our laws at every stage in that human life. Presidents don't grow the economy. I always chuckle when I hear governors or mayor or somebody says, I created 2 million jobs when I was governor. And I say, really? You hired 2 million people to work in government? I said, no. I said, well, then you didn't create 2 million jobs. The private sector creates jobs. How do you create jobs in the private sector? You know, many of you are in the private sector. It's when you start a business or you grow an existing one. That's what creates jobs. You know what our job is in public service? To put in place policies that make America the best and easiest place in the world to start a business or grow an existing one. That's why we're for tax reform. That's why we're for regulatory reform. That's why we're for balancing the budget. That's why we're for fully utilizing our energy resources. That's why we're for getting rid of Obamacare. You do that, and this country will become the premier place on the planet to start a business or grow an existing one and create better paying jobs. When I'm president, we're going to deal with our issues, not ignore them. I'm going to say something to you now, and I think I'm safe in saying this. This generation of leaders in Washington is the most selfish generation of leaders this nation has ever had. Selfish. Why do I say that? You want to know why I say that? Because they've got calculators in Washington. And they've got spreadsheets that show them what's happening with our debt. And they don't care. Their attitude is, who cares? Let the future worry about the future. They literally they don't care. They don't care that by the time my oldest child, my daughter who's 15, is 25, this country may be in the throes of a debt crisis. Their attitude is, so what? We'll worry about this later. We got to get through the next election. They don't care. They're so selfish. No generation's ever done that to their kids. In the history of America, has there ever been a generation like this? When I'm president, that changes. We're going to deal with the debt. And dealing with the debt means we're going to have to save Social Security and Medicare. We have to save those programs. Now, let me tell you about that. I'm from Florida. You probably don't know this, but there's a lot of people in Florida on Social Security and Medicare. One of them is my mother. So I just want you to know I am against any changes to Social Security and Medicare that are bad for my mother. Which is a good... And here's the great news. We don't have to change anything for her. She's 85. We don't have to change anything for anyone who's on it now. We don't have to change anything for people that are about to retire in the next decade. But your next president better be willing to tell you the truth, and I am right now here today. There is no way Social Security and Medicare looks the same for me as it did for my parents. I'll be 45 in May. I feel 46, but I'll be 45. Like I really do, I don't know, but there's no way that the program won't exist. It will not be around by the time I'm 67, which is when I'm supposed to retire, unless we do something about it. And what do I mean by do something about it? It's nothing unreasonable. Right now I'm supposed to retire at 67 under current law. Maybe I have to retire at 68. That's not a big deal to retire at 68. Is that a heckler or a reporter? Maybe we should stop and listen to what they have to say. I'm supposed to retire at 67 under current law. I may have to retire at 68. You know what? If I was still in the Senate at 68, I'd be one of the youngest people there. Okay? I love it now, like the Washington Post will fact check me. 4 Pinocchios. The average age of a senator is 64. You know, whatever. You know what I mean. When I retire, if I've made a lot of money, let's say I became financially successful because An American Son became a movie, and then, you know, whatever, so my book. I made a lot of money. My Social Security benefits won't grow as fast as they grow for someone who made less money. If my Medicare could be the option of using my Medicare money to get a private plan that I like better. That's actually not a novel idea. It exists now. It's called Medicare Advantage. My mom is on it. And it works well in some places for some people. My point is, these are not unreasonable changes for someone like me who's 25 years away. I have 25 years to plan for that. And if we do it now, we can save Social Security and Medicare, bring our debt under control, and we don't have to disrupt it or change it for people that are on it now. I can't go to my mom at 85 and say, hey, guess what? You got to go back to work because your Social Security check's been cut by 20%. We can't do that. We're not going to do that. I'm telling you, if we don't do something, there'll be a debt crisis in less than a decade or so. And then I don't know what they're going to be telling people that are on Social Security and Medicare, but it will not be good. We're going to deal with that when I'm president of the United States. But, now, what is the most important thing a president does? National security. The commander-in-chief. It's the most important job of a president. And one of the reasons why Barack Obama is such a bad president, the worst president in 35 years, some people say the worst president in 235 years, but I'm not willing to say that because I don't know what president that's comparing him to. So I'm just saying that one of the reasons why he's just a bad president is because he is a bad commander-in-chief. Why do I say that? I don't say that lightly because I actually think national security should not be partisan. So if he was a Republican, I'd be saying the same thing right now. Why? Number one, because he's gutting our military. That's not an exaggeration. I'm going to tell you the facts, and you tell me if you agree or not that we're gutting our military. Our Army will soon be its smallest size since the end of World War II. Our Navy will soon be the smallest it's been in 100 years. And the Air Force will soon be the smallest it's been ever. The average age of an airplane in the Air Force is 27, which means the pilots are younger than the planes. That's a bad sign. Barack Obama thinks that's a great idea. By the way, this defense cuts is one of the big differences between me. And look, I'm not here to beat up on anybody personally, but there are differences. We talk about it. Some people talk to me and say, well, why vote for you and not Ted Cruz? Well, Ted Cruz voted for a budget that cut it even more. I'm not cutting defense spending when I'm president. It's the most important thing the federal government does. When I'm president, we're rebuilding the U.S. military. And this is not a position that I suddenly discovered 24 hours ago because I realized, oh, I'm in South Carolina. There's a lot of veterans and military people here. Let me be for growing the military after I voted against it 3 times. This is a position I've had from my first day in Washington 5 years ago. Why? Because this is why we have a federal government. We don't need a Department of Education. But why, we need a military. This is why we have a federal government. And here's the other lesson of history. Every time we've gutted our military, we've had to come back and make up for it. And it costs more money to make up for it. And why is it so important now? Because the world is not getting safer. The world is getting crazier. Okay, you have a lunatic in North Korea, a lunatic, with nuclear weapons and long-range missiles that can probably already reach the United States. Inventions, they hack into our computers. They have the capability now to blow up our satellites. They're massively expanding their military. Vladimir Putin, you see what he's doing in Europe and in the Middle East now. Iran is going to get $100 billion of sanctions relief. What are they going to spend that money on? Not on orphanages. They're going to spend it on their military, primarily and eventually building a nuclear capability of their own. And then we've got the growth of radical Islamic jihad. Radical Islamic jihad. And it is spreading all over the world. And we have to confront that too. So we have these 5 major threats, and we're gutting our military. This makes no sense. We're rebuilding our military. By the way, on the subject of radical Islamic jihadists, there's no accommodation with these people. I don't like war. None of you here are cheering for war. We want to avoid war. If it was up to America, there'd never be a war. We don't want war. The reason why sometimes you have to go to war is in defense of peace. ISIS is an enemy of peace. And there's no diplomatic solution to ISIS. There's no diplomatic solution. ISIS doesn't have an ambassador to the United States. Okay? And ISIS isn't interested in a diplomatic solution. They are an apocalyptic, radical Sunni movement. They believe that their job is to trigger an apocalypse. An Armageddon fight against the West, and that's going to bring out the 12th Imam, the Mahdi, they call it. That's their messianic figure. I'm not telling you this is what's going to happen. I'm telling you this is what they believe. People that believe that kind of stuff don't just go away. They don't open up a chain of car washes or Burger Kings. These people fight to the death, and they're willing to fight for 1,000 years. These people love death more than we love life. They have to be defeated militarily. And we don't have a real war on terror right now. You can ask our men and women in uniform, whose hands are tied, who are not allowed to carry, who are not allowed to win. We don't let them win. We put them in danger, but we don't let them win. That changes. When I am president of the United States, there's going to be a real war on terror, and we're going to win it. The best intelligence agencies in the world are going to find the terrorists. The most powerful military in the world is going to destroy them. Now, every now and then we'll capture one of these terrorists alive. Don't worry, they're not going to South Carolina. They're not coming here. They're going to Guantanamo. And let me say, as part of national security, we're going to take care of our veterans again in this country. We are going to take care of our veterans. This has been, what I'm about to do has been a pretty amazing experience in South Carolina. At most events, I'll ask, if you're a veteran, please stand up. But everybody's standing back there. So if you're a veteran, will you raise your hand, please, so we can thank you for your service? Thank you. I love doing that in South Carolina because most people raise their hand in the crowd. That's pretty, or a lot of people. So maybe we're going to do the reverse. If you're not a veteran, will you raise your hand so we can thank the people who don't have their hands up? There's actually someone here who's a veteran. My brother is a former Green Beret, 7 Special Forces, 68 through 71. He's sitting right here in the front row. Wave to everybody so they can see. So I know what you're thinking. That's his brother? You sure that's not his dad? That's one of the great things about running for president. I can make fun of people and they can't do anything back, you see? Because I have the microphone. Yeah. Well, it's true. My parents were incredible. So he was born, my mom was 19. And then when I was born, my mom was 41. That's called optimism. Because I have a younger sister after that. Can you believe it? Talk about believing in the American dream. Holy smoke. And true story, my brother had gone to the Army, served 3 years, come back, and he drove my mom to the hospital because my dad was working. And so the nurses are like, well, you're the father, will you sign the birth certificate? I'm not the father, I'm the brother. She's like, oh, okay. So anyway, my parents are very optimistic people. And in Florida, we have a lot of veterans, too. I've asked Tim about this. Tim says about a quarter of his calls in his office are VA-related, about the same. I have 2 people in my office, 2 staffers that do nothing but veterans claims. That's how many we have. And it's sad. Yesterday, USA Today, top of the fold, headline, VA suicide hotline led many to voicemail. You imagine? You're in trouble. You served our country. It created some problems for you. You're thinking about taking your life. You call the VA hotline and you get a voicemail. You think anyone's going to be fired over that? They're not firing anybody. You think anyone's going to be held accountable? Not under Barack Obama. May get a bonus. Might get promoted. They're not fired. There's no accountability. We have to change that, and we will. But we will change that. Now, listen, I want to be clear about something. There are really good VA hospitals in this country. And I can tell you there are incredible people that work at the VA. Some of them are veterans. And they love this country and they love veterans. I'm not talking about them. We honor what they're doing. But there are some VAs that are not working well. Look, it's very simple. When I'm president, if you're happy with the VA hospital, you can keep going there. But if you're not, when I'm president, you will be able to take your VA benefits to any hospital or any doctor that you want to go to. You know what's also amazing about our veterans? How many of them don't stop public service when they come home. If you go to any fire station or police department in America, you're going to find a disproportionate number of veterans working there. My brother-in-law was a Marine, and now he's a firefighter. And one of the things that boils my blood is when I'm reading in the press every day, oh, the police are so bad, they're doing this, they're doing that. Let me tell you something. I thank God every day for our police officers and our firefighters, people that are willing to die before we do. And we want to thank them and their families. So, to wrap it all up, we have a lot of work to do, as you can see. These are just some of the issues we'll confront when I'm president. There'll be more. But we have to do it this year. 2016 will be a turning point. Most elections, and you've had a few spirited ones here in South Carolina over the years, most elections are a choice between a candidate, between 2 political parties. The fact is, there have been years in American politics where the difference between the Democratic and Republican Party has not been enormous. There's been some difference. You know, the Democrats like government a little bit more. We like it a little less. But by and large, no matter who wins, the country isn't going to collapse. That's not the case anymore. The Democratic Party's been taken over by radical left-wing elements. I mean, their leading contender, leading in some of the national polls, is an avowed democratic socialist. I promise you that if someone that far right, as he is far left, had taken over the Republican Party, every day you would be hearing stories, the Republican Party's become radicalized. The Democratic Party's been radicalized. The Democratic Party's been radicalized. The differences today are significant. They're enormous. And the consequences are extraordinary. Because what's at stake in 2016 is not simply who will be the next president for the next 4 years. What is at stake in 2016 is what kind of country is America going to be in the 21st century. Now, over the last 14 days, up until yesterday or the day before, I've been blessed that my children have been able to be on the road with me. They're coming back Friday. They had to go back to school, you know. But they were with me for 14 days traveling. They were at a lot of our events. My youngest, Dominic, I couldn't even get him off the stage. He wanted to be on the stage with me. It's like, I can see one day me out there campaigning for him or something. But, that was really good for me. Apart from being with your kids and your family, it was really good for me because every single morning when I woke up, and I looked over at that bed where they were sleeping, I saw what this election was truly about for me. And I know that's cliche to say, oh, the election's about our children. It really is. What we're deciding here is what is America going to look like when those kids graduate from high school or college? What kind of America will they inherit when they try to buy a home or start a business or a family? And what kind of America will they retire in and raise a family in? When I look around this audience, I see a lot of young people, a lot of young kids. I see babies. I love hearing the sound of babies at our events. I really do. Please, she's leaving with her baby. Don't leave. We want you to stay. We want you to stay. I really do. Because not only does it remind me of home a few years ago. My youngest is now 8, so... But it reminds me, even the sound of a baby reminds me, this is what this is about. And it reminds me of our place in history. See, we're a nation where for over 200 years, each generation has left the next better off. Each one. Think about that. You know this because you've lived it. I want you to think for a moment about what your parents did for you. I don't know the stories of virtually anyone in this room. Most of you I've never met personally. And yet, because you're Americans, I am comfortable saying this. Your parents gave up many things so you could be everything they weren't. I'm confident, not knowing anything about you personally, that in this room today, the vast majority of you benefited from sacrifices that your parents and grandparents made for you. I'm also confident in saying that in this room today, there are people that are doing it now for their kids. And whether you're doing it now or your parents did it for you, you don't have to go far in America to find someone who's doing that. I travel a lot, as you can imagine. And oftentimes I run into the maids at the hotels that are pushing those little carts with the towels and the soap on it. You know why they're doing that job? So their kids, they've told me this. I work this job so one day my kids can be anything. Maybe even you. And you know why they tell me that? Because that's the job my mother had in Las Vegas. She was a hotel maid. And the reason why I'm so comfortable saying this to you is because that's not just my story. That is our story. That is the story of this incredible country where for over 2 centuries, people who work hard and sacrifice aren't just able to live a better life. They're able to open doors for their kids that were closed for them. And that's the country I want my kids to grow up in and inherit. If we lose that, we stop being special. Because every country in the world has rich people. And we love having rich people in America. We're 5% of the world's population and we have 40% of the world's millionaires. That's incredible. You know what's more incredible? The majority of those millionaires didn't inherit the millions. The majority of those millionaires started out with a business that had one person, them. That's an amazing achievement. An amazing achievement. But every country in the world has rich people. You know what makes us people? You know what makes us special? The people that aren't rich. Because when you become a firefighter or a police officer, when you dedicate your life to the service of our country in uniform, when you become a teacher, a nurse, an airplane mechanic, a car technician, a welder, a plumber, an electrician, you know you're not going to become a billionaire doing that. That's not your goal in life. Your goal in life is to have a job you enjoy, that pays you a fair wage, that makes enough money so you can own a home, save for retirement, take your kids on vacation, enjoy your weekends, retire with dignity, and leave your kids better off than yourself. That has a name. It's called the American Dream. And if we lose the American dream, we stop being a special country. And we are on the path and on pace to lose the American dream. And why I am so passionate about this election is because for me, America is the country that changed the history of my family. When my parents came here in 1956, my mother, my father, and my brother, who was six, they had nothing. They barely spoke any English. They had no formal education. In fact, my dad stopped going to school when he was 9 because his mother died and he had to go work. He never went back to school. They didn't know anyone. They had no money. They struggled in America. One of the famous stories in our family that I heard when I was writing my book was that when they lived somewhere one time, my brother's bed was a recliner that he shared with 4 rats, or 3. Maybe it was 3 rats. I don't want to get fact-checked. 3 rats, 4 rats. They struggled in this country. It wasn't easy. Here's what's so amazing. Less than 10 years after my parents came here like that, they owned a home in a safe and stable neighborhood. Years later, they would retire with dignity and security. Not wealth, but dignity and security. And they lived to see all 4 of their kids better off than themselves. That's the America that changed the history of my family. And that means I have a debt to this country I'll never repay. America owes me nothing. But I have a debt to this country I'll never repay. And I seek to be the presidency of the United States because I want to do something to repay it. Because of how much it's meant for me, but also because of how much it's meant to the world. So I'm here to ask you for your vote. I know you have choices to make. There are other people in this race, and you might like them as well. And I appreciate that. I know this has not been an easy process. When this race started, there were, 16 candidates? 1 out of 6 Republicans running for president. There's a lot of people. And so I know you still have some choices to make here. And they're good people running. Our candidates are better than their candidates. None of our candidates is a socialist. None of our candidates is under FBI investigation. But I'm asking you to vote for me because I'm as conservative as anyone in this race. And I have a 15-year record to prove it. But I'm also the one that can unify this party. If we don't come together, we can't win. And of all the people left in this race, I am the one that can most quickly unify the party so we can take on the challenge of growing it. Not just the party, but the movement. We need more conservatives. We need to convert more people to conservatism because in their heart, they're already there. In their heart, they are already there. But they've been told for so long that they can't be conservatives because conservatives are not people like them. Conservatives are not people that live paycheck to paycheck, they say. Conservatives are not people that have student loans. Conservatives are not people that grew up without privilege. That's what they've been told for 25 years. And I know we can take our message to people and say, that's not true. Because I lived and have grew up the way you're living now. And I'm a conservative because it's better for me, it's better for you, and it's better for this country. We can unite this movement and we can grow it and we can win. And if we win this election, then we can turn this country around. And what I mean by turn this... You can clap for that. I needed some water anyway, so you can clap for that. We can turn this country around, and I'm going to tell you what's going to happen when our work is done. Here's what history will say of us after we do what needs to be done. It will say that we, this generation, lived in the early years of this new century in a troubling time. The world was changing, and the American dream seemed to be slipping away. And then we rose up to the challenge. And then we did what each generation before us did. We confronted our challenges. We solved our problems. And by the way, we embraced our opportunities too. And when our work is done, when our work was done, our children became the freest and the most prosperous Americans that ever lived. When our work was done, the American dream didn't just survive. It reached more people and changed more lives than ever before. When our work was done, the 21st century wasn't just as good as the 20th century. It was better. It became a new American century. This is what we can achieve together, but it starts on Saturday, and that's why I need your vote. Elect me president, and we will be the authors of the greatest chapter in the amazing story of America. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
That's a wrap on that Marco Rubio event. I want to take you live now to Bluffton, South Carolina. Looks like a John Kasich event just wrapped up here. This is the same city where Donald Trump held a rally earlier this morning. Kasich just wrapped up. We did roll on it though, so we'll be able to provide that to you shortly. We'll be able to show that to you. All right, guys, this is a press conference from earlier held by the City of New York, NYPD, and other officials.
And UASI is the best of those programs. The Urban Area Securities Initiative helps. And initially, there was some criticism that the funds were spread over too many places, that they didn't go to the #1 target, New York. We changed that. I worked with Secretary Napolitano, and we changed the formula. She was the former HHS secretary. We changed the formula so it's focused on where the terror threat is, and New York does extraordinarily well in these UASI funding every year, as you'll hear. So I was shocked, disappointed, chagrined to see that this year's budget cut those funds by close to half, from $600 million to $360 million. I called up various people in the administration. I said, what's going on here? At the very time when our security concerns have increased because of ISIS and lone wolves, we're cutting the funds, and not cutting them 5% or 10%, but close to 50%. It makes no sense. And to be honest with you, I could not get a good explanation. Now, I want to say the President and his administration overall have been very good in the war on terror. They've done things that the previous administration hasn't done, in terms of drones and in terms of intelligence and in terms of all kinds of other things. They've been very good, but not here. Not here. This is a huge mistake, and I am here to pledge to the mayor, and even more importantly to our men and women who are in the police, fire, and other departments, and to the citizens of New York, these cuts will not stand. I will do everything I can in my power and work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, to restore these cuts. It couldn't occur at a worse time, and I think my colleagues in the House and Senate will understand that, and I think we will push very, very hard. I know we will push very, very hard to get these cuts reversed. The safety of our city and our country is too important to leave any stone unturned. This is a big stone. We're going to turn it back over to its rightful place and get these funds restored.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. And over these last 2 years, Commissioner Bratton has prepared this city as never before and strengthened our counterterror apparatus. Again, he understands how we need stronger efforts to fight terror, and we need the resources to do it. Commissioner Bill Bratton.
Thank you. It seems to me that it's indefensible for the federal government at this time to be proposing not only cuts, but extraordinary cuts in monies allocated for Homeland Security, hometown security. Several weeks ago, I appeared before the Senate Homeland Security Oversight Committee to testify about the continued need to deal with the growing threat. As recently as last week, the intelligence leadership of this country, Mr. Clapper, Director Brennan, the FBI Director, Mr. Comey, who's here in New York today to also, again, talk about the concerns about terrorism, testified before Congress about the growing threat, not the declining threat, but the growing threat. On CBS 60 Minutes Sunday night, the Director of the CIA, Mr. Brennan, talked about the growing threat. The growing threat, the response, we're going to cut the money that is used to defend against this by almost 50%. What does it mean to New York? Based on the preliminary information that we've received, the UASI funds, which amount to about $180 million for this city, will be cut to about $90 million. So that's an approximate $90 million cut to the fire department, police department, Office of Emergency Management. What does that $90 million fund? We have an extraordinary foundation that's been built up over the last 14 years in this city. You know it, you report on it. Joint Operations Center in back of the building. We have a lot of the equipment that we've acquired that's on display. But what we need going forward is the ability to maintain and grow it to meet the new threats. Our ability to do the exercises as recently as the subway exercise active shooter that Homeland Security funded in December, we would not be able to do that. We recently acquired 8 new Vaporwave dogs. We seek to expand that program. We would not be able to do that. so much of the training, so much of the overtime that pays for so much of the security, we would not be able to do that. We have, over these last 14 years, similar to what London has done, we have created a domain awareness system. Almost 9,000 cameras, thousands of license plate scanners, thousands of radiation detection devices. We're going to need funds to expand that, to maintain that, to ensure we protect the city. A $90 million cut is unconscionable. And I'm just speaking about New York City. Because this city, we put a lot of our own resources. This is a shared responsibility. Mayor recently last year authorized 1,300 additional police officers. More than half of those officers are going directly into counterterrorism capabilities to do our share in meeting the threat against this city. But smaller cities and towns don't have some of the resources that we have built up over time. So the impact on us is huge, but it's also profound around the rest of the country. So I want to applaud the Senator's leadership over the weekend. He brought the country's attention to this issue, certainly brought it to our attention, and as a result of several phone calls were made yesterday, we're all here today. The mayor has clearly shown his support in this area by allocating scarce city resources to this effort, but we cannot let these cuts stand. It's that simple.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. You know, we saw an attack on our shores in 9/11. No agency gave more that day than the FDNY, and we depend on them profoundly to help us prevent terror and deal with the effects of any incident. Commissioner of the FDNY, Dan Nigro.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Senator Schumer, for standing here with Commissioner Bratton, Commissioner Esposito, and I to call on to Washington to reverse these proposed cuts. All of the reasons have already been eloquently stated. What I can add is very personal. 15 years ago, just a few minutes away from where we are right now, more than 400 first responders died defending our country. I responded that morning. Commissioner Esposito responded that morning. We survived. A few days later, standing beside Senator Schumer, I was sworn in as Chief of Department. And I might add that Senator Schumer has stood beside us every day since, and his support is much appreciated. Since then, we have, with the help of these funds, worked diligently to prevent attacks and prepare ourselves for any and all eventualities. The loss of this funding would be quite crippling to all first responders, to all New Yorkers, and to all Americans. It's not just important, it's an absolute necessity. The fireboats that protect New York, protect our area, our ability to respond to the Ebola crisis, the training and equipment that our department has, thanks to these funds. So I will add my voice to the voices here today to say I don't understand the proposed cuts at a time like this, and I thank the mayor, I thank Senator Schumer for supporting us.
Thank you, Commissioner. Finally, as you heard, another veteran of that tragic day and someone who served our city so well for so long, our Commissioner for the Office of Emergency Management, Joe Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Senator Schumer, for working to bring this much-needed Homeland Security funding back to the city here. More than half, actually almost two-thirds of New York City Emergency Management's funding comes from these grants, the Urban Area Security Initiatives. We could almost close our doors. We'd have to almost close our doors if this was cut. We support so many of our initiatives. It funds our planning initiatives for man-made hazards such as terrorism, active shooter, and other incidents. We work with our agency partners, including state and federal partners, to ensure that these plans are coordinated. When something happens, you have to have a plans that are coordinated, and that's what we do with emergency management. It also helps us to conduct multi-agency training and exercises to test and improve our plans. We run tabletop exercises on a regular basis, many of which at the direction of the mayor, for a host of situations to ensure that the city's response is as comprehensive as possible. We do them at our Emergency Operations Center over in Cadman Plaza East, where our headquarters is located. Our public education and information programs, this is one of our main missions, to educate the public on how to best be prepared in case of an incident and how to keep them updated about the event. We do very much outreach to the public, and information is power. We really have to get information out there. Cutting the funding would reduce our capacity to coordinate multi-agency responses to complex and large-scale emergencies. That's response and recovery. Recovery is very, very important. Our Emergency Operations Center stays open until the situation has been completely mitigated, until the last piece of the plan has been functionalized and the event has been reduced. Lastly, we have the city's emergency supply stockpile. This is something that's new. It came about, for the most part, after 9/11. We have the capability to supply 70,000 people for 7 days with basic necessities such as food and water. And those supplies are redone as needed. So that's something that is totally funded by this grant, and if it was reduced, we wouldn't be able to have that capacity. So it's critical that we receive the proper level of funding to keep New York City safe and prepared, and I urge Washington to reconsider these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner. So the bottom line is we're going to fight these cuts. We won't stand for them. We're going to stand shoulder to shoulder with Senator Schumer to reverse these cuts so we can protect the people of New York City. With that, we want to take questions on this topic or anything terrorism related specifically. Yeah.
Well, look, I always would rather spend my energy doing good things rather than preventing bad things. But this is just how it is in Washington. Things are a little better now that we have a budget agreement, so there's more room in the budget, which makes it all the more confounding that this vital program was cut. But that's just how it is. That's the job I've been given to do, and I will do everything I can to protect my fellow citizens in New York. Yeah. Right. Well, you know, these were private conversations with some high-up people. The only explanation they used to give is that, well, they're not all spent. The funds that we allocated last year were not all spent. That's true, because when you buy a complicated piece of machinery or even set up a training program, some of that money is spent in year 2. Not all of it is spent in year 1. All of it is allocated and accounted for. And it's sort of a bureaucrat's trick, if you will, to say, well, here's where we can save some money. Let's allocate the money they've already been allocated for next year. That's not a good explanation. We beat that explanation back in the past, and in fact, until this year, they stopped using it. They did in 2010, as was mentioned. They did in 2011, and then we stopped them from using it. It came back this year, and I would say this, just from my perusings or calls and poking in the federal bureaucracy there. I think this somehow, some bureaucrat came up with this idea and it rose to a top level without it being stopped. Now it's our job to stop it. It's a mistake. As I said, I think this administration does a very good job on terrorism. I think they're very cognizant of the need and have given resources. But here they made a big mistake, and the mistake shouldn't stand.
Let me jump in for a second just to clarify. Hold on one second. Look at what the NYPD, FDNY, OEM have to do every day. And this gets to this point about how this money has been spent well year in and year out. Look at the events just in the last months. We had the papal visit at the same time as the UN General Assembly. We had more world leaders in this city at the same time than ever in our history before, and the Pope. And massive resources were expended to protect everyone involved. It went seamlessly. That was a national, in fact, an internationally important event, and it was our obligation to protect everyone involved. All those resources we received from the federal government over the years allowed us to build a framework to do that. The same with the Thanksgiving parade, the same with New Year's Eve and the ball drop in Times Square. These are events, the eyes of the world are on New York City, and the reputation of the United States of America is on the line. And when push comes to shove, it comes down to the NYPD and the other city agencies to protect everyone. So those resources we've received over the years have given us the capacity to do such extraordinarily complex initiatives, again on a global scale in effect, to do them the right way. That's why there's no room for cutting back, especially as terror threats are growing and becoming more complicated. Yeah.
Senator, two-part question. First of all, is there some sort of
Yes.
not be able to be restored? And my second question is, other cities that have had this funding, have they gotten a cut that is as severe as New York City? And I guess if so, do you know where the money
Okay. No, okay. Answer your first question. We have a Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. It's voted on by committee in May or June, so we have a little time, and then it goes to the Congress, the full Senate, the full House over the summer. The deadline is October 1st to get this restored before the next federal budget begins. Second, this cut will not just affect New York. It'll affect the whole country. As I mentioned earlier, I worked very hard to get them to change the formula so New York gets a high percentage of funds. I'm trying to get the number here, but just yesterday, the administration announced $178 million in UASI funding through the end of this fiscal year. We get a high percentage of it. We deserve it. We're the #1 target, and most of my colleagues agree with that it shouldn't, in the early days it looked like they took an airplane and just spread the dollars all over the country. But now it's focused. So everyone will be cut, but we'll feel it the most since we do the best in this program. Okay. One other thing I'd mention, the mayor mentioned all these other things. This UASI funding, which helped training and emergency exercises, proved very, very, very helpful in Sandy. That's right. Because our police and fire did an amazing job and were right on the scene. And some of the training they have to do to be on the scene for a terrorist incident and to be on the scene for a natural disaster is quite the same. So it helps us in a lot of ways, not terror-related, although the #1 reason for it is terror.
Amen. Marcia, hold on. You got a couple. Let's spread it around. Well, I'm certainly going to let the president know that we care deeply in New York and we need this money restored, and that the common sense thing to do here is to recognize that we're the #1 terror target and we need this support. And look, there's clearly time to get it fixed, as Senator Schumer said. But the senator made a very important point a moment ago. This used to be a pork barrel item in terms of the fact that money was spread all over the country according to different political priorities, different leaders. Well, you know what? People sobered up and realized that we have a serious terror threat directed at this nation, and we're the #1 target. And we have to prevent those terror attacks. So my message to the president is I agree with Senator Schumer. President Obama has done an outstanding job in fighting terrorism. But let's fix this problem right now and make sure New York City has the resources that we need to keep fending off these terror attacks. Yeah.
At some point, there's going to be an administration that doesn't have as many New Yorkers or people that actually live in New York that are sensitive to this kind of...
All right, guys, we're going to get back to this New York Police Department press conference in a bit. Let's go live now to this press conference that Ted Cruz has been holding. Apparently, he's been attacking Donald Trump and Marco Rubio.
Rubio and the other candidates.
Yesterday, the president singled out Donald Trump and essentially said, in not so many words, to be president of the United States, that a reality TV show is not the presidency. Do you agree with the president on that?
I think a great many South Carolinians are concerned that Donald Trump is not prepared to be commander-in-chief. That he doesn't have the basic knowledge, understanding, judgment, and temperament to keep this country safe. And as we've seen the rise of radical Islamic terrorism, that has become the most important determination the voters are making. I think when Donald Trump, at one of the prior debates, evidenced that he did not know what the nuclear triad was, that is a real problem for someone who wants to be commander-in-chief, to have no idea about the basic tools that defend ourselves from nuclear aggression. Likewise, I think Justice Scalia's passing this weekend elevated the stakes of this election. That the people of South Carolina are asking the very simple question, who do I trust to nominate principled constitutionalist Supreme Court justices? There's a reason that Donald Trump is attacking this ad. Because nobody looking at Donald Trump's record could believe for a moment that Donald would appoint principled conservative justices. And I'll tell you why I know that. Because if you look over the past decades, anytime a Republican nominates a judge with a proven conservative record on the bench, you have a nasty knockdown, drag-out bout. The Democrats care about the court. They will invest all of their energy on defeating a proven conservative. It's why, over and over again, Republican presidents have decided the court didn't matter to them that much, and so they go with a stealth candidate with no record, because they're not willing to invest the political capital to confirm a proven conservative. By the way, the Democrats are always willing to invest everything they have in confirming far left-wing justices. So if Donald ever became president, we know for a fact he would not invest any political capital in confirming a proven conservative justice. Why? Because for 4 decades he's been supporting left-wing Democrats, writing them checks, many of whose core mission was preventing conservatives from getting to the court. Nobody who cares about conservative justices could write those checks. And I would note the stakes. As that ad rightly says, we are one justice away, one liberal justice away from losing our fundamental rights. We're one justice away from losing our religious liberty. We are one justice away from the Second Amendment being written out of the Bill of Rights. And so for the people of South Carolina, a vote for Donald Trump is a vote to erase the Second Amendment from the Bill of Rights. Now, I would note Donald's response to this, just to go through the iteration. His response to this, no one will be surprised, is to scream liar, because that's his response to everything. Now, in this instance, I'm not basing this on a specific statement he's made, I, Donald Trump, will appoint liberals. He claims he will not. But rather, I am basing it on his lifelong record and reasonable inferences that anyone can draw from his lifelong record. And he says, well, gosh, I, Donald, support the Second Amendment. Well, he didn't support the Second Amendment when he supported Bill Clinton's assault weapons ban. But even if you take Donald at face value, that he had a transformation on the Second Amendment like he claims he's had on every other issue, even if you believe him on that, there is no reason whatsoever to think he would spend the political capital needed to appoint a conservative. Which means the only reasonable inference is Donald would go for the stealth candidates other Republican presidents have, and they have turned out to be disasters on the court over and over and over again.
You mentioned ethics, but your rivals here, in particular Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, have called yours into question, pointing to the reports that your campaign did push in the lead up to the Iowa caucuses concerning Ben Carson. I know you apologized to Dr. Carson, but how do you respond to Rubio and Trump, who say that is indicative, again, of how you're operating in South Carolina?
Well, look, that is the result of the fact that both of those campaigns, the only thing they can do is engage in insults and attacks. With regard to Iowa, a national cable news network reported on television that Carson was suspending campaigning.
But they say that you mischaracterized that report when you sent that out at the time.
But let's be clear. That's what they said on television. Their national anchors said it was highly significant and highly unusual. Now, their defense, the news network's defense, is they point to a tweet from an individual reporter that day, which was to the contrary. Well, no offense to the many good reporters here, but on election day, our campaign was not sitting with bated breath following every tweet coming from every reporter. We did have the television on in the campaign office. And that's what we were watching, was the TV news broadcast. And the TV news broadcast is what we saw. Nobody saw this tweet from the reporter that in the aftermath, the news network is relying on to say they corrected the record. What we saw is what they put on TV, and here's the important piece. What that network reported was true and accurate. In fact, Mr. Carson did not go on to South Carolina. He did not go on to New Hampshire. He went home to Florida. The first public event he did in either South Carolina or New Hampshire was the day before the New Hampshire event. So what they reported was true and accurate. And passing on a public news report that is true and accurate is not remotely unethical. And I would note it is particularly rich that the Rubio campaign is attacking us on this, given that there have been public reports that the Rubio campaign was doing the exact same thing. Now, you know what? It wasn't unethical of the Rubio campaign to pass on the public news reports any more than it was for staffers on my campaign. All of this is the product of candidates who don't want to talk about their own records. If you are a Republican candidate and you have a liberal record, if your record does not match the platform you are running on for president, then the last thing you want to talk about is your own record. So what you do instead is you try to change the topic. You try to engage in insults and attacks. You try to go to the mud. You try to make it personal, because actually talking about the record is precisely what you don't want to do. For example, one of Mr. Rubio's supporters was asked on a TV news program, name anything Marco has accomplished. He couldn't do so. Now, part of the reason he couldn't do so is the campaign didn't want to answer truthfully. The biggest accomplishment Marco Rubio has had in his time in the Senate is passing the Rubio-Schumer amnesty bill through the U.S. Senate. It's not even close. Dwarfs everything else he's done. I would note, in many ways, the biggest accomplishment I've had in the Senate is defeating the Rubio-Schumer amnesty bill in the House and preventing it from passing into law. Now, I understand why Mr. Rubio's surrogates don't want to talk about that, because his record of joining with Barack Obama and pushing for amnesty is inconsistent with what they're saying on the record and on the campaign. But campaigns ought to be about issues and substance and record. And that's what our campaign has been about, and it's what it will continue to be about.
Street of Boston is rumored to be on the list of potential appointees. You called him a friend. You clerked with him. Would you vote to confirm him if President Obama?
I would not. I have been very clear that the Senate should not confirm any nominee in a lame duck session. It's been 80 years since the Senate has confirmed a Supreme Court nominee who was nominated during an election year. And particularly when the court hangs in the balance, it makes no sense whatsoever to give Barack Obama the power to jam through a judge in the final election year. We need to make...
Even a judge that you voted for and was unanimously confirmed?
Voting for a candidate for the D.C. Circuit is very different from confirming someone to the U.S. Supreme Court. And I believe we should make 2016 a referendum on the U.S. Supreme Court. If the Democrats want to jam in a liberal judicial activist to undermine the First Amendment, to undermine the Second Amendment, to take away our religious liberty, we should make that an issue for the American people. In just a few months, the American people are going to get to vote. And I'll tell you, Katie, I cannot wait to stand on that debate stage with Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders and make the case that their vision of the Supreme Court, their vision of the Constitution, is fundamentally inconsistent with the vision of the American people.
Senator, a lame duck session doesn't start 11 months before the new president takes office. I mean, a lame duck is...
Those are the president's talking points. But it is in fact the case that when the Democrats were there, Chuck Schumer said they shouldn't confirm Supreme Court justices for 18 months. Now, I understand their standard. No, that's only Republican.
What's your standard? What would your cutoff be? I mean,
we should not confirm a justice nominated during an election year. Would you particularly with a lawless president who has undermined the Constitution at every stage. And we have an election. Let the people decide. That ought to be something folks in the press would stand for, is letting the people decide.
In 2012 who the president would be until 2016?
But the people also decided in 2014 they wanted a Republican Senate, in large part because of the lawlessness of President Obama. And elections have consequences. We have a Republican Senate, and any Republican Senate would be foolish to confirm a left-wing Democratic nominee in an election year, which has not happened, for a nomination made in an election year in 80 years, and now is no time to start.
Isn't
it because justices don't retire during election years, though?
All right, that's a wrap on that Ted Cruz press conference. I know we missed the early part of it, so I believe Mike Page will be playing that for you in full a little bit later on today. In the meantime, let's get back to that NYPD press conference.
Just editorialize that in the next 8 years, I think we're going to have an administration with a New Yorker leading it in Washington. So I don't think we'll have that problem in the short term, but let's face it, we are going to be the #1 target for as long as there is an international terrorist movement. And we're going to have to be vigilant. I say all the time to people, this is something that we're going to live with for a long, long time, and we're going to need federal support. By the way, the federal government depends on the NYPD and the FDNY and OEM. They say it. You talk to federal leaders, they say that the only way they can stop terrorism at the local level is with strong local forces that can handle the job, and the job is toughest in New York City. What's projected is a $90 million cut. Just let me answer this core point, because I was actually in the middle of these discussions with Secretary Johnson. Every single dollar is being used. As Senator Schumer said, some things that we spend anti-terror dollars on take a while to actually arrive, like some of the high-quality equipment that we need, some of the vehicles, et cetera. They don't show up overnight. So the money gets spread out to pay for them when they're actually ready. But every single dollar is being used to very high effect. And anyone who says otherwise doesn't understand the reality of what's happening here in this city. Every single federal dollar is being used to fight terror.
Let me just say, they have not found, no one has been able to point to dollars being misspent. The only problem, which is a false problem, is some of these expenditures, you allocate them in year 1, but it takes years 2 and 3 to spend them out. And they say, oh, well, that means you didn't spend it all in year 1, we're taking it back. That's bunk.
In effect.
No, well, it's in a sense money that we just got $187 million. What they would do next year if they did this same thing again, they say, well, you spent 120, we're taking 60 back and using it for next year. And we get cut.
And this, hold on one more second, let me just get this point across. I want to go back to the point I made about these major international events. The Pope in New York City at the same time, I think, Commissioner, was 170 world leaders or some extraordinary number. That falls to NYPD to do all of that. There's not a federal police force on the ground. It's the NYPD doing that work, obviously working closely with FBI, Secret Service, et cetera, but the core of that effort is here. Massive amounts of overtime get expended. A lot of equipment is necessary. The equipment we need has to be improved all the time. We're dealing with greater threats, more complicated threats, more insistent threats than ever. So you can't stand pat. You can't say, well, we got some equipment, now let's go home, we're all ready. No, we have to constantly improve our capacity, which is why, under Commissioner Bratton's leadership, we started the Critical Response Command, which is the first time we've ever had a full-time, highly trained, highly equipped anti-terror force, something that the entire world will envy as it becomes fully operational. But that's necessary. So the point is we have to keep upping our game all the time, and that's why we always need additional resources.
Republicans call it the Control Congress. I was just curious if any Republican members from New York came and got have been invited today to take part in
Oh, that.
And secondly, the word unconscionable has been used, and I wonder if Secretary Johnson, in the chair he sits in, shares any of this claim, and does he have your confidence, Senator, given what has happened?
Yes, okay. Let me say two things. First, Peter King has always been a great ally, and he and I have worked to restore this funding when it's been cut before. He'll be there again. He's already spoken out against these cuts. And so I think this will be bipartisan. In the past, it has been bipartisan, and it will continue to be. I have enormous respect for Secretary Johnson. He fights very hard within the federal agencies to get every dollar he can. I would not blame him, no. Absolutely not.
I can ask you about another question that's terror-related with this decision from the magistrate ordering Apple to help the FBI essentially break into Saeed Farouk's phone. I know you released a statement this morning. If you could reiterate some of the things you said in your statement, and also you're asking Congress as well to step in and do some things. And Senator Schumer, if you could follow up as well and lend your comments.
The issue of encryption, the concerns that law enforcement has of being locked out even with court orders that would allow us, under our system of government, to get access to devices, is of great concern. Director Comey has spoken out on it, Cy Vance, our district attorney, myself, Major City Chiefs. So the case that's been so much in the news, the magistrate's decision ordering that Apple work with the FBI to get access to that particular phone from San Bernardino. The later models of those phones, if I understand it, the i7 or whatever the latest version, have been custom designed so that you cannot get access to them, or so they claim, Apple. Earlier versions, my understanding is that there is an ability to get into those devices. And so the issue on this instance is, my understanding is that the phone may be an earlier model that would allow access if Apple works with the federal government, with the FBI in particular. So it might work for this particular instance in terms of that particular device. But as the senator knows also well, because he's been championing the issue also, going forward, we are increasingly blind for terrorism purposes and for general law enforcement purposes with the new devices and the continuing effort to make them even more secure against even court orders authorizing law enforcement to have access. So I'm very pleased that this magistrate in this particular case has created an instance in which we can once again bring it to light to the American public about how critically disadvantaged law enforcement is in dealing with terrorism or dealing with traditional crime because of the continuing effort on the part of the technology companies to arguably respect the right to privacy. But that right to privacy is not a total right in the sense that if it is being used for criminal purposes, that's where the courts come into play, and that's where this particular court has now come into play.
Hold on. Excuse me, he asked.
I'll just say, look, I think that what we need done here, first, there's an individual case, but you can't just litigate this on a case-by-case basis. It takes too long. It hampers law enforcement. We need a solution, and we need a solution that protects privacy rights, but at the same time gives law enforcement the tools they need. When we had landlines, we had a solution that everybody was happy with. New technology, the ability to hack, the ability to encrypt means that we need a new technological solution. And I have urged the head of the internet companies to sit down with Comey, Bratton, many of the others, and come up with a solution, and Congress will pass it. We need to get that done, and need to get that done quickly. We cannot litigate these things case by case.
Let me just add, hold on, let me add on this one. Look, these are private companies. They are profit-making companies. If they put their desire to make profits ahead of the safety and security of the American people, there's something wrong. And let's be very clear about this. We all respect constitutional rights. We all understand the sensitivities around privacy. But in the end, these companies, whether they mean to or not, are unfortunately making it easier for terrorists to do their devilish acts. And it must be stopped. The bottom line is they have to put a larger public interest ahead of their profit motive, and they have to work with law enforcement to resolve this issue. Who was over here? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what was the message? That
basically this decision
Threatens the security of their customers.
I think the terrorist threats and criminal threats threaten their customers much more, being quite frank with you. And this is the crux of the issue. We need to get this issue resolved. The profit motive under the guise of protecting the interests of their customers over the interests of government to protect the lives of those customers.
Time for one more, folks, please.
Exactly right. Who'd you got? Oh, Rich, go ahead.
Just wondered, Senator and Mr. Mayor, the argument you're going to make to restore the funding, is that a moral argument, a pragmatic argument, and what's the leverage that you have?
I'll start, I'll just say, it's absolutely a moral argument. Look, nothing would be more devastating to this country than a successful attack on its biggest city. And it would be wrong in every sense if we had not looked for every possible way to prevent that attack. So the senator is exactly right, and thank God he's leading the charge here. We can't reduce funding to stop terror at a point when the terror threat is greater than ever. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I would just say yes to all of them. It's every kind of threat. It's a moral issue. The government has a moral obligation to protect its citizens. It is an economic issue. We remember after 9/11, it wasn't just New York City or New York State that was affected economically. It helped push us into a recession. And it's a issue of comity. The federal government is the #1 agency in charge. New York City has a tremendous burden, and the taxpayers of New York City actually pay a disproportionate amount to prevent our city from terror, but that helps protect America from terror since we're the #1 target. So I don't know of any basis that you can argue against this, any. And the funds, as I said, go to where they're supposed to go. There may have been an argument 5 years ago, they didn't. That was straightened out when Secretary Napolitano, at my urging, changed the formula to focus on the high terror targets. I don't know of any good argument for cutting these funds, none.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
DCPI staff will be available to send you over to the JOC or down to the stairs.
All right, guys, that's a wrap on that press conference. Let's go live to a Hillary Clinton event. This is a Hillary Clinton event that has yet to start. We do know this event is a Get Out the Vote organizing event in Chicago, Illinois.
White. Oh, come on, let's give a big chant for Hillary Clinton, a big cheer, come on. Now listen, cheers are good and great, but the 29th of February is the first day that we can vote. We don't have to wait until the 15th of March. We can vote on the 29th. Let me just say the 29th of February. It's important that early voting starts so that you send a message in advance. And I challenge you, don't you wait, and don't let your family wait, don't let your friends wait. And the good thing about friends is when you have long-term friends. It's nice to meet new people, but there's nothing like having a long-term friend. And the Clinton family are long-term friends. And so let's get out and vote on the 29th. Let's start early. And the reason they put me up here with this background is they wanted me to sing because this is my choir. God bless you. Have a wonderful day.
DJ, give us a little music for just a moment and we'll be back. But she is on the way. Won't you give a great round of applause to one of the greatest commissioners that serve on the Cook County Board. She represents the Southland. Won't you receive Commissioner Deborah Sims?
Good afternoon, everybody. This is a great day. I see all the young people in the audience today. Let's give each one of you a round of applause. This is a great day. We're going to see the next president of this United States come in this room very shortly. Let's give it up. We all know if each and every one of you talks to somebody else in the next few weeks and tell them to do the right thing and to vote for former Secretary Hillary Clinton, we will be victorious, right? We know that we can do this. Young people, we know that we need you to get out and tell all of your friends that she's in town. Tweet, Twitter, Facebook, everybody, and let them know that the secretary deserves to be president of the United States because she will do the great job that we know that she can do. And if we do that, this country will be a better place. Thank you.
tracks of lost emotion. It's going to subside. She stole my heart, but it's just a misdemeanor. You got to get over it. What you gonna do when I think I'm in love and I catch my girl doing me wrong? It's just enough to set it back in his life. Like when you get your first ticket for illegal parking. But don't you know it's no big deal? She's not for real. Find a new appeal. She's so my heart, but it's just a misdemeanor. You got to get over it. Loved her from the start. Love trap, setbacks, all can come. Pick up on the fake and stride. Love and devotion. Don't confide. In the tracks of lost emotion. It's gonna subside. She stole my heart, but it's just a misdemeanor. You got to get over it. Loved her from the start. What you gonna do when I can't let her go? And my friends all tell me when I'm playing the fool. Too bad. She makes me feel so out of place. Like when you're gonna realize that you're suffering over. But don't you know it's no big deal? Take it slow. She's not for real. Find a new appeal. She stole my heart, but it's just a misdemeanor. You got to get over it. Loved her from the start. You're what I need. It's just a misdemeanor. You got to get over it. Loved her from the start. You're what I need. It's just a misdemeanor. You got to get over it. You're what I need. You got to get over it. You got to get over it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Geneva Reed-Veal and Hillary Clinton.
Nobody
Hello, Chicago. Hello. Woo! I have been blessed to be able to introduce this fantastic lady right here to my right. Woo! Yeah! Hillary! Woo! Okay, so I'm going to do something a little non-traditional. I'm not going to speech it out to you guys. I created this just for her. Now is the time, and this is the place. Now we are ready. Hillary is the face. Why am I endorsing this woman to my right? Because she has for years continuously put up the fight. She seeks to make equal pay for equal work a priority. I don't know about you, but that sure works for me. Here's a woman who has shown time and time again that she has the skill, experience, and staying power more than 20 years in. Yes, there was Benghazi and the infamous email situation. But while both were stressful, she maintained her poise and dedication. Dedicated. This woman's dedicated to seeing mothers who single-handedly raise babies finally get compensated equal pay in this world that has gone crazy. Selfless in sitting down with a room full of mourning mothers who have violently lost their children, both sons and daughters. Now, this I know to be true. I'm one of those mothers who met with her and was able to make it through. She has a plan on gun laws that's like none other. Unapologetically, she speaks out about the NRA and issues of color. Her plan for immigration is to keep families together. She'll end family detentions and close private immigration shelters. She supports the bipartisan USA Freedom Act. President Obama signed it into law and she had it back. She has fought for quality, affordable health care her entire career. So she'll defend the Affordable Care Act and build on the successes of it here. She'll cut taxes for the middle class, raise the minimum wage, and ensure the wealthiest pay their fair share. She'll invest in infrastructure and education. This woman, she really cares. I've watched and followed her career, and I saw her take the hits. Yet she still manages to stand here decades later like it didn't bother her a bit. As Sandra Bland's mother, I know a little bit about frustration. You have to stand and push through it, even when you want a vacation. Like me, she misses the counsel of her late father, who told her to always carry a shovel. So at any given time, she could dig herself out of trouble. That's right. Like me, she lost her dad in 1993. His wisdom played a big part in the strength she shows you and me. I've shared with you just some of Hillary's views. Now it's up to you to do your research and vote when you're through. People, we are expecting a new president. In 9 months, Hillary is the new baby. So think about it like that, okay? So, hold on. From now until November, let's fiercely support this lady. I present to you Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton, our next president. Hillary, 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 Hillary. Wow. My goodness. Whoa. I've been introduced a lot, but that is one of the best ever. You know, I have the deepest respect, admiration for Geneva, her spirit, her commitment to take the terrible loss of her daughter, Sandra Bland, and turn that grief into action. She's here with her daughters, Siobhan, Sierra, Shante, and her wonderful husband, Mr. Ricky Veal. And so I know that every one of us wants to express again our appreciation to Geneva Reed Veal and her family, not just for being here, not just for her strong endorsement, which I deeply appreciate, but for who they are, for the kind of courage and spirit that they show to all of us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, there are other mothers of the movement here with us. Women who have lost their children. In one case, a daughter and a granddaughter, to gun violence, to the inexplicable, horrifying loss of those you love, to something so senseless. I just want to recognize them as well. Cleo Pendleton, mother of Hadia Pendleton. Annette Nance Holt, mother of Blair Holt. Pamela Bosley, mother of Terrell Bosley. Maria Pike Davis, mother of Ricky Pike. And Yolande Henry Corner, mother of Nova Henry. I had the privilege of spending time with a number of mothers who find themselves in the worst possible position any mother could ever be. Looking at pictures of their children, hearing the stories, and the resolve in their voices that they want to do everything they can to help prevent any other mother from going through what they've gone through. I think we owe it to them. We owe it to them to reform police practices, to make sure that no other young woman like Sandra Bland is ever pulled out of a car for no good reason and thrown into a jail where she is found dead. We owe it to the families of young men like Laquan McDonald, and the other names that we know all too well. Walter Scott, Freddie Gray, Tamir Rice, and so many others. And we also owe it to the mothers whose children went out to a playground, like Hadia Pendleton did, shortly after performing at President Obama's second inauguration. Can you imagine the honor and the excitement that young woman felt? And then just one night, some days later,
hanging out with her friends in a playground across from her school. A random bullet ends that promising young woman's life. You know, these stories cannot be just ones that provoke our emotions. They must move us to action. They must. They must motivate every one of us to take on these issues, reforming police practices, and making it as hard as possible for people to get guns who shouldn't have them in the first place. And that is the commitment I've made to these mothers. I know how hard it is. I'm not standing up here and in the company of your dedicated members of Congress like Bobby Rush and Danny Davis and Robin Kelly telling you anything you don't know. People talk about how powerful lobbies are in Washington, and they are. Big money, big oil, drug companies, insurance companies, but I don't think there is a more powerful lobby than the gun lobby. Because what it is able to do is intimidate people, intimidate elected officials, prevent common sense reforms like the ones I am proposing, like the ones President Obama is backing. All we want is common sense. We want comprehensive background checks that close the gun show loophole and the online loophole. We want to close what is called the Charleston loophole. And let me explain to you what that is. There is a 3-day business limit, the time you have to conduct a background check. At the end of 3 days, the person wanting to buy the gun can come back and buy it. Whether or not the background check is complete, whether or not the records from local and federal law enforcement have arrived on your computer. That's what the killer in Charleston did. He went and applied to buy that gun. At the end of 3 days, he came back. He was sold the gun, despite the fact that if there had been just one more day, the record of his felony conviction would have gotten there, and he would not have been able to buy that gun. But he did. And then he took that gun, and he went to Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina. And he walked in during Bible study, didn't he? And he was welcomed. Because the good, faithful people there, they knew their scripture. They knew to welcome the stranger, and they did. The stranger came in. He sat amongst them as they discussed their Bible lesson for that week. And then at the end, he took out that gun and killed 9 faithful people. This is common sense, my friends. It's also common sense to prevent people who have been put on what's called the no-fly list because there's credible evidence that they have some potential link to terrorism. That people on that no-fly list should not be able to buy a gun in America. Common sense. But every time Congress, the Democrats in Congress try to pass that common sense provision so that gun sellers can check the list that includes people on the no-fly list, gun lobby tells all the people they intimidate, don't you dare vote for that. Makes no sense. So we have work to do, and I'm going to work on this every single day as president. Every single day. I'm going to do everything I can. Because here's how I feel about it. As a mother and a grandmother, we have a lot of barriers to knock down that hold people back. We've got to build ladders of opportunity, especially for communities that have been left out and left behind. But nothing's more precious than a child's life. And while we're knocking down those barriers, we need to do everything we can to protect our children and all the other Americans who lose their lives every year, 33,000 of us every year, to gun violence. Now, yesterday in Harlem, I was able to speak to a large crowd of people I knew well because I'd represented them in the Senate for 8 years. Elected officials, community activists, professionals, business leaders, young activists and citizens, to outline what I intend to do to break down the barriers. It's important that we look at everything that holds people back, and yesterday, my core emphasis and commitment was to knocking down the barriers that hold back African Americans. There is something wrong, my friends, when African Americans are nearly 3 times as likely as whites to be denied a mortgage. When the median wealth of black families is just a tiny fraction of the median wealth of white families. And yes, when gun violence is the leading cause of death of young African American men, more than the following 9 causes all combined. Something is wrong. When black children in Flint, Michigan are poisoned with lead in their water because their governor wanted to save money. We need to face the reality of systemic racism. If we are going to be able to break down the barriers in our economy, our society, and our political system that disproportionately affect African Americans and build those ladders of opportunity in their place. We've got to break down the barriers of bigotry. We've got to make sure that young children here in Chicago have the same chance at a quality education as children in the suburbs of Chicago. We've got to make sure that transportation can take people to the jobs that are available so that they can actually get to work when they find a job opportunity. We've got to make sure that immigrant families don't live in fear. They can come out of the shadows. They're not vulnerable to deportation and mistreatment and exploitation by employers. We have to be sure that finally women are paid equal pay for the work we do. You know, there's a lot of things I have to say in this campaign that I stop and think to myself, it is 2016. And I'm still talking about making sure women get equal pay. There's something kind of out of sync about that. You know, there is actually evidence that proves women don't get paid equally. Now, the Republicans deny all of that. They don't believe that there's a problem. But we're going to work and fight until we finally get enforceable equal pay laws so that no woman, like the woman I met in New Hampshire, who'd worked in a store for 4 years as a cashier, She recommended her son for an opening during the summer. He was 17 years old, comes to work, doing exactly the same job as his mother. His first paycheck, he's really excited. He takes it home, he shows it to her, and her face falls. And he says, "Mom, what's wrong?" She says, "You are being paid more an hour than I am being paid right now after 4 years." And I asked the young man who told me this story, I said, "What did you do?" He said, "I didn't know what to do." He said, "But eventually I got up my nerve as, I was leaving to go back to school, and I said to the manager, I noticed that I got paid more than my mother. Can you explain that?" And with a totally straight face, the manager says, "Well, we like to attract young men because maybe they'll become managers. We can put them on a track to a position in the company." And to this young man's credit, his mother really raised him right, Geneva. He told me, he said to the manager, "Well, what about my mom? She's a good worker. She does everything she's asked to do." And the manager said, "Well, we like to recruit promising young men." This is the reality for so many working women. And we also need to raise the minimum wage because nobody working full-time should still be in poverty. And let's break down all the barriers of discrimination against the LGBT community because now you can get married on Saturday, but you can get fired on Monday. So we need to make sure we don't have any barriers of discrimination against anybody willing to work, anybody willing to do their job. We need more of that in America. We don't need to be erecting barriers. We need to be knocking them down. We've heard a lot in my campaign with my opponent, Senator Sanders, about Washington and Wall Street. And look, we both agree we need to get secret, unaccountable money out of politics. In fact, we need to get rid of Citizens United, that terrible decision the Supreme Court made. And we agree that Wall Street can never be allowed to wreck Main Street again. And no bank is too big to fail, and no executive is too powerful to jail. We agree on that as well. But I want you to know this. We need a president, yes, who's passionate about getting as much as possible money out of politics and reining in Wall Street, but we need a president who's passionate about creating jobs and raising incomes like I am for hardworking middle-class families again. We need more growth in our economy, more jobs, jobs that can't be exported, jobs in infrastructure, manufacturing, clean renewable energy. That will put millions of people to work, and we know how to do this, my friends. At the end of my husband's 2 terms in office, and he was in this ballroom about 9 years ago, our good friend, Elsie Higginbotham, is the one who really brought this back as a place in the community that people gather and have events like this. I want you to remember, and I want the young people to hear this, because, there's a lot of talk about, we got to tear down everything in order to build up. Well, I'll tell you what happened at the end of the Clinton administration. We had 23 million new jobs. And incomes went up for everybody, not just those at the top. For middle-class families, working families, we lifted more people out of poverty than any time in recent American history. And here's what I especially want African-American families to remember. The median family income went up 17%. The median African-American family income went up 33%. Because there were a lot of new jobs. People could actually get those jobs, do those jobs, provide for their families, get on that ladder of opportunity to a better future. That's what I want to see us do again. And I'm confident we can. But we got to believe we can. We have to decide we're going to work together. We have to decide that we're going to make progress every single day, step by step. I got to tell you, when I look at what's happening here in Illinois, the Republican agenda to roll back the clock on everything that made the middle class strong in the 20th century, it's pretty terrifying. They even want to make it harder to vote in a lot of states. They want to undercut workers' rights, undercut unions. You know, the American labor movement was essential to building the American middle class. A lot of what we achieved in the 20th century is now at risk. And add to that, we have the Supreme Court hanging in the balance. You know, Republicans say that they won't even consider a nominee that the president sends forth, no matter how qualified. Some have even said President Obama doesn't have the right to nominate anyone. As if, you know, he's not our real president. Now, a lot of them do live in an alternative reality. We recognize that. Well, not only is he our president, but under the Constitution, he has a responsibility to fill this Supreme Court vacancy. And I served in the United States Senate for 8 years, and the United States Senate has an obligation to act on that nomination. You know, you hear some of the Republicans say, oh, well, there's not enough time left. That is so ridiculous. The longest contested nomination I'm aware of in recent times was the 100 days it took to confirm Clarence Thomas. President Obama has more than 300 days left. The other argument is, well, it's an election year. And the president was great yesterday when he said, oh, there's nothing in the Constitution about how you can't nominate somebody in an election year. There's also precedent for it. President Reagan was in his last year. There was a vacancy. He nominated someone. That someone turned out to be Justice Kennedy. He was confirmed by the Senate. There's just not a leg for them to stand on. This is pure, naked hostility and opposition to the President of the United States.
Just a moment. To introduce our Florida Lottery winners, would you please join me in welcoming Tom Delacensory, Secretary of the Florida Lottery.
Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Florida Lottery Secretary Tom Delacensory. On Wednesday, January 13th, with the drawing held right here at the Florida Lottery, the multi-state Powerball game posted the largest jackpot in history, $1.58 billion. During that historic 10-week run, Florida alone generated over $283 million in Powerball sales. More importantly, the jackpot allowed the Florida Lottery to transfer over $114 million to the Educational Enhancement Trust Fund, underscoring our mission to help raise money for education in Florida. Winning tickets from that historic jackpot were identified in Tennessee, California, and Florida, splitting the jackpot 3 ways, with each share valued at $528.7 million. Today, I have the news you've all been waiting for. The Florida winners are here, and their winning ticket has been validated. The Florida winners are claiming in the name of the Nickel Trust. The trustees are David Kaltschmidt and Maureen Smith from Melbourne Beach. They have elected to receive their winnings in a one-time lump sum payment of $327,800,000 $800,000 before taxes. I know you're eager to meet our winners, so without further ado, please join me in welcoming David Kalschmidt and Maureen Smith. So at this time, if you'd like to ask questions.
David, go ahead and,
Can you tell us what you're going to do with the money?
No. Well, of course, we're going to take care of family, and we have a lot to think about. It's very stressful, it's new, and really don't know. We have to think about it.
Could you tell us about the day? What about the night when you guys discovered you won? Walk us through what happened when you saw those numbers and realized.
Okay. Well, first of all, I had picked the numbers. They are numbers that I play for years, but I very rarely play. And I played and I went to bed, and the next morning when Dave got up,
yeah, I went to go to work, and it was like 6 a.m., and, you know, we had just had a Saturday drawing before, and she had circled all the winners on that one. And when I woke up Wednesday, there was no circles on it. Oddly enough, I checked the ticket, and everything matched up. So I said, she's messing with me. She really is. So I woke. Well,
the winning ticket was one, and I had a quick pick on another ticket.
So it was
just the one.
$3 investment.
I played the power up.
Yeah.
What went through your mind when you put two and two together?
Well, first when he brought the ticket to me and said, you know, are you messing with me? What are you doing? And,
Yeah.
and I looked
How
at
did
the
you do
numbers,
this?
and I knew they were my numbers. And then I ran and I looked online to make sure they were correct and wrote them down. And we didn't believe it. We just kept watching TV and going online and rechecking and rechecking.
And then they announced
Yeah.
the Publix Melbourne Beach. We said, uh-oh, this is the real deal.
But it was a positive all.
It was a.
Everyone's been trying to locate you. News crews have been in Melbourne Beach. Everyone's been asking around, and not a peep. How did you stay under the radar for so long?
We just kept quiet.
Yeah,
We just
absolutely
acted
quiet.
normal.
Other than legal advice, no.
Just legal advice.
Yeah.
And Publix that's my second home, and everybody there is so friendly. It was very
Right.
hard not to tell them.
Right.
Could you tell us about the past month? What has this waiting period been like?
Lost a lot of sleep.
Yeah. Lost a lot of sleep. I lost over 10 pounds too. You know, it's a lot of pacing at night. Let me tell you, because
The worry of what's going to happen. 'Cause
Right.
we know that we're no longer in a quiet place.
Right. So.
Which I'm going to miss.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourselves, how long you've been together, what your day jobs were?
Yeah, I work for Northrop Grumman 34 years now, so I will be retiring. So I'm ready. I'm a manufacturing engineer for that whole time, so haven't done a lot of job hunting, let me tell you that. And they just won a big contract, so they're in a real good way. They can do without me.
I'm just a homemaker.
Right. Since
Since
1980.
1980.
Yeah, quite a while.
Are you married?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have children?
We'd rather not talk about
Yeah.
children or
Certain things we want
yeah,
to keep to ourselves.
at this time. Thank you.
Can you talk about your decision to do the lump sum versus the payments? I mean, what were the factors in that decision?
The main reason I made the decision was my age.
So, rather not, push it out too far.
Just go ahead and get it.
Yep, and then
You mentioned that you've been very stressed out. It's a lot of money. Are you a little worried that it may change you? Not necessarily.
not really. It's going to change my day-to-day life. Instead of designing airplanes, I'm going to be doing, charities and tax strategies and things, investments.
I'm
So,
afraid it's going to make me less friendly
Yeah.
because I'll be worried.
So,
Otherwise, no.
that's been a push to get the security up in the home and so forth, and the worry.
Going to work, like for you,
Oh,
knowing
that-
you had this secret. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, well, the first day I arrived late to work, they all suspected I won. So, so I had to say I didn't purchase a ticket. So I didn't lie.
Can you talk about those numbers? You say you've been playing them for years. Do they have any special significance for you, or just happen to be?
I've been playing them for so many years, I really don't remember, but
Yeah.
they're
Some
in
of
my
them-
head. I could never forget them.
Some of them we know, some of them we don't remember. But
Yeah.
it's literally been like 30 years playing those numbers.
But not regularly, you say.
Correct.
No.
Correct.
How do you explain it to someone? I mean, everybody in this room wishes they were in your spot.
It's
And everyone in this room we all sort of imagine what it must be like, to have those numbers. We've all had the fantasy
right.
of actually winning and what I would do and, the life I would live. What's it like to actually be there?
Well, like I said, it's scary and unknown, and you always do think about what you're going to do, but when it happened, it's like it all went out of my head, Just that I know I want to help special people in my life.
Were you looking forward to this today or dreading it?
Dreading it.
I'm looking to get it behind us, so we're out in the open now. We can talk and joke about it. So it's.
Has the feeling of like, oh my God, we won, that kind of pit of your stomach feeling gone away, or do you still have that?
No, it's still like
It's still
pinch
there.
me. We were on the plane here, and I couldn't believe. I said, "This is really real." It's just so overwhelming.
I was going to ask about that. You guys flew here?
Correct. And that's what we'll say about that.
You all knew. It was you two, obviously your counsel and immediate.
In the last week, we brought the family in.
Not
so.
even your own children or relatives knew?
Correct.
How hard was that to keep it?
That was hard. That was really hard, especially when everyone was saying, you're from Melbourne Beach. Did you win?
Right.
Do you know who won? And we were like, no.
And when I went to my friends for CPA, I needed a CPA. I file short form normally, so I had to start soliciting help, and that's a very weird conversation because it spirals into, did you win the Powerball? And it's not something you want to divulge right away.
Are you going to stay in Melbourne Beach?
For now, possibly, yeah.
You're going to go back to that public?
Are we going?
Eventually, yes,
Sure.
definitely.
Yeah, we love it down there.
Yeah.
If any of you have been there, it's
I hope-
paradise,
yeah.
really is.
Is
I
there
hope.
significance to nickel Trust?
Yes, but we'd rather not talk about it right now, though. Thank you.
How long have you lived in Melbourne Beach?
Since '91. So.
Would you say that the majority of the money you have is going to go to charities and maybe not self-indulging or
We haven't
family, or you haven't decided?
we haven't figured out all the division of it yet, but we know we need to.
We're not going to go party, no.
We're still going to live the same lives, basically. My truck's about to fall apart, so I do need a vehicle.
But he
So a
will
couple of
retire,
minor-
and that's what he
Yeah.
really wanted to do.
And
I hear an accent. Where are you originally from?
Long Island, New York.
And you moved to Melbourne in 91, you said?
correct.
This may be a question for the lottery I actually to participate into. Did they write you a big check today, or is it going to come in installments? How do they pay you?
That's really.
Yeah.
The devil's in the details. So we're going to be able to, it takes about 2 days before we can actually deposit that money, but we're going to try to work a little bit faster than that.
So you're going to give them all of the money?
In 2 days.
Wheelbarrow.
Check to the students and that sort of thing?
I'm sorry?
Can you cut a little bit to the students, the check to the students and the other money as well?
Well, we transfer on a monthly basis approximately $125 million to the Educational Enhancement Trust Fund. That money is then appropriated to the schools in a variety of ways by the legislature, working with the Department of Education.
Can I ask about
Yes, we did. Well, keep in mind, I was busy at work. Keep in mind, I was busy at work, but yeah, she was watching it real time. And it was mayhem, I guess, right? So that we wanted to wait. We don't want that. We have a little street, so it's, okay. We're done.
Don't mean to catch you off, but we will take one more question. David?
David and Maureen, I know you want to help other people, but what's the first splurge you want to make on yourself?
He wants to get a new car.
How about you?
I really don't know yet. I want to get a massage.
Yeah.
Could we get a spelling of your name so we have it spelled right? C-A-U-L.
We have all of that information in the takeaways that will be on the back table when the press event concludes. We will have a copy of the press release that will go out shortly, and also some follow-up facts about this Powerball drawing. Okay? And at this time, I'd like to go ahead and conclude the press conference. We really appreciate all of you being here. If you have any follow-up questions, there is information about how you can get those answers on the press release. So once again, thank you all for coming.
All right, everybody, we just met Florida's two big multimillionaires there. They are very happy, as you can imagine. All right, now going to another live event happening right now. Marco Rubio.
I grew up paycheck to paycheck. I've lived paycheck to paycheck. By the way, a few days ago, somebody, I think it was a journalist, maybe somebody in the crowd, defined paycheck to paycheck. And I said, well, paycheck to paycheck is when you get paid on Friday, but you write a check on Wednesday and you date it Saturday. Right? I'm not saying I ever did that, I'm just saying I did that. That's paycheck to paycheck. And I have people in my family that still live paycheck to paycheck. And here's the sad part. They're firefighters. They're nurses. They're teachers. They went to college. They do an important public service, but everything's gotten so expensive. And jobs don't pay enough anymore. And we have to take our message to people and say the only way out of this is to grow our economy, not to grow our government. We're going to take our message to young Americans. I see a few here today that, I'm guessing, but I'm telling you, today, young Americans, he's very young, not yet. You hope this doesn't happen to you. I hope what I'm about to say doesn't happen to you. You know what's happened in the last 10 years? Student loan debt has gone up 500%. 500%. 500%. Thousands of dollars you owe when you graduate from college. Oftentimes for a degree that doesn't even lead to a job. You know why I'll be able to take our message to people that have student loan debt? Because I had student loan debt. When I became a U.S. Senator in 2010, I still had over $100,000 in student loan debt. I've never met her, but I paid Sally Mae a lot of money. And the only way I was able to pay off that loan is I was able to write a book. It's called An American Son. It's now available on paperback. I just laugh because I always tell that joke. People always laugh. They like it. It's a good joke. And it happens to be true. It is available on paperback. I'm just saying. So the bottom line is I know about this issue. We're going to take our message to families raising children. The other night at the debate, they asked me, why do you have a per-child tax credit increase in your tax plan? I said, well, because if you're a business, and a business invests money in a piece of equipment, you get to write off the cost of that equipment from your taxes. By the way, I think you should be able to immediately write it off and get it all written off that 1 year to help with investment. But if you're parents and you're working and you invest money in your kids, the tax code doesn't treat it the same way. Raising children in the 21st century is expensive. So yes, I am proud of the fact that my tax plan increases the per-child tax credit for working families so that they can take the extra money. It's their money. It's not the government's money. It's their money. And they can use it to send their kids to a better school. And they can use it to save for college so their kids don't have to take out a student loan. And they can use it. And they can use it, in many cases, to buy their kids a new backpack or new shoes. Because if you're raising children in this economy, you know how many people out there, $50 a month, $25 a month is the difference between the new backpack and having to go another month with the old Spider-Man backpack with a hole in it. I've seen it. We're going to take our message and we're going to grow our movement and we will win. We will defeat them. And the Democrats know this. That's why they don't want to run against me. The Democrats attack me more than any other Republican in the race. At least 5 to 6 times for every one time they attack somebody else. Because they know if I'm our nominee, I will unite the party and I will grow our movement and we will win this election, and then we have a lot of work to do. The first thing we have to do is you need a president that will respect the Constitution again. Not one that undermines it, and I will. That means the judges and the justices that I will nominate are people that understand that the Constitution is to be applied as originally meant, not as a document that is supposed to be interpreted any way you feel. When I'm president, I will defend the Second Amendment because you have a right to protect yourself and your family. When I'm president, I will defend religious liberties because you have a right to live out the teachings of your faith in every aspect of your life. And when I'm president, I am going to bring the federal government back to its proper place. It has gotten too big and too involved in every aspect of our country. The federal government is supposed to be a limited government. Today it's involved in all kinds of things that really belong to cities and states and communities and families. Look at it, and it never keeps its word. Look what it's doing to this community now. The Mox facility, where it refuses to fully fund it and made a promise. People went out and spent money, and now they say we're not going to give you the rest of the money. When I'm president, we will fully fund and complete that facility once and for all. The second thing is you need a president that understands that we're all going to be better off if our economy grows. Economic growth is the fastest and best way to eradicate poverty. The fastest and best way to provide upward mobility. And who grows the economy? It's not the president. I always scratch my head when I hear Republican candidates for president say, when I was governor, we created 3 million jobs. I said, really? You hired 3 million people to work in government? Because unless you hired 3 million people to work in government, you didn't grow 3 million jobs. The private sector did. Okay? And how does the private sector create jobs? It's not a complicated equation. Someone who has access to money takes that money and risks it to open a business or to grow an existing business. You know what our job is in public service? To pursue policies that make America the best place in the world to start a business or grow an existing business and create the jobs that pay more than the ones that we have now. That's why I support tax reform, because we know that the lower the taxes are, the more jobs are created. The more money employers have to pay their employees. That's why I support regulatory reform, because I know the more reasonable our regulations are, the more attractive we become as a country to start a business or grow an existing one and create jobs for people. That's why I want to fully utilize our energy resources, because the cheaper it is to power a manufacturing plant in America, the more manufacturing jobs we're going to create, and the lower this cost of living will be for people. That's why I want to get rid of Obamacare. It's killing jobs. It's encouraging businesses not to hire people. And ultimately, our people are paying the price for that. Through less jobs, less pay, less hours, and ultimately less benefits. We are going to pursue policies that make America the single best place in the world to create the best paying jobs of the 21st century economy. That's what we're going to pursue. The President of the United States is also someone who, at a minimum, should stand up for the values that have made us a great nation. And I think it's important to remember what that comes from. I think it's actually a testament to this state. Now look, we are a nation of tremendous freedom. So you have a right to believe anything you want. No one here can force you to believe anything. You have a right to belong to any denomination or none at all. You have a right to believe in God or not believe in God. These are all the rights you have. We're a country of incredible freedom. There are people in this country that worship trees. You have a right to do all that. But we don't understand our own history. if you don't believe that our Judeo-Christian values have not influenced this country. You don't understand our history if you don't understand it. Why is this country the most generous nation on earth? Why do Americans contribute so much time and volunteer hours and money to charity? It is not because of the tax write-off. It is because in this country we have been influenced by Judeo-Christian values that say to us, you have an obligation to care for the less fortunate. You have an obligation, not just the government. There are countries around the world where people say, I'm not going to take care of poor people, that's why I pay taxes. In America, we pay taxes too. And then we volunteer on the weekends. We hand out food to people who are hungry. We build houses for the homeless. We care for the less fortunate. And you want to know an example of how faith influences some place? Look at what the state went through last year. Look at what this state went through last year. With multiple tragic incidences and then a 1,000-year flood. And why did this state react so differently from perhaps other places in the country? Because at the core of this state's communities was the church. At the core of the state was the church. You can't ignore that. Now, you can't force anyone to go to church. We're not talking about that. But you better hope that our faith community in America is vibrant. And there is no better example of what that meant to the country than with the families who lost their loved ones, and Mother Emanuel Church went on national television and said, we forgive the killer. I want you to understand, as someone that doesn't live in South Carolina, the impact this had on people. The impact it had on our country. That's our values at work. It has nothing to do with government. It's what we do in our community and in our lives. You just need to make sure you have a government that defends those values. I'm proud of our values. And when I'm president, let me tell you, I will never be ashamed to say this. All human life is worthy of the protection of our laws. All human life. These are important things for our next president to do, but the most important thing a president does is to be the commander-in-chief and to keep our country safe. It's the reason why we have a federal government. And one of the reasons why I believe Barack Obama is such a terrible president, terrible president, is because Barack Obama is a bad commander-in-chief. First of all, he's gutting the military. That's not an exaggeration. Here's the facts. Today, our Army will soon be the smallest it's been since World War II, the end of World War II. The Navy will soon be the smallest it's been in 100 years. And the Air Force will soon be the smallest it's been in our history. Our airplane, the average age of an airplane in the Air Force today is 27 years old. That means the pilots are younger than the planes. And the world's not safer. There's a lunatic in North Korea with nuclear weapons. The Chinese are taking over the South China Sea, the most important shipping lane in the world. Vladimir Putin is sowing instability in Europe and in the Middle East. Iran is going to get $100 billion of sanctions relief that they're not going to use to build orphanages. That money's going to be used to build up their military and one day to acquire a nuclear weapon. And radical jihadists, radical Islamic jihad is spreading with this crazy ISIS group that's become the most dangerous jihadist group in history. And in the face of all these threats, we're gutting our military. And what's really unacceptable is there are people running for president as Republicans that agree with this, that agree that that voted to cut defense spending. It's a big difference between me and some of the candidates in this race. I think that's reckless and it's irresponsible. And I want to be very clear with you. When I am president, we're not cutting military spending. We are going to rebuild the United States military. That's not just idle talk. That's not just idle talk. In my 5 years in the Senate, I have repeatedly not just voted against every effort to cut the military, I have worked hard to try to increase it. Number one, because defense spending is not the reason why we have a debt. Our debt is being driven by the fact that in less than 5 years, 83% of the entire federal budget, in less than 5 years, 83% of that budget will be made up of spending on Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, and the interest on the debt. That means the 17% that is left is all we'll have to spend on the military, on roads, on bridges, on everything else. If you want to deal with the debt, we have to save Social Security and Medicare. Now, I'm from Florida. You might not know this. There are a lot of people in Florida on Social Security and Medicare, okay? You know who's on Social Security and Medicare? My mother. So I'm going to say this today as a bright line, bright line. I am against any changes to Social Security and Medicare that are bad for my mother. And I have good news for you. We don't have to change it for her, or anyone like her, or anyone who's retired, or anyone who's about to retire in the next 10 years. If we deal with it now, nothing has to be disrupted for them. But your next president better be honest with you. There is no way Social Security and Medicare works the same for me as it did for my parents. I'll be 45 in May. I feel 46. I imagine by November I'll look 56. It's going to have to change or it won't exist. And what are the changes I'm talking about? Well, for example, right now under current law I'm supposed to retire at 67. I may have to retire at 68. You know what that means? If I was still in the Senate at 68, I'd be one of the youngest people there. If I were a Democrat running for president, I would be the youngest person there. So if I've made a lot of money, my Social Security check is not going to grow as fast as it grows for someone who made less money. My Medicare could very well be the option of taking my Medicare money and using it to buy a private plan that I like better. That's not new. We have that now. It's called Medicare Advantage. It works well for a lot of people, including my mom. These are not unreasonable changes to ask of me, 25 years away from retirement, in exchange for saving those programs for my generation and my children and leaving it undisturbed for the people who are on it now, who worked for all these years. Because my mom, when she worked all those years, every 2 weeks she got a paycheck. And on that paycheck, there was a little line that said, we took X amount of dollars out of your paycheck so that when you retire, you'll have Social Security and Medicare. We're not going to break that. But my generation has to do something about it so that we can leave it undisturbed for them and ensure it survives for us and not have a debt crisis so that we will have the money to do the things we need to do in this country, including rebuild our military. We have to have a real war on Islamic terror. We don't have a real war on Islamic terror right now. What does a real war on Islamic terror look like? It looks like this. The best intelligence agencies in the world find the terrorists. And then the best military in the world that we're going to rebuild and unleash, we're not going to keep tying their hands with these crazy rules of engagement. We are going to allow them to win. The best military in the world is going to destroy ISIS and any other terrorist group that threatens us. If we happen to capture any of those killers alive, we're not sending them to South Carolina, they're going to Guantanamo. Because I have news for the Cuban government, we're keeping Guantanamo. And by the way, as part of our national security, we need to do a better job of taking care of our veterans. We're not doing that now in this country. We're not. In fact, I love doing this in South Carolina because so many of the people in the audience respond. If you are a veteran, will you raise your hand so we can thank you for your service to our country? So there's a veteran here with me today. Where is he? Where's my brother? Oh, he's hiding because I've been embarrassing him all day. So that's my brother. He was a Green Beret in the 7th Special Forces from 1968 through 1971. So I know what you're thinking. You just looked at him, you said, I thought that was your dad. He's 21 years older than me. My parents, literally, he was born when my mom was 19, and then I was born when my mom was 41, or 40. And then she had my sister after that. My parents were very optimistic people. And the truth story is, when I was born, my brother had already gone to the army, he'd come back home, he drove her to the hospital. Because my dad was at work, you know, those were different times, right? They just called him up and said, hey, you had a son, you know. He was working on Miami Beach, and my mom went into labor, and my brother drove her, and they wanted him to sign the birth certificate. They thought he was the dad. And one of the great things about running for president is I get to embarrass my relatives, and they can't answer. So, this whole VA issue, I deal with it in Florida. We have a lot of veterans in Florida, too. About 20 to 25% of the calls to our offices in Florida are about VA issues. My brother's had a VA issue. He had some dental damage in the military because he jumped out of an airplane, landed wrong, and suffered some dental damage. So every few years he has to go and get dental work, and the VA always gives him a hard time. They're like, well, how do we know that this has anything to do with your military service? And he says, well, it's the only time I ever jumped out of a plane. So my point is, we see these calls, and what's happening is immoral. Did you see USA Today yesterday? If you didn't see it, let me tell you what the headline was. The headline was this, basically. I'm paraphrasing. The headline was, calls to VA suicide hotline went to voicemail. Think about that. The suicide hotline, people went to voicemail. You think anyone's going to be fired over that? You think anyone's going to be held accountable over that? No. They're likelier to get promoted. They may get a bonus. This is an outrage. It's an outrage. Now, I have a record of dealing with this issue already. In 2014, actually, I want to give credit where credit is due. I worked with Bernie Sanders to pass the VA accountability bill because he was the chairman of the Veterans Committee. Okay, and to his credit, he worked with me on it, and we passed that law that said you can fire senior executives at the VA that are not doing a good job. He wasn't in favor of it at the beginning. We were able to work through it, but that's not enough. Anyone who's not doing a good job at the VA should be able to get fired. Now, and I want to be fair, guys, there are some really good people at the VA. If you've been to the VA, you know there are some really good people working at the VA, a lot of good people. Many of them are veterans themselves. We're not picking on them. We thank them for what they do, but it isn't fair to them. That there are people working alongside them that are not doing a good job and no one can do anything about it. That will change. And here's what else is going to change when I'm president. When I'm president, if you're happy at the VA, you can keep going to the VA. And if you are not, when I'm president, you will be able to take your VA benefits to any hospital or any doctor that you want to go to. And you know what really impresses me about our veterans? How many of them, when they come home, don't stop serving. I encourage you, if you know, to talk to anybody in law enforcement. Go to a police department or interact with your firefighters. You're going to see a lot of them are veterans themselves. They keep serving this country. By the way, I'm sick and tired of all these newspaper articles and all this word out there, all these bad police officers, all these people aren't doing a good job. Let me tell you something. I thank God every day for our police officers and firefighters for what they do to for our country. We pray that we may never need them, but if tonight something goes wrong and you call 911, they're going to come to your house or wherever you are, and they are willing to die before you do. And so we thank them and their families. And by the way, they have a right to go home to their families every night as well. So as you can see, the next president has a lot of work to do. This was just a snippet. I know I probably left something out. There's so much work to be done. My point to you is, I don't just want to win because we want to win. I want to win because we want to act. Because we want to do something. And it's time to do something because we're running out of time. If you look at the 2-century history of this country, there's an amazing fact. In over 2 centuries of American history, each generation has left the next better off. Now it's our turn to decide whether we're going to do the same. If this election goes wrong, if we stay on the road we are on right now, I am sad to say that we are going to be the first generation that leaves their kids worse off than themselves. That has never happened in our history. You know why each generation left the next better off? It didn't happen automatically. It didn't just happen because it happened. It happened because for over 200 years, each generation has been willing to do whatever it takes. We've always faced great challenges. America's never had it easy. Think about how this nation was founded. They declared independence from the greatest power in the world. If you put your name on the Declaration of Independence, you signed a death warrant. The British Crown was going to take your property and your life. And then this country had a great civil war that almost ended the young country. Then it fought a great world war. The First World War was a bloody conflict. And then right after that, the Great Depression. And then a Second World War. Then a long Cold War. The 1960s were a difficult time for America. We were divided on the issues of the civil rights movement, divided over Vietnam. The 70s was not easy. In the 70s, we had a president that almost was impeached. We had long gas lines. In the 70s, we survived disco music. These were difficult times. That didn't go over well in New Hampshire. I did like disco. I don't know. So I had to clarify. Donna Summer's all right, whatever. The Bee Gees, okay. Casey and the Sunshine Band, because he's from Miami. Everyone else, when I'm president, there will be no disco music in America. We've always had it hard. We've always had it difficult. Each generation in our history did their part. Now the time has come for us to do our part. By the way, this idea that each generation has done their part is personal, for me and for you. I said this at the earlier event today. I don't know most of you in this crowd I've never met before. And if I have, you know, it was briefly. So I don't know a lot about the stories of people in this room today. And yet I know you're Americans, and so I know your story. Here's what I'm pretty confident I can say to you. Of all of you sitting here today, every single one of you is here today because of the sacrifices and the difficult decisions that the people who came before you in your life made for you. How many of you remember the difficult choices that your parents had to make? How many of you had the father that worked 2 jobs? How many of you had the mother that gave up everything so you could have a better life? Or maybe it was your grandparents that did it for your parents. Or maybe it's you that's doing it right now. I see them every day. I travel all over this country. I stay in hotels. I haven't been home in a month. Longer. That means every morning if I get up or leave late enough, I'll run into the maids with the little carts in the hallway with the towels stacked up and the little soap boxes. I oftentimes talk to them, and oftentimes they talk to me because they know, they've seen somewhere that was a job my mother once did. And in their eyes, you know what you see? You see what we all had in our lives at some point. Someone who's working really hard so that their kids will have the chance to do all the things they never could. This is our story. This is who we are. We are a nation of go-getters, of people who refuse to accept either the rules of the old world. We are the descendants of immigrants and the descendants of people who overcame the scourge of slavery and then segregation after that. We all come from someone who made our future the purpose of our lives. But here's the thing. Parents all over the world want that for their kids. What makes us special is that people can do here what they can't do anywhere else. You realize that in almost any other society in human history, you can only be whatever your parents were before you. If your dad was a bartender and your mom was a maid, you would probably be a bartender and a maid. And there's nothing wrong with being a bartender and a maid. But my parents wanted us to be anything we wanted. And there's only one place on earth where that would have been possible. For me, this is deeply personal, as it is for you. Because for me, America is not just the country I was born in. This is the nation that changed the history of my family. When my parents came here in 1956, my mother, my father, and my brother, who was, 6 years old, they had nothing. They didn't have any money. They had no education. My father stopped going to school when he was 9 because his mom died. He had to go work. He would work for the next 70 years and never went back to school. They didn't know anyone, had no money, no education, and it was hard. Life was difficult for them. It was not an instant success. But thank God they came to America because they worked hard and they persevered. And let me tell you, less than 10 years after they came here with nothing, they owned a home. And years later, they would retire with dignity, not wealth, but with dignity and security, thanks to Social Security, thanks to Medicare, and thanks to the little bit they were able to put aside, which wasn't much. But my parents, their greatest achievement was that they lived to see all 4 of their children have a life better than their own. In the last days of his life, my father wasn't in a condition to talk deeply anymore. But I'm comfortable in saying this. What gave them purpose in life was that they wanted their children to be able to do all the things they never could. And I know that even before that moment when we lost him, what helped my father believe and understand that he mattered, that his life had meaning and purpose was seeing what his kids were able to do. At that moment, he knew that all those days that he worked in the back of a banquet hall as a bartender mattered. At that moment, he knew that all those weekends and holidays, when I'm sure he didn't feel like working, but he did, it mattered. And my mother as well. This is why we're special. Every country in the world has rich people. We don't begrudge wealth in this country, we celebrate it. We have 5% of the world's population and 40% of the world's millionaires. What an incredible achievement. You know, the majority of those millionaires didn't inherit their money. They made it on their own by working hard. We celebrate it. But that's not what makes us special, because every country has rich people. What makes us special are the people that will never be rich. They're just working hard to be happy. When you become a nurse, a firefighter, a police officer, when you join the armed forces of the United States, you know you're not going to get rich being a welder, a plumber, a pipe fitter, or an electrician. You know you're never going to become a billionaire, and that's not your goal. Your goal is to own a home in a safe and stable neighborhood, to retire with dignity and security, and to give your kids the chance at a life better than your own. Your goal is to have a job that treats you fairly and that you enjoy and that pays you enough to enjoy your weekends and take a vacation. This has a name. It's called the American Dream. It changed my life. It changed this country. It changed your life. It changed the world. And it's slipping away. A recent poll found that over half of young Americans believe the American dream is dead. My friends, if we lose the American dream, we're not a special country anymore. That's what we fight to preserve. That's the stakes of this election. And that's why we have to act now. I know you have a lot of choices. But I'm asking you for your vote because not only will I win, I will do. We will not sit by idly and watch the American dream slip away. I cannot sit by idly and watch the American dream slip away, not after it changed the history of my family. We will do whatever it takes in this generation, if I'm president, to confront our challenges and embrace our opportunities. And if you elect me president, I am going to be president for all Americans. This is an important point. Because we're never going to be united in our consensus on ideas. We're going to debate everything. We're Americans. We're a free people. We have an opinion about everything. That's a good thing. But I'm never going to pit you against each other. Unlike our current president, I will never ask you to hate another group of Americans so that I can win an election. I intend to be the President of the United States of America, which means that I will work every day on behalf of the well-being of people that don't vote for me. I will work hard every day on behalf of the people that don't like me. All those people that say nasty things about me on Twitter, all those people that put ugly things about me on Facebook, all those people that will never vote for me, guess what? I'm going to cut their taxes too. Because if you want to be President of the United States, then you have to love the American people, even those Americans that don't love you back. And that's what I intend to do. If you elect me president, I will work hard every day, never to embarrass you. That doesn't mean you're going to agree on everything. Look, I'm a Florida Gator fan. That right there probably set me back with you, okay? What are you booing about? What are you guys talking about? Well, who's here today? Is it Clemson or USC? What are we... Come on. Go Dogs. Who said that? FSU. Someone even said Roll Tide. You say Roll Tide here? Are you kidding me? Whatever. Go Gators. I have a microphone. You're not going to agree with me on everything. But unless you see a video of me dancing, I'm never going to do anything to embarrass you. Because it's too serious now. It's always been serious, but it really matters now. And that's why I'm asking you for your vote. Because I'm telling you that despite all these challenges we face, if we do the things that need to be done, I want you to know what history's going to say about us. History's going to say that we, this generation of Americans that lived in the early years of this new century, lived in a rapidly changing world. And we faced great challenges like the Americans before us did. And like all the generations before us, we too did our part. We didn't leave our problems for our children. History will say we confronted them. We changed them. We confronted them and we fixed them. And because we did what needed to be done, I want you to know that when our work is done, the American dream is not just going to survive. It is going to reach more people. It is going to change more lives than ever before. When our work is done, our children are going to be the freest and the most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. This is the future that awaits us, because if we do what needs to be done, the 21st century is not going to be just as good as the 20th century. It's going to be better. It's going to be a new American century. This is what's before us, but we have to do it now. And that's why I'm asking you for your vote on Saturday, so that together, in this generation, we can be the authors of the greatest chapter in the amazing story of the United States of America. So thank you, and God bless all of you, and thanks for coming today.
All right, folks, we are transferring again from a Marco Rubio rally to now Jeb Bush.
Lies on our enemies that you, being the next president of the United States, will be where the country wants to be, and that you won't be shaken up by bullying, whether or not it comes from another country.
So I look, first of all, I don't feel like I'm shaken up by the bully. In fact, I'm the only guy going after the guy because he's hijacking the party that I believe is the path to prosperity for more and more people. I've been a Republican, or a conservative, better stated, my entire adult life. And I've applied conservative principles when I had a chance as a governor of a purple state. I left with a 67% approval rating, and I was the most conservative, reform-minded governor in the state's history, and we did a lot of things. I love our philosophy. I believe in limited government, personal responsibility, human freedom being the greatest concoction that will create prosperity for everybody. And it bothers me that someone comes to hijack that cause. Donald Trump's not a conservative, and he's not a steady hand for sure, and he's not a servant. It's all about him. And I'm the only guy going after him. I don't feel like that he's intimidating. He's a bully. I mean, just punch him back in the nose. The challenge, your first point's a good one, though, which is, we laid out, I could give you more details about how to repeal Obamacare and replace it with a market-driven health care system, or how you reform Medicare, how you preserve and protect Social Security. I've got a Western Lands initiative. That's no big deal here. I've got Scott Pruitt, the Attorney General from Oklahoma. He and I have worked on a proposal to basically shift power away from Washington. I'll be the 10th Amendment president. All of these policy-oriented things don't resonate because the press basically is at the mercy of Donald Trump. And the more outlandish things he says about my brother being, knowing about 9/11, you can't make this stuff up. This is Michael Moore talk. This is MoveOn.org talk. No regular liberal would ever say that. It's only these radical left people that are saying the stuff that Donald Trump is saying. So it generates all the news. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, people are suffering. People are believing, half of millennials believe that the American dream is dead. We have perpetual wrong track numbers across the board in this country today. People are deeply pessimistic. And so if there's any frustration, it is, how do we get back to the business of giving people hope again that their lot in life can improve? If we get back to the timeless principles that have worked over and over again. That's my mission, and Trump is an obstacle in that. But I will not take a step back for a guy that's like he is. Never. That is wrong. One more. Yeah. Coming right up, Service Nation.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you very much for your comments, particularly those about a servant's heart that really resonated with me. Up to 5 million young Americans are ready to step forward and serve their country for a year with programs like City Year and Teach for America if given the opportunity. But there are not enough opportunities today. More than 80% of young people are being turned away from those opportunities. So you have made very clear your position on investing in military service. I'm wondering if you would also commit to expanding civilian service so that more young people could step forward and serve their country for a year.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the idea. I've seen City Year firsthand. I've been in schools as a volunteer where City Year works. As governor, we use the AmeriCorps volunteers for. We actually created this army of young kids young adults that went into our schools to help third graders that were functionally illiterate. We've had the greatest gains in reading because we were all in across the board. Florida went from the very bottom to one of the national leaders, and we used every resource available, and it worked. So I know how it works. I don't think it should be mandatory, but I do think increasing opportunities for young people. One of the things that someone at a town hall meeting expressed to me that I think is a really interesting idea is if you have student loans, recourse debt, and you don't have income to pay it off, maybe you pay down the debt by volunteering, by serving, getting a stipend, but having the debt relieved. That kind of thing makes sense. It's definitely true that if young people begin to volunteer, begin to help others at an early age, it's contagious and it stays with you the rest of your life, which I think is important. One more and then I got to run. Yes, sir. We got a lot of questions. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You could have yielded yours.
Okay. Governor.
My darling.
Should I leave? No. Most of my wife's family lived in Florida while you were governor. And everything I've heard from them, everything I've heard about you, made you a lock vote for me several months ago when the campaign started. Nothing but good things about you. Throughout the campaign, though, and I have to agree with this gentleman back here, I think the campaign has been co-opted by the P.T. Barnum of our time. And I think he is getting you off your message, your good message, and all the items that you've shared with us today. And I think I would encourage you to emphasize those things more.
So this is what I do. This is called campaigning right now.
No, I mean, sir, on the more national level, to the extent that you can. I know when you get into those debates, it's a free-for-all sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
But I would encourage you to go not just on your record, but on your plan. And I just have one question for today, sir.
Yeah.
Wall Street, the financial sector.
Yep.
In my mind, they are what brought this country, their rape and pillage of the system is what brought this country almost to its knees several years ago. What would you do with respect to Wall Street?
Well, first, I would repeal Dodd-Frank and replace it with higher capital. Dodd-Frank has created so much confusion, complication, rules, costs, that small banks are going to go out of business, and you can see it happening. It was a trend that started prior to the financial disaster, and now it's accelerated. And the too big to fail banks are bigger because they're the only ones that have compliance officers and lobbyists and lawyers and, they have the scale to be able to deal with this. And the net result is that we have concentration of risk that is worse today than it was prior to the crash. So the answer, I don't think, is more regulation like that. I think the answer is more capital requirements for the bigger banks. That is the market-oriented approach to this. And I think that would work far better. Every chance I would have, I would try to shift power away from Washington and simplify things. The elegant solution is normally the simple one. Less friction, less confusion, less uncertainty is what we need to do. And that requires a little common sense and a belief that markets work better than this command and control approach from Washington, D.C. Did you have a question, sir? Here. I got it.
My simple question is one thing. I love your brother, George, Bush, because of what he did. Can you be the same kind of leader? Can you be like excuse me for saying in the vernacular term, be a symbol?
I got it. Is that a question? Will I be an SOB? I think he said. I will be tough. I will be resolute. I will be firm. I will be clear. I will be determined. That's what leaders are. I won't cut and run. That's what look, I'm following all this stuff like everybody else. And I can just tell you, there are some politicians, they're gifted at managing the weave, weaving through everything for their own ambitions. They're looking at the next step. They're moving to the next place. They're always trying to figure it out. That's not me. I run to the crisis to solve it. And you got to be firm, resolute, tough. But it's not strong to denigrate people. It's a sign of deep weakness and insecurity. It's not strong to disparage people. You can have fortitude and a backbone and do it in a way that isn't, insulting people. If we're going to determine strength by, craziness, then we're going to have the weakest person as commander-in-chief. The great leaders of our country have been ones that you can just take to the bank. You know what they're going to do. Their compass points north. They have integrity. They have a backbone. You know what they're going to do, and that creates the order that brings about security. That's what we need now. We've had a president that does not believe in America's leadership and presence in the world and will always kind of move around to avoid having to accept personal responsibility. And on our side, we have people that have that exact same potential. And I think we need to nominate someone and hopefully elect a president that is the exact opposite kind of leader. A real leader. A leader with the backbone. And that's my quest. That's my decision. I'm sticking with it. I'd love to have your support on Saturday. God bless you all. Thanks.
Train running down those tracks, you're way too close. There's a no trespass sign on the county line, and it reads your name. You better just pretend there's a barbed wire fence in a bed.
All right, guys, we are back with more news now. Here is some video of Ted Cruz and his press conference this morning where he called out Donald Trump and Marco Rubio.
And if you look at the 2006 election cycle, 2006 election cycle is when the Democrats took over Congress. Donald and his son together donated $77,200 to the Democrats versus only $24,250 to Republicans. Remember, Donald's excuse for this is he's a businessman. He's got to buy influence. Well, he was putting his money overwhelmingly on the Democratic side of the ledger. And indeed, a large share, in fact, I'll read from the Daily Caller, quote, a large share of Trump's donations to Democrats were given to congressional committees dedicated specifically to gaining majority control of Congress. Now, that's not buying access. That's not being a businessman and playing the game. That is helping fund the Democratic takeover of Congress. So, the people of South Carolina think it was a good thing that Harry Reid and Nancy Pelosi became Majority Leader and Speaker of the House. Then you can thank Donald Trump for helping fund the political effort to make that happen. I would note that if Donald had been unsuccessful in helping Democrats get majorities in both houses of Congress, we would never have Obamacare. Donald Trump is a direct cause of Obamacare passing. Because if either house had remained in Republican control, Obamacare never would have passed, and Donald helped fund the Democratic takeover of both houses of Congress. Nobody who cares about conservative judges would help fund turning the Senate over to the Democrats, putting Harry Reid in charge. And a fourth piece of evidence that would be very relevant in any defamation action that Mr. Trump might file is his comment not a year ago, not 5 years ago, not 10 years ago or 20 years ago, his comment 4 days ago on the debate stage where Mr. Trump said that Planned Parenthood, quote, does do wonderful things. Planned Parenthood is the nation's largest abortion provider. They are responsible for the deaths over the years of millions of unborn children. Being pro-life and supporting Planned Parenthood are fundamentally incompatible. Nobody who is in fact pro-life would utter the words, Planned Parenthood does do wonderful things. So I look forward to any lawsuit. And let me note, by the way, one of the things I look forward to most of all is deposing Donald Trump. For that particular endeavor, I may well not use outside counsel. I may take the deposition myself. And I will say this, whether in a deposition or a court of law, getting Donald Trump under oath, under penalty of perjury, answering these questions. Well, I'll point out it didn't work out very well for Bill Clinton. Donald Trump does not want to be under oath answering questions about his own record, because his position, quite simply, is that anyone who points to his record is somehow lying. This threatened lawsuit is the very definition of frivolous. Now, Donald has had a long career of using great wealth and power, trying to bully others, and threatening frivolous lawsuits has been one tool he's used. The bullying is not going to work here. I will note in addition that both Donald Trump and Marco Rubio have followed parallel strategies in this campaign, built on two elements. Number one, whenever anyone points to their actual record, the response of both Donald Trump and Marco Rubio is to yell the word liar. Whenever anyone does, as this ad does, plays the actual words of Donald Trump on national television, his response is to yell liar. Whenever anyone does, as I did at the debate this Saturday, point out that Donald still supports funding of Planned Parenthood, his response is to do what Donald did, to yell, to bellow from the stage, liar. And when Donald continued and said, when did I ever support that? I said, well, when we were having the fight over defunding Planned Parenthood, you said, Planned Parenthood does wonderful things, to which Donald responded by repeating on the stage in a Republican primary that he thinks Planned Parenthood does wonderful things. I would ask each of you in the media who's reported on many, many elections, have you ever once in a Republican presidential campaign seen a Republican candidate for president praising Planned Parenthood effusively on a national debate stage? Mind you, he had just called me a liar for saying that was his record. And Marco Rubio does the same thing. Marco Rubio is behaving like Donald Trump with a smile. At the debate, I made points about Marco's record on immigration. Number one, that Marco right now, currently, supports granting citizenship to the 12 million people here illegally. That is a fact. It is a fact he said just a couple of debates ago on the debate stage that he currently supports that, and he acknowledged this may not be the majority view in my party, but I, Marco Rubio, support it. And he said it on Meet the Press with Chuck Todd just a few weeks ago, where he went even further and said he would grant citizenship to illegal aliens with criminal convictions. The first point I made about immigration, that Marco currently supports granting citizenship to the people here illegally, is a fact. It is his own record. It is his own words. The second observation I made about it is that in Florida he supported granting in-state tuition to illegal immigrants. That likewise is a fact. There's no gray area. There's no interpretation. It is a legislative fact. And the third point I made is that Marco went on Univision in Spanish and said that on his first day in office he would not rescind President Obama's illegal executive amnesty. Now that too is a fact. Look, the Univision, you can go watch the video. He said this on national television. It is this bizarre notion that the words said on national television somehow don't exist. And Marco's response was exactly the same as Donald's. It was to yell, liar, liar, liar. And indeed, to respond with the quip, how would Ted know what I said on Univision? He doesn't even speak Spanish. Well, as the debate demonstrated, that was another false statement from Marco. Although I will readily admit my Spanish is not great. But that's also a debater's trick Marco was doing, because notice he didn't answer the substance of anything I said, because the facts were all true and accurate. And instead, both Marco and Donald, their strategy is simply to yell, liar, liar, liar. But I will say it has been even more unfortunate. Both Donald and Marco have gone a further step. In addition to yelling liar whenever anyone points to their actual record, makes true statements about their policy positions, the second strategy that both Donald and Marco have relied upon is utter fabrications. Yesterday, Donald Trump retweeted his own social media director, who claimed that Senator Tom Coburn had said that I was dishonest. Now, I understand this amplified the attack that Donald's making. He's been screaming liar, liar, liar every time anyone points to Donald's own record, so it was great for him to be able to point to someone else saying the same thing. There's just one minor detail. The quote was a complete fake. Indeed, within a few hours, Tom Coburn went on the record and said that the quote was a, quote, utter fabrication. In response to that, Donald deleted his tweet. His social media director deleted his tweet. But then, amazingly, a few hours later, Donald went on a national TV broadcast and repeated the fabrication. After he had deleted the tweet, after Tom Coburn had said it was an utter fabrication, Donald happily sat on national TV repeating things that are simply made up, that have no basis in truth, that are complete fabrications. That is a new level for presidential politics. And I would note, the Rubio campaign is doing the same thing. They are right now in the closing period of a campaign. Not focused on any positive policy agenda, not focused on any substantive differentiation between his record and my record, not focused on any accomplishments that Mr. Rubio has, but instead devoting all of their energy to number one, screaming liar, and number two, focusing on two fabrications. Number one, this fake Facebook post that was allegedly put up retracting Trey Gowdy's endorsement. Now, the Facebook post is a fake. We didn't design it. We had nothing to do with it. And yet, the Rubio campaign over and over and over again is claiming that we did, with zero evidence. Falsely attributing misconduct to us with no basis whatsoever other than it fits the narrative they would like to drive. And then secondly, the Rubio campaign is talking about these supposed push polls that have been going out. Now, I have no idea if there have been push polls or not, but what I know is our campaign has had nothing to do with it. We have said that multiple times. Now, what is a push poll? A push poll is a poll that is not conducted to measure public opinion, not conducted to determine, okay, where are the candidates, which messages are resonating, which ones are not. That's a typical poll that every campaign is doing. A push poll is something different. A push poll is something that goes out very, very widely and is designed just to push negative messages to reach lots of voters. It's a means of voter communication. And often push polls are pushing information that is nasty and often false. Now, I don't know whether there have been push polls or not in this campaign, but I know that our campaign had nothing to do with it. And yet Marco, his campaign sent out 500,000 robocalls with a major campaign surrogate of his accusing our campaign of being behind the push polls. Now, he was asked today what evidence he had for that. He had no evidence. Has no basis whatsoever. He simply, his campaign, look, it's unfortunate. His campaign has not gotten the traction he wanted. I recognize that the Rubio campaign is disappointed with a third-place finish in Iowa. They're disappointed with a fifth-place finish in New Hampshire. And the consultants who are running his campaign have apparently made the decision that their one hope of doing well is to make false attacks with no basis whatsoever. I will note the one person we know has done a push poll is Senator Marco Rubio. When you send 500,000 robocalls, you're not trying to measure public opinion. You're trying to drive a negative message. And what was the push poll the Rubio campaign was pushing? That the Cruz campaign was unethically driving these push polls. They have no basis for it. This is an entirely made-up fabrication, just like the Tom Coburn quote that Donald Trump used. And let's be clear. How do we know it's Marco Rubio? Well, because the robocall ends with, "This was paid for by Marco Rubio for president." That's actually how someone responsible points for evidence. How do I know they did those robocalls? Because it's from their campaign directly. Look, ethics matter. When you have Donald Trump and Marco Rubio repeatedly putting forth fabrications with no evidence, no basis whatsoever, just trying to throw mud and attack. I get that candidates want to tell the voters, listen, everyone's dirty, everyone's unethical. But that's not true. And their strategy of screaming liar whenever anyone points to their record and relying on fabrications is not indicative of candidates running honest campaigns. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Senator, I know you're defending yourself, obviously, and you're pointing to record, but for a while you told us that you would not get down in the mud. Do you feel that this is you stooping to their level in some way?
From the beginning of this campaign, we've taken the high road. Many of you all have been on the road with us now for nearly a year. You've seen attack after attack, personal attack after personal attack. And I don't respond in kind. And I'm not going to. I'm not insulting anybody here. I am responding with simple facts. Mr. Trump has sent me a legal cease and desist letter saying, stop telling the voters my record. Now, that is objectively legally frivolous. I will make that point. I will point to substance and policy and record. That should be the bread and butter of politics. But the insults and the falsehoods and the fabrications have no business in politics. It is incumbent on all of us to speak the truth. I can't change what the others do, but I can change and impact what I do, and we are going to continue to focus on substance and issues. My record and the record of Donald Trump and Marco Rubio and the other candidates.
Yesterday, the president singled out Donald Trump and essentially said, in not so many words, that he wasn't serious enough to be president of the United States, that a reality TV show is not the presidency. Do you agree with the president on that?
I think a great many South Carolinians are concerned that Donald Trump is not prepared to be commander-in-chief. That he doesn't have the basic knowledge, understanding, judgment, and temperament to keep this country safe. And as we've seen the rise of radical Islamic terrorism, that has become the most important determination the voters are making. I think when Donald Trump, at one of the prior debates, evidenced that he did not know what the nuclear triad was, that is a real problem for someone who wants to be commander-in-chief to have no idea about the basic tools that defend ourselves from nuclear aggression. Likewise, I think Justice Scalia's passing this weekend elevated the stakes of this election. That the people of South Carolina are asking the very simple question, who do I trust to nominate principled constitutionalist Supreme Court justices? There's a reason that Donald Trump is attacking this act. Because nobody looking at Donald Trump's record could believe for a moment that Donald would appoint principled conservative justices. And I'll tell you why I know that. Because if you look over the past decades, anytime a Republican nominates a judge with a proven conservative record on the bench, you have a nasty knockdown, drag-out battle. The Democrats care about the court. They will invest all of their energy on defeating a proven conservative. It's why, over and over again, Republican presidents have decided the court didn't matter to them that much, and so they go with a stealth candidate with no record, because they're not willing to invest the political capital to confirm a proven conservative. By the way, the Democrats are always willing to invest everything they have in confirming far left-wing justices. So if Donald ever became president, we know for a fact he would not invest any political capital in confirming a proven conservative justice. Why? Because for 4 decades he's been supporting left-wing Democrats, writing them checks, many of whose core mission was preventing conservatives from getting to the court. Nobody who cares about conservative justices could write those checks. And I would note the stakes. As that ad rightly says, we are one justice away, one liberal justice away from losing our fundamental rights. We're one justice away from losing our religious liberty. We are one justice away from the Second Amendment being written out of the Bill of Rights. And so for the people of South Carolina, a vote for Donald Trump is a vote to erase the Second Amendment from the Bill of Rights. Now, I would note Donald's response to this, just to go through the iteration. His response to this, no one will be surprised, is to scream liar, because that's his response to everything. Now, in this instance, I'm not basing this on a specific statement he's made, I, Donald Trump, will appoint liberals. He claims he will not. But rather, I am basing it on his lifelong record and reasonable inferences that anyone can draw from his lifelong record. And he says, well, gosh, I, Donald, support the Second Amendment. Well, he didn't support the Second Amendment when he supported Bill Clinton's assault weapons ban. But even if you take Donald at face value, that he had a transformation on the Second Amendment like he claims he's had on every other issue, even if you believe him on that, there is no reason whatsoever to think he would spend the political capital needed to appoint a conservative. Which means the only reasonable inference is Donald would go for the stealth candidates other Republican presidents have, and they have turned out to be disasters on the court over and over and over again.
Senator Apples, you mentioned ethics, but your rivals here, in particular Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, have called yours into question, pointing to the reports that your campaign did push in the lead up to the Iowa caucuses concerning Ben Carson. I know you apologized to Dr. Carson, but how do you respond to Rubio and Trump, who say that is indicative, again, of how you're operating in South Carolina?
Well, look, that is the result of the fact that both of those campaigns, the only thing they can do is engage in insults and attacks. With regard to Iowa, a national cable news network reported on television that Carson was suspending campaigning.
But they say that you mischaracterized that report when you sent that out at the time.
But let's be clear. That's what they said on television. Their national anchors said it was highly significant and highly unusual. Now, their defense, the news network's defense, is they point to a tweet from an individual reporter that day, which was to the contrary. Well, no offense to the many good reporters here, but on Election Day, our campaign was not sitting with bated breath following every tweet coming from every reporter. We did have the television on in the campaign office. And that's what we were watching, was the TV news broadcast. And the TV news broadcast is what we saw. Nobody saw this tweet from the reporter that in the aftermath, the news network is relying on to say they corrected the record. What we saw is what they put on TV, and here's the important piece. What that network reported was true and accurate. In fact, Mr. Carson did not go on to South Carolina. He did not go on to New Hampshire. He went home to Florida. The first public event he did in either South Carolina or New Hampshire was the day before the New Hampshire event. So what they reported was true and accurate. And passing on a public news report that is true and accurate is not remotely unethical. And I would note it is particularly rich that the Rubio campaign is attacking us on this, given that there have been public reports that the Rubio campaign was doing the exact same thing. Now, you know what? It wasn't unethical of the Rubio campaign to pass on the public news reports any more than it was for staffers on my campaign. All of this is the product of candidates who don't want to talk about their own records. If you are a Republican candidate and you have a liberal record, if your record does not match the platform you are running on for president, then the last thing you want to talk about is your own record. So what you do instead is you try to change the topic. You try to engage in insults and attacks. You try to go to the mud. You try to make it personal, because actually talking about the record is precisely what you don't want to do. For example, one of Mr. Rubio's supporters was asked on a TV news program, name anything Marco has accomplished. He couldn't do so. Now, part of the reason he couldn't do so is the campaign didn't want to answer truthfully. The biggest accomplishment Marco Rubio has had in his time in the Senate is passing the Rubio-Schumer amnesty bill through the U.S. Senate. It's not even close. Dwarfs everything else he's done. I would note, in many ways, the biggest accomplishment I've had in the Senate is defeating the Rubio-Schumer amnesty bill in the House and preventing it from passing into law. Now, I understand why Mr. Rubio's surrogates don't want to talk about that, because his record of joining with Barack Obama and pushing for amnesty is inconsistent with what they're saying on the record and on the campaign. But campaigns ought to be about issues and substance and record. And that's what our campaign has been about, and it's what it will continue to be about.
Commissioner Boston is rumored to be on the list of potential appointees. You called him a friend. You clerked with him. Would you vote to confirm him if President Obama?
I would not. I have been very clear that the Senate should not confirm any nominee in a lame duck session. It's been 80 years since the Senate has confirmed a Supreme Court nominee who was nominated during an election year. And particularly when the court hangs in the balance, it makes no sense whatsoever to give Barack Obama the power to jam through a judge in the final election year. We need to make...
Even a judge that you voted for and was unanimously confirmed?
Voting for a candidate for the D.C. Circuit is very different from confirming someone to the U.S. Supreme Court. And I believe we should make 2016 a referendum on the U.S. Supreme Court. If the Democrats want to jam in a liberal judicial activist to undermine the First Amendment, to undermine the Second Amendment, to take away our religious liberty, we should make that an issue for the American people. In just a few months, the American people are going to get to vote. And I'll tell you, Katie, I cannot wait to stand on that debate stage with Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders and make the case that their vision of the Supreme Court, their vision of the Constitution, is fundamentally inconsistent with the vision of the American people.
Senator,
if they want to put...
doesn't start 11 months before the new president takes office. I mean, a lame duck is...
Those are the president's talking points. But it is in fact the case that when the Democrats were there, Chuck Schumer said they shouldn't confirm Supreme Court justices for 18 months. Now, I understand their standard. No, that's only Republican
What's your standard? What would your cutoff be? I mean,
we should not confirm a justice nominated during an election year, particularly with a lawless president who has undermined the Constitution at every stage. And we have an election. Let the people decide. That ought to be something folks in the press would stand for, is letting the people decide.
2012 who the president would be until 2016.
But the people also decided in 2014 they wanted a Republican Senate, in large part because of the lawlessness of President Obama. And elections have consequences. We have a Republican Senate, and any Republican Senate would be foolish to confirm a left-wing Democratic nominee in an election year, which has not happened, for a nomination made in an election year in 80 years, and now is no time to start.
Isn't it because justices don't retire during election years, though?
So, folks, do you think it's time to kick the Democrats out of the White House? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce the next president of the United States, John Kasich.
John, good to see you. So, this is a really cool little town. I was saying, I'm married with a couple kids. They're twins at 16. So, but if I were go back in time and be single, I'd be living up in that yellow house there. I think it is really nice, and thank goodness the weather got better. Okay. Now you might think, why do I have these kids up here? Okay, who can answer that? You know why I have them up here? Not just the future, but I want them. Pardon? No, that's not the reason. I'll tell you the reason. Because I want kids to have a little experience that they'll get seared into their minds, where they could feel like, hey, guess what I did when I was, how old are you, sweetie?
7.
7. How old are you?
9.
9, you're a lot older. Okay, and how about you?
7.
7.
9.
And 9. Now, you know what? When you're 9 years old or you're 7 years old, and you know that did you know I was running for president? Yeah, I'm running for president of the United States. Do you know what that means? I would live in that big White House. Remember that one? You know that, right? Did you know I was running for president? You did? Okay, how about you?
Yes.
How about you?
Yes.
Okay. Did I have your support? You don't know yet. Are you holding out on me? And yet I put you up on this stage. So here's the thing. I love to have kids feel good about themselves. You know, we need to have our children feeling good about themselves. You know, with my daughters, You know, it's so great because I got raised by a mom and dad. You know, this was the old generation, right? I mean, mom used to say a lot, you know, I love you, but dad, you know, dad wasn't into that, right? You know, he's like, you know, yeah, you're a great kid. You know, it wasn't any of this I love you kind of stuff, although I clearly knew how he felt. But with my family, I always tell my daughters how proud I am of them. And not always. Sometimes I have to tell them some things about their grades. But we're always like, we love one another. And we want our young people to feel so good about themselves. And when you're 7 or 9, life's a charm. It's great. I mean, you don't have, but when they get to be 13, 14, 15, 16, as you all know, they face a world sometimes that's it's not that easy. I mean, you think about the cyberbullying, you know, on Facebook or wherever the heck, on Twitter or on wherever they are on the social media. And we want our kids to have big dreams and big hopes, and we want them to like themselves, because when you like yourself, you've got a lot more ability to do great things than if you are confused. And I just like to bring kids wherever it is, you know, take a picture, give them an autograph, whatever it takes, because this is it. They're going to be running this country someday, aren't they? And we want them to have good values and confidence and understand what life is all about. So we got these. Give them a round of applause. They seem like they're. And I just love that little vest. You're a Girl Scout, huh? What are these? Do you have some medals here? What's that for?
They're badges.
Okay, and what did you get? Yes, okay. So what did you get those badges for? What is this badge for? I don't remember. Okay, you don't remember. That's okay. It's between us. Shh. Okay, what's this one for?
I got it for Christmas.
You did?
On my stocking.
Is that for how much ice cream you ate? No. How about this one over here? What is that one for? Do you remember that one?
I got it for Christmas stocking. I got it with.
All right. And how about this one here? Is there something special?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's that one for? What is that one for? Do you remember? Or this one? Do you remember what this one's for? Mom, do you remember what these are for? Yeah, and this one? She'll never forget this. She'll say, who was that goofball that was making me, you know. But anyway, look, I want to thank you all for coming out, and I just want to say a few things. You know, we really want to do well here, and I presume you're out here, you wanted to hear me and understand, and if you do like what I have to say, then you got to call people in the other parts of the state. Because our greatest challenge here is, you know, I'm not really very well known. Now, coming out of New Hampshire in second place has really helped. We've had big crowds, and you should all know that in Dixville Notch, I beat Donald Trump and got 60% of the vote. Okay. Don't tell anybody it was 3-2, but it's still a fact. 60% of the vote, and. Look, I'm in this race for a couple reasons. One is I want to restore the economic strength of our country. Okay, we have been limping along and not solving problems, and I've had a lot of experience in terms of understanding the formula to get jobs going in our country. And to me, people have two big worries. One is they're worried that if they have a job, that they might lose it. I was at Nucor the other day looking at the faces of these workers, and I could see, I could read the thought bubble, like, first of all, I don't know why I'm here talking to this politician, but the second concern is, am I going to get to keep my job and retire and have a decent life in retirement? The other thing we worry about is our kids. You know, are our kids going to have the kind of life that we've had that we got from our parents? And so, I think these are two really big things. And it all gets solved if we can have some real economic growth. And how do you get it? It's not that complicated. Number one is you can't be destroying small businesses by tripping them up on regulations that don't make any sense and infuriating them. because small businesses are the key to all of our economic futures, these kids' futures, because the big companies are great and we love them, but the biggest amount of new jobs gets created by small business. And if you over-regulate the small businesses, you kill them. And when you kill small business, you're hurting families, and that is just absolutely not acceptable. So what would I do? I would freeze all federal regulations for 1 year, except for health and safety, and I would have a vice president and spend, instead of she or he spending all their time going to funerals, I would have them work on unraveling all the federal regulations that we have in this country, restoring common sense. I mean, we don't want to have no regulations, but let's let them be something that reflects common sense. And these federal bureaucrats, you know, they just can't be making all these laws. No one elected them. So we got to get the Congress to start voting yes or no on what they're doing and start doing their job. That's on the regulatory side. Secondly, we have to cut taxes for individuals and make the tax code simpler. And so we can do that. There's a 28, 25, 10% tax rate, and then a capital gains rate at 15, which is really critical because you want to reward people who are investing in creating jobs. You want to give them, when they take a risk, give them a reward. And the third thing is you got to have a, and on the corporate side, we get the highest corporate taxes. Folks, everybody knows this. It doesn't matter what party you're in. And what's happening is the corporations are investing in Europe rather than bringing their money home. And it's just not working out for us. We want them to be investing right here where we live, and particularly so that workers can get the tools to be productive and get better wages. So that's another part of the plan. And then finally, it's the idea that we ought to get our spending under control. And, you know, the Democrats, they love to spend, and so do the Republicans. It's just Republicans feel guilty, okay? But they're all tarred with the same stick. So we need a constitutional amendment, by the way, to require a federally balanced budget, whether I'm president or not. And the South Carolina legislature ought to pass that, and I don't know what they're waiting for. But here's the thing, folks. I've done this before. I did it in Washington. I spent 10 years of my life fighting to balance the budget so we could have job growth. And when we got there, we paid down $500 billion of the national debt. We had a balanced budget 4 years in a row, and we had a projected $5 trillion surplus. And the economy was going great. You remember those years. The wages were going up, people were working, and then they spent it all. Politicians just love to spend money because that's just what they love to do. It makes everybody happy. Well, you know, we even learned to tell these kids you can't have everything you want. And so we've got to get that under control, and you've got to have a leader that can stop that, which I know I can do. Then I went to Ohio. And we were dying there. We had lost 350,000 jobs. We were $8 billion in the hole, 20% of our operating budget. I can tell you lots of things. And today we have a growth of 400,000 privates, 400,000 families doing better. We've cut taxes by $5 billion, the most of anybody in the country. And we even killed the death tax, so you could pass your business on to somebody else. And now that we've all done that, we're working on killing death. And we haven't made a lot of progress on that one yet, but be patient. And our credit is strong, our pensions are strong, our wages are going up faster than the national average. It's the formula. So we're going to take the formula back to Washington. Then the other thing I want you to know is as we do better in our state, and I think as we do better in our country, look, you cannot leave the mentally ill sleeping under bridges or being in prisons. We have to get them back up on their feet again, okay? And we cannot have the drug addicted in a revolving door in and out of prison. We got to treat them. And it's really hard. It's really hard. And finally, the working poor have got to get some help. And because they'll live in the emergency room and we'll pay for it anyway. Now, here's the thing, though, that I want to tell you. This is not about coddling. You know, some people say, well, this is compassionate conservatism. I don't like that term because it implies we help and that's the end of it. My philosophy is real simple. My mother gave it to me. She said, Johnny, it's a sin to help people who need help, but it's equally a sin to continue to help people who need to learn how to help themselves. And so with all that help comes personal responsibility. We're not going to help somebody forever, because it breeds all the wrong things if you are allow them to stay in an area in an attitude of dependency. But
Governor Kasich, why do you hate women's health?
Well, first of all, I always like when young people can show up somewhere. Look, I grew up in the 70s. If you don't have a good protest, you ain't living, you know. But we fund women's health very aggressively, including the fight to reduce infant mortality in our state. And we are not cutting off women's health, and we're not going to fund Planned Parenthood because they put themselves in this pickle, and what we're going to do is make sure that women's health will get funded. Anyway, so let me, we're going to aggressively support women's health as we do in our state, and as we have done on the battle against infant mortality, and by the way, early childhood education. But I do not mind when young people feel passionately about something. It's a lot better than seeing them on this electronic devices and all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to talk about one other thing that we have to think about too. You know, there was never a better example in my lifetime of the strength of the Lord that was reflected in those 9 families that suffered that horrific murder over there in Charleston. Our minority community, many members of it, really feel as though they don't have a chance to rise. And we can't let people in this country sort of feel like the system works for some but not work for all. And we've made efforts in Ohio to drive entrepreneurship because we want our minority community to be great entrepreneurs. And so we're committed to that, and we ought to be committed to it in our country because we don't need more division. Finally, the other thing I would like to tell you is that, look at this. This is like America here. You know what it is? It's people coming together, you know, loving their town, right, Mayor? Loving the town, putting your shoulder to the wheel, trying to figure out how to build a healthier and more peaceful little community here, taking care of our kids, you know, fighting the scourge of drugs. See, I happen to in building better schools so that our kids get the skills they need to be able to compete. And maybe this isn't a message that fits that much into politics, but I really believe, I believe it from the bottom of my heart, that the Lord, our Creator, made everybody special. Everybody special, with certain things we're supposed to do. And what are those things? Well, some people open up over here the barbecue joint. Okay, no, that's a gift. They're using their gift to open up the barbecue joint so that people have a place to go and have some fun and get together as a community. Some people decide that they have a special calling to help people who are in the hospital. Some people have a calling to be great teachers and to serve beyond what you can think you can do. And I met a son and a dad here today. I just got him. You know, I love doctors because that's a special gift from the Lord as far as I'm concerned. When you're a doctor, you've got the gifts to do something special to heal. And I just put my arms around him and said to him how I wish I could be a doctor. That's what I really would have wanted to be. I just couldn't do well in science. I mean, that was my only problem. But you know, when you're a healer, you can go the extra mile. You check in on the patient at 11 o'clock at night when you'd rather go to bed because you're tossing and turning and worrying about that person. Or if you're a nurse and you go the extra mile. I mean, and I'll tell you another one. When we have, and I've been talking about this lately, when you have a lady that's been married for 54 years and her husband is dead, do you take her to dinner? Gets her hair done. You're going to take her to dinner on Saturday night. You show up, her hair is done. She's got on that dress she hadn't worn in years because she'd spend her time taking care of her husband. That's what it means to be an American. To me, that's what it means to be a human being. So my view is, you let me take care of the wages and the Social Security and the border and rebuild the military and take care of ISIS. I'll do that. I know how to do it. Frankly, it's not that hard. The hard part is getting people to be Americans before they're Republicans or Democrats. And that's what it takes. Go solve these problems, and let's rekindle the spirit in all of us as to where we live and how we matter and how we connect with others. You know, there is an innate feeling inside of all of us that we really do want to be connected. We don't want to be bowling alone, as the title of the book says, and we're all by ourselves and we're isolated. See, to me, standing in this town over here at this barbecue joint over here, the Bluffton Barbecue, I was standing there and looking at this town, and the reason why it appealed so much to me is because of the togetherness, I believe, of it, that people can be connected. And that John Cougar Mellencamp, you know, you remember he sang that song called Little Pink Houses. It was about the houses over there in Bloomington. That was about all of us. So why don't we just get that going again? And let's not be negative about the future of our country or negative about our country today. We're doing fine. We've got challenges and problems. We will fix them. And I'll tell you this, when I grew up over in Pittsburgh, as a little kid, we didn't wait for the president to come to town. It didn't even matter to us. What mattered to us were the heroes that we had who lived near us. And one of mine was that great baseball player, Roberto Clemente. And we loved him. We loved Roberto. And then he died trying to help somebody else. I mean, we didn't wait for somebody else to show up. We took care of things ourselves. And that's what we need to do in America to reignite the spirit. We get that mess in Washington fixed, but you take care of it right here and put together these kids. Give it to me, right here. Don't you explode the rock? Come on, one more time. There we go. See? Give her another merit badge. Okay. How about you? Wow, where did you come from? What is your name?
Francesca.
And Francesca, that's a beautiful name. How old are you?
8.
You're 8. Well, you are a doll baby. How about giving her a round of applause, too, okay? You got the rock for me, or you want to get a hug? How about a hug, too? Okay? Thank you all very much, and spread the word, please. Let us come and have a good result in South Carolina. I love being here, and we'll see you all soon. Thank you.
All right, guys, this is John Kasich holding an event. Obviously, the primaries underway. South Carolina, specifically this Saturday. I know Donald Trump's spending his whole week in South Carolina. He joked earlier this week that he's staying at Holiday Inn Express. I don't know if he's actually staying at
He actually does stay at them.
Yeah, so in case you missed it, he actually held an event early this morning. We aired it live here on News Now, but for those of you who like to sleep in, I'm going to play it for you guys.
That's me.
Again, because Kinsey missed it. She needs to watch this because she loves Donald.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trump.
Hi, Bill. You know, I said I was going to come back. Remember last time We had thousands of people, so we had people outside. So we said we'll come back, but we can only invite 500 people. So that's what we did. We invited 500 people. Now people are going crazy. Why weren't they invited? But we invited the 500 people that we didn't get to last time. So I hope you enjoy it, okay?
Mr. Trump, we'll get right into it. You've been on the trail for 8 months. You've never been elected to a public office before. Tell me about the experience for running for president and your view on the election process.
Well, it's been an amazing experience. I've had a lot of fun. You probably saw the new polls that came out today. They've been fantastic. And one just came out in Nevada where I'm at a number that's beyond belief, actually. Maybe I don't even have to go there at campaign. I don't know. But it's been an amazing experience. Winning New Hampshire was great. We did really well in Iowa. Should have won, but frankly, to be honest with you, somebody stole a lot of Ben Carson's votes and got himself a little extra cushion. We should have won that. But there's a lot of dishonesty in politics, I will tell you, tremendous dishonesty. These people are, some of them that we're running against, in particular Senator Cruz, he'll say anything. He'll say, for instance, I'm very strong on the Second Amendment. He'll say, Donald Trump doesn't like the Second Amendment, wants to do away with it. I say, where does he come up with this stuff? And every speech I make, I talk about Second Amendment, I talk about different things. Obamacare, you know, I'm going to get rid of Obamacare. We're going to come up with a great, great plan. But Cruz will say, it's the most incredible thing, Bill. Cruz will say, Donald Trump loves Obamacare. I love Obamacare. Every single speech. Since it came out, I said, we're going to get rid of it. So they really, they lie. And the reason I can say that nicely is that Rubio called him a liar also. So once another guy called him a liar, it's easier for me to call him a liar. But really, Cruz does lie. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Okay, this is from our Sun City Veterans Club. You said you will rebuild the military.
Right.
That sounds a lot like Ronald Reagan's belief in a strong military is a strong offense, is a strong defense as well. 2 questions. How will you rebuild the military, and what will you do about ISIS?
Okay. Well, number one, we're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to get rid of ISIS. We have to. And just so you understand, I didn't want, and it was very important to me, I didn't want to go into Iraq. And as you know, a long time ago, 2003, 2004, but even before that, I was totally against the war because you're going to destabilize the Middle East. And I went into it very big league. You're going to destabilize the Middle East, but they went in. Then Obama got us out the wrong way. But we have to get rid of ISIS. I mean, you know, maybe don't go into Iraq originally. We should have never, ever gone in. But we did. So we made a mistake. The country made a big mistake and started all of this horrible thing that you see taking place, including ISIS. But now you have ISIS, and they're chopping off people's heads, they're chopping off Christians' heads, they're chopping off anybody's head, and we got to knock them out. We're going to knock them out so strong. We're not going to play games. We're going to make our military strong and powerful again. And believe me, it's the cheapest thing we can do because nobody's going to mess around with us. We have no choice. It's the cheapest thing we can do. Our military has been decimated. It's been absolutely decimated, and it's not in good shape, believe me. In fact, General Ordiano, when he left, he said it's, in terms of preparedness, it's the least prepared it's been in a long time. We are going to make our military absolutely strong and powerful again. And we don't want to use it, but we have to have it. It's actually like a preventative. It's the cheapest thing we can do. So that's totally important. And we've got to take care of our vets. We're going to take care of our vets. Our vets are being treated terribly. We're going to take care of our vets.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump, I'm a developer, and I know it can be done. But will you explain your plans to build a wall on the Mexican border and stop illegal immigration? It's a big question from a lot of these folks here.
We're going to build a wall, folks. And none of these politicians are going to build a wall because they don't know where to begin. They come to me, they say, you're not really going to build a wall, are you? I said, of course I'm going to build a wall. The reason is, and it's simple. First of all, I know how to build. What I know how to do best is to build. Wouldn't it be nice to have a president that knew how to build because we have to rebuild our country? And knew how to negotiate. You know, I'm building a hotel that actually I got from the government. Can you imagine the Obama administration? I got it from the old post office on Pennsylvania Avenue between the White House and the Capitol building, and right smack in the best location, right on Pennsylvania Avenue, and it's under budget by a lot, and it's 2 years ahead of schedule. And somebody in government said, we've never heard of that before. It's under budget, ahead of schedule. It's 2 years ahead of schedule. So we're going to open it in September, and it was supposed to open in a couple of years in September. But that's nice, because we know how to do that. having somebody that has that ability, I've always had the ability, under budget, ahead of schedule, having that ability when we have to rebuild our infrastructure because our country is crumbling, our airports, our roadways, our highways, our bridges, our tunnels, hospitals. I mean, everything we have, it comes in, when you look at the way they build, it comes in double, triple, quadruple. Let me tell you, people are making a lot of money off our country. They're not going to make so much money anymore. And here's the other thing. I'm self-funding my campaign. So I'm not controlled by the special interests, the pharmaceutical companies and all of the different interests, whether it's the electrical companies, the utilities. They have hundreds of them. They control the politicians because they contribute. I don't take the money. So I'm self-funding. I don't know if I get any credit for that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure, but I'm self-funding. Costing a lot of money. Costs a lot of money. But, you know, the nice thing is they can't come to me and say, well, we gave you money, you know, Ford or General Motors or somebody. We gave you a lot of money. We need this, we need that. I'm going to do what's right for you folks, okay?
And just full disclosure, my wife sent you a check for $25.
Okay.
Okay. Look, one of the questions that I think everybody in here wants to know is why is the media in general afraid of a Trump presidency?
Oh, I get treated so badly. I mean, I was watching Fox this morning. They treat me so badly. Fox treats me like worse than anybody. But I get treated very badly by the media. I don't even know, I don't really understand why. They have pundits on that are just one after another, negative, negative, negative. It started where actually nobody, you know, they all thought I wasn't going to run. And they said, he'll never run, you run. And then they look bad, and then they don't stop. And some have become much better, but I think Fox in particular treats me so badly, it's incredible. But it doesn't matter, I guess. Look, we're leading in the polls by a lot. We won New Hampshire in a landslide. It was a landslide victory. We won every single group. We won highly educated, not educated. We won women. We won men. We won young. We won old. We won virtually every group, I think, every group. And it was an amazing victory and something really special. But, you know, I'm finding out all I can do is tell the truth. You know, I tell the truth about Iraq. I say the war was a disaster. We spent $2 trillion, lost thousands of lives, thousands of lives. We have wounded warriors all over the place. I love the wound. I mean, these guys have more courage than all of us put together, I have to tell you, all of us. And you know, I say we should have never been there. And, you know, if Bush is insulted, I don't care if he's insulted. What difference? It was a horrible mistake. We should have never been there. Somebody says, oh, that's not good to criticize. I said, criticize? It's one of the worst decisions in the history of our country to go in. We've totally destabilized the Middle East, which I predicted. I should get credit for vision because I predicted that was going to happen. Because when you knocked out the one power, the other power just took it over. Now Iran is taking over Iraq just as sure as you're sitting there. We don't even have anything to do with Iraq anymore. We're gone. But think of it. We spent $2 trillion. Could have rebuilt our country. We could have done so much with that money. And instead, we're worse in the Middle East than we were 15 years ago. I mean, right now, it's a disaster. Saddam Hussein was a bad guy, right? Bad guy. But you know what he was good at? Killing terrorists. There were no terrorists. He was killing terrorists. Now, Iraq is Harvard for terrorists. If you want to be a terrorist, you go to Iraq. It's Harvard. And what did we do? You know, we spent all this money, lost all these lives, have all these wounded warriors. What do we get? And Iran is taking over. Not only do they get the $150 billion in the stupid deal that we made, one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen, ever, but now they're taking over Iraq that we handed them. They've been fighting for years to try and take each other over. Well, we decapitate the one country. They're now taking over. And people don't realize Iraq has the second largest oil reserves in the world. So we took it and we just handed it to them on a silver platter. How could we have been so stupid?
Very good.
Very sad. I mean, honestly, to me, it's a sad subject to talk about.
Okay. All right. On the way in the back, I saw a gentleman with a Bernie T-shirt on, and I said, "What are you doing here at a Trump rally?" And he said, "Well, the tickets were free." So what is your answer to Hillary and Bernie when they're grabbing so many of the young people with freebies? What's your
Who is
plus?
the Bernie guy? Who is he?
I think the rest of these folks ran him out.
Guy? Oh, I guess he got thrown out, I guess. I don't know. I don't see him now. No, look, you know, this is something, and the main thing is you have to go and vote and all that. But if you don't vote for me, don't go and vote. You know, I'd like to It's a nice thing to say. You have to go vote. You ever hear these politicians? Doesn't matter who you're voting for, but you must go out and vote. I don't feel that way. But just go and vote if you're going to vote for me. But it is so important. On Saturday, you have to. And it is true. We had such an unbelievable turnout. This was so great. And did I promise you I'd come back and take care of the people? Other people forget that. And we had so many people that wanted to come, and we said, you can't come. This was for the group of people where they got stuck outside. And there were a lot more than this, but they invited exactly 500 people. And I just felt I had an obligation to do it. I was thinking about canceling this morning because I had something else, and I said, there's no way I have the courage to do that, right? Would I have been in trouble? Would I have been in trouble? And, I know the tremendous support I have here, and I really appreciate it. And, Del Webb, I knew Del Webb many years ago, and he was an amazing guy. He did a great job. I think, are you all happy with Del Webb? I think so, right? Del Webb was a great developer, actually, a great developer, and one of the few really great developers. So congratulations.
Mr. Trump, there's not a person in this room that doesn't fear for the future of their children and their grandchildren. How are we going to make America great for the grandchildren?
Well, look, we have to have strong borders. We have to strengthen our economy. We have to get rid of our debt. We have to balance our budget. All of the things that I talk about all the time. We have to have that strong military because we can't have any chances. We're being looked at by so many different people, and weaponry today is unbelievably powerful. So we have to be extremely careful. We have to be really, really diligent. I've called for bans on people coming into the country because we don't know what the hell's going on. I mean, there's bad stuff happening. There is bad stuff happening up here. When you have people flying planes into the World Trade Center, when you have people shooting people that gave them parties for their wedding, these two radicalized, horrible people they were given parties by the people they killed for their children or their child and a wedding party, and they walk in and they shoot 14 people and kill them. You look at what happened in Paris, where you have the strongest gun laws in the world practically. I mean, you can't have a gun unless you're a bad guy. You can have a gun. They walk in, they kill everybody. By the way, Second Amendment, if some of the people on the other side that were being shot at had guns, it would have been a whole different story in Paris. It would have been a much different story. So, it's very simple. It's called Make America Great Again. We want to make America great again. That's my whole theme, Make America Great Again. We're run by people that don't know what they're doing. We're run by incompetent people or something. I mean, there's something wrong with them because some of the deals, how do they make the Iran deal? Who would make a deal so stupid as that? Who would make a deal like that? Well, we're giving them $150 billion. We get nothing, and we get our hostages back as part of the deal. We paid $150 billion for some hostages that, frankly, should have come out years ago, and if you had the right negotiators, they would have. You would have gone in there, and you would have said, we want our hostages back. They would have said no, and you'd triple up the sanctions, and you leave the room. And 24 hours later, you got your hostages back. It's that simple. And you don't give them the $150 billion. You tell them we don't have it. We owe $19 trillion. We don't have it. Sorry, folks. Seriously. I mean, we have people, they didn't read The Art of the Deal, I can tell you that. We have people that are just, they don't have a clue. We take Bergdahl, Sergeant Bergdahl. He's a traitor. So we get Bergdahl. 6 people died looking for Sergeant Bergdahl, right? We get Bergdahl. They get 5 of the greatest killers that they wanted and coveted for 9 years. We get 1, they get 5. He's a traitor. They're the best they have. And they're now out on the fields or will soon be killing people again. I don't get it. I don't get it. I say, where do these people come from? Where do they come from? And we knew that he was a traitor when we made the deal because they had a general and a colonel go and interview Bill, all the people that knew him, from his platoon. And we knew he was a traitor. So why would we make a deal? Let him keep him. I would have said, keep him. You can have him. I'd give him back. I'd actually give him back. I'd fly over, drop him right on top. Just bing. That's the way I feel.
That's the way he feels.
No, but, think of it. Why would we do that? Who would make a deal like that? Where is the thinking? Who would make a deal? And that relates even to business because it's the same mindset like the Iran deal, the trade deals that we have with China. We lose $500 billion a year. We lose $500 billion a year. Now, this is a rich community, so that doesn't mean anything, that kind of money. Right? But think of it. Think of how the country would be if we didn't. And I have the best business people in the world. I know them. We have political hacks negotiating our deals, right? Political hacks. I have the best business people in the world. They're going to negotiate our deals from now on. We're going to make a fortune. We're going to do great. We're not going to lose like that. We lose with Japan. We lose with Mexico. You saw Carrier now is moving to Mexico. Nabisco is moving to Mexico, one of its big plants. Ford is doubling up, going to move more to Mexico. They're going to spend billions and billions of dollars on Mexico. Why aren't they spending it here? I know how to get it so they're not moving to Mexico anymore. Believe me, it's going to end. Mexico is the new China. Be careful.
Okay. Mr. Trump, you are without a doubt looking at part of America's greatest generation out here. There's no question about it. They have worked hard to enjoy the American dream. One component of that dream is the Social Security system. What would the Social Security system, how would it be sound under a Trump presidency, and what would you do to make it solvent again?
All right, I love the question, because every single other candidate is going to cut the hell out of your Social Security. Remember the wheelchair being pushed over the cliff when you had Ryan chosen as your vice president? That was the end of that campaign, by the way, when they chose Ryan. And I like him. He's a nice person, but that was the end of the campaign. I said, you got to be kidding, because he represented cutting entitlements, et cetera, et cetera. The only one that's not going to cut is me. We're going to make our country rich. We're going to bring our jobs back. We're going to cut a lot of costs out of a budget, stuff that's waste and disgusting waste. We're going to take care of our veterans and all of that, but there's tremendous fat. You know, we can take care of people. We can run a better country with less money. And actually, it would be better. It's like when I build a building, I build a better building for less money than the guy across the street. He spends more money, and my building is better, and it looks better, and it's got a better architect, and it's got better design. You know, we can do it better. There's so much fat. So we're going to take the fraud, the waste, and the abuse out of Social Security. For instance, they have, as I read, thousands of people that are over 106 years old. Now, you know, hopefully we can all make it up to that age, but we know there's not going to be thousands of them, okay? That means there's fraud. Somebody's collecting thousands. That's just one little example of what's going on. We're going to save Social Security. We're not going to cut the age. We're going to give you the full benefits. You've been paying into it all your life, and every other candidate that's up here wants to cut your Social Security. They're going to cut it. They're going to cut it. And I'm not going to cut it. I'm going to bring money in, and we're going to save it, okay? Believe me, that's a big thing. Nobody else is going to be able to do it.
Okay, when I agreed to do this and asked to do this, actually, I told my friend that asked me, Jim Merrill, I said there'd be no softball questions here. So this question goes. This question goes for a friend of mine, Bill McCarthy, and his son, who's a Catholic priest. Once and for all, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-life. Yeah, I'm pro-life. Who in here is pro-life? Who in here is pro-life? Yeah. Okay, good. No, I'm pro-life.
Okay. It's quick enough.
It's a simple. I mean, Cruz said, he's not pro-life. I said, I'm not. I'm pro-life. You can't lie about people like that. It's just incredible. And again, I've been in business, and I've dealt with some pretty rough hombres, much tougher than Cruz. But I've never dealt with anybody that lied so much. And then he says he's religious. No wonder I'm winning the evangelicals by like 2-1. I'm winning the evangelicals. I won them in New Hampshire, as you saw, and I'm winning them here by a tremendous amount. But you look at you just can't do it. In the end, it catches you. What he did to Carson was disgraceful. With, he's out of the race, he quit, he's out of the race. Then after the race was over, he called, he apologized. He got thousands of votes. But he called up, he apologized, like 2 minutes after the polls closed. Oh, let me call him. Oh, Ben, we're sorry, we did that, we made a mistake. Okay. I don't think Ben accepted the apology. I wouldn't have accepted the apology. But he lies. He just really lies, and we can't let that happen. The one advantage I have is when he says something about me, like, for instance, I'm pro-life, and he'll say I'm pro-choice. And I got a call from a reporter. I hear you're pro-choice. I said, who told you that? Cruz. Cruz. It's unbelievable. No, I'm pro-life. And I said to myself, how can a guy be so dishonest? How can he do it? And just this morning, I heard a couple of other candidates saying the same thing. And yet he'll talk about religion, and he'll talk about all of the things that he talks about. But, the advantage I have is that I have a big mic. I can speak. But we have to speak before Saturday. Because after Saturday, in this community, it doesn't matter. But at least I'm able to get my word out, Bill, pretty quickly. Other people can't get the word out. And again, what happened... I'm telling you, what happened to Ben Carson was a disgrace.
Okay, thank you. Would you let our good folks here know about your current relationship with Mr. Putin and what we'd see in a Trump presidency?
Well, I have no relationship with him other than he called me a genius. He said Donald Trump is a genius and he's going to be the leader of the party and he's going to be the leader of the world or something. He said some good stuff about me, and these characters that I'm running against said, we want you to disavow that statement. I said, what, he called me a genius? I'm going to disavow it? Are you crazy? Do you believe it? How stupid are they? We want you to disavow the statement. I'm not going to disavow. And besides that, wouldn't it be good if we actually got along with countries? Wouldn't it be actually a positive thing, right? Do we have to always fight? I think I'd have a good relationship with Putin. Who knows? I mean, who knows? But I think we'd have a good relationship. But I can tell you, it's a horrible relationship with Obama. It's ridiculous. And he takes advantage of Obama. Nobody's going to take advantage of me, folks. They're not going to take advantage of me, and that's believe me. But I mean, if we got along with Russia, that would be sort of nice, wouldn't it? Let Russia drop. For instance, this guy, Lindsey Graham. You have a guy, he's one of the dumbest human beings I've ever seen. He runs against me, okay? He runs against me for president. He starts off at 6%, and he hits me. And I start, although I did give out his phone number, I mean, that's really good. But anyway, he starts hitting me, saying vicious things, and now he starts going down. He goes to 5%, 4%. He ends up at 0. Here's a guy running for the presidency. He's at 0. He leaves in disgrace, in my opinion. I think he's disgraced. He comes here. He thinks this is going to be good. He had like 2 points here, and I had 42, right? I was at 42. He's a sitting United States Senator from South Carolina. He's at 2%. I saw him on television this morning, and I think he lost it. He's saying, Donald Trump, he couldn't even talk. He was shaking. The hatred. They say, what do you think of Donald Trump? Oh, he went crazy. The guy is a nut job. I mean, and honestly, I don't want his endorsement. I don't want anything to do with him. And his thinking, he says, I know so much. He knows about the military. I could push him over with a little thimble. Boom. This guy knows, let me tell you, this guy knows nothing. He's the kind of thinking that we've had. That's why we're in there for 15 years. Remember what I said. We're in there for 15 years, right? Middle East. We're spending trillions and trillions, probably 4 or 5 trillion. 2 trillion in Iraq, but that was as of 2 years ago, right? You and I talked about it last time. We're in there for probably 4 or 5 trillion, maybe more than that. We could have rebuilt our country. Because of guys like Lindsey Graham. So I listened to his military. He wants to fight Assad, and he wants to fight ISIS at the same time. But they're fighting each other. So they're fighting each other, we're fighting them. Think of it. I got to take out ISIS. I don't care. We're backing people, rebels. They call them the rebels, the freedom rebels, they have all these glamorous names, right? Look at what happened to Libya. Look at what happened to Iraq with, look at what's going on. We've got the freedom. We give them billions of dollars of equipment, billions. If they win, they're worse than the guy that they took over from, right? That's what happens. Look at Libya. What a disaster with Gaddafi. We got rid of Gaddafi. What do we have in Libya? It is such a disaster. Look at Saddam Hussein. We just talked about it. What a disaster. But we have a guy who doesn't have a clue about the military, but he thinks that he does. With his thinking, remember this, we have been in there for 15 years, and we are far worse off now than we were 15 years ago. 15 years ago, we didn't have people coming around. I mean, the whole thing. And in all fairness, we went after Iraq. They did not knock down the World Trade Center, okay? It wasn't the Iraqis that knocked down the World Trade Center. We went after Iraq. We decimated the country. Iran's taken over, okay. But it wasn't the Iraqis. You will find out who really knocked down the World Trade Center because they have papers in there that are very secret. You may find it's the Saudis, okay? But you will find out. But it wasn't Iraq. So you say, but when I look at a guy like Lindsey Graham, then I hear his theory on the war, you'll be in there forever. You'll be in there, and you'll end up starting World War III with a guy like that, too. We don't want World War III over Syria, okay? We don't want do we agree with that? We don't want World War. But I watched him on Fox today. I have never seen a guy I don't think I've ever seen a guy so totally out of control. They mentioned my name. He went literally crazy this morning. So he got out of the race, Bill. He was at, is this correct? He was at 0. And he still didn't want to get out of the race. I often say these guys that are 0, why do they stay? Wouldn't you I think I'd crawl in a corner and I'd hide. I would just sort of put out a release. I've left the race. I wouldn't even give a news conference. I'd be too embarrassed. But anyway, I think he's a disgrace. I think Lindsey Graham is a disgrace, and I think you have one of the worst representatives of any representative in the United States, and I don't think he should run. I don't think in this state, remember, I was at 42 and he was at 2 when he was running.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this because we are going to a very interesting city council meeting. Now we're going to take you guys to the city council meeting. This has been a hot topic, a major issue, because Phoenix City Council meetings have typically opened with a prayer, and for the first time ever, it will instead be opened with a moment of silence.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome to today's meeting. We're going to begin this meeting with a moment of silent prayer and reflection, and we'll do that right now. All right, thank you very much. Next, we're going to ask Councilman Gates is not here yet. How about Vice Mayor Danny Valenzuela? Would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have looks like four members present. Fifth one is present. We now have a quorum, and we can get started with regular business of the City Council. And so the first item on today's agenda is a call to order. Would the City Clerk please do the roll call?
Councilman DeCiccio. Councilwoman Gallego.
Here.
Councilman Gates. Councilman Nowakowski. Councilwoman Pastor. Councilman Waring. Councilwoman Williams.
Here.
Vice Mayor Valenzuela. Here. Mayor Stanton.
Here, we are fortunate to have an interpreter with us today, Ms. Marquez. Please introduce yourself to the audience.
Mi nombre es Leticia Márquez. Si necesita asistencia o traducción al español, por favor, véame. Gracias.
Next, according to our City Council rules, comes citizen comments. Citizens have a few moments to address the council on any subject matter they would like, and the City Council is not, under Arizona open meeting law, not able to respond. Do we have any cards for citizen comments today? Daniel Hartzell, did you provide comment before the City Council? Thank you for coming down again. Good to see you. Followed by Thomas Basile, followed by Brent Kleinman. We're ready for you. Yeah, I was saying who's going to follow your comments. Please, go ahead. Oh, just a mic on, please.
Hello?
There you go.
Okay. I wanted to eliminate the negative and insinuate the positive, going with Doris Day. I've talked with community members already on a lot of occasions in regards to the, I now call it band corps, derived from drum and bugle corps when I was an adolescent during my teenage years, during the months I stayed out of trouble. And it was a very, very good moral value for all the children, and when parents don't have to be concerned, it's an all year round thing. And I'm proposing the drum corps go into the band. Board of Education called back to me. I gave them that literature. They call it documentation. Anyway, they would like to hear about me again, and I would like to kind of have you there present. This is next month. I'm setting that up. I'm working with news reporters and ABC, Walt Disney Station, and they're trying to help me give some type of presentation for this matter. My main primary concern, and I've been talking with a lot of citizens around here, and they're all total agreement,
And I realize Arizona University is a big contributor to a lot of money to the city and everything else. But the fact of the matter is, I and a lot of others are ashamed to have the name Devil affiliated with the university and the sports teams. It's totally immoral. I've already talked to your attorney here, see what we can do about filing a lawsuit on the defamation of character on behalf of the Devil, because the Devil is just one and not many, and let's give that money to a worthy charity. So on that issue, I've talked and spoke with you again. With all seriousness, do I need to get a petition, something to have the whole city Raptors? We're going to have to vote on this. What can we do to actually have you shake hands with the dean there and say, let's do something good for our city?
Thank you very much, Mr. Hartzell. Next will be Thomas Basile, followed by Brent Kleinman, followed by Lori Lyons. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Basile. I'm an attorney here in Phoenix, and I'm here today on behalf of myself and also David Prom and Darrell Henry, both of whom are residents of Phoenix. And I'm here not just to present a comment, but also a petition to the council pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 22 of the City Charter. And the petition requests that the council consider and enact a resolution, ordinance, or measure providing for the reinstatement of an invocation prayer at the opening of each meeting of the City Council, which would be delivered by a clergy member invited by the City of Phoenix from among established religious congregations within the city, identified from a citywide telephone directory or other public records. The Supreme Court of the United States has long held that legislative prayer finds deep roots in this nation's history. It embodies and expresses traditions and mores integral to the American identity and our historical experience. For this reason, the Court has consistently held that such prayers, even when explicitly sectarian, are consonant with the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment. The petitioners believe that their proposal represents an appropriate accommodation between the city's constitutional obligations and also fidelity to the values and traditions of a majority of its citizens. And the practice proposed in the petition, substantially similar policies have been considered and upheld as constitutional by several federal courts over the years, and the petition cites those specific cases for further reference. So unless there are any questions, I thank the council for its consideration of the petition.
Thank you very much, and we'll make sure the city clerk gets the petition, and we will officially accept it at that point. Thank you, Mr. Basile, for taking the time to come down here and providing that. Mr. Brent Kleinman?
Mayor, may I ask a question of staff?
I'm not sure if it's a non-agendized item, it would be appropriate at this time, but I'll look to Mr. Holm.
It is not an agendized item, so ordinarily there wouldn't be discussion or debate in public
Council's
session.
asking, I think he wants to ask a question of staff. I'm assuming it's in part due to the information provided by Mr. Basile, Mr. Holm.
I think that he can ask the staff, for example, to consider the item and to bring it on at the next appropriate thing, so the next appropriate meeting. But in terms of discussion or debate, we can't do that. We can't discuss it or debate it because it's non-agenda.
Council, with that information, go ahead.
It wouldn't be it's more of a process question, it's like what happens next, because the petition's allowed in the ordinance. So
are you prepared to answer that question?
I am
prepared.
Go ahead,
please.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman DeCiccio, our historical precedent has always been when a petition such as this is received, it's generally referred to staff. In this case, it would seem to me that it might be it would get referred to me as a city attorney. Then we prepare an item for a future agenda. We're required by charter to agendize it within the next 15 days. And so it would potentially come on March 2nd. And at that point, there would be a recommendation from staff.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Brent Kleinman, good to see you, followed by Lori Lyons.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I came here today not sure what to expect as far as an audience, a crowd after the last City Council meeting, and I thought it was important after speaking at the last meeting to come down and just, again, I know it was a little awkward with the moment of silence, reflection, or prayer, whatever it's deemed to be called moving forward, but I get concerned with some of these proposals that may be coming forward to change the city charter. And I want to make sure that as a city of Phoenix, we're very careful in ensuring that there are no qualifications. I heard the previous person make a comment as far as a majority of the members of the city of Phoenix. There are many religions in Phoenix that are a very small minority. They are valid religions. They are religions that need to be recognized and religions that need to be invited to speak and give the invocation if we do that. So I beg you, City Council members, Mr. Mayor, if you move forward with these proposals on the charter to change it, ensure that you are as inclusive as humanly possible in this description, because you do not want to come back to this again with another fight because we made this too restrictive. And you want to make sure that if we are going to allow prayer in the city council meetings prior to the start of them, that we are setting us up, or the city up for success and not future debate. And it's not something that we want to go through this process again. So I ask you all to just be very careful in where you go with this and make sure if we bring prayer back, we do it properly and not too narrow-minded where we end up here again today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kleiman. I appreciate those comments. Ms. Lori Lyons.
Thank you for this opportunity to address you. And I want to thank you for the wisdom you showed in the decision that you made in having a moment of silence. God can speak to us in that moment of silence. And I believe that the God of all gods wants peace and safety and goodness to reside in our city and in our state and in our nation. And I call on all the council members and the mayor and all citizens of good conscience to be calling on that God of all gods and asking him to bring these things into our city and into our state. I ask that people everywhere would consider that if good people don't do anything, that evil can flourish. And I pray that people all over Phoenix and all over Arizona would begin to pray in their homes and wherever they go. And they would pray with love in their hearts for one another. For love is more powerful than hate, and love never fails. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lyons. Mr. Blue Crowley, did you wish to provide testimony to the City Council?
I would have brought a plaque up here with me, but I left it in the car. But Bill, you did see it when we were crossing the street, which was for triple jack drilling. These are the other trophies I came back with. So when y'all are explaining to me how you're between a rock and a hard place, I've been there, done that, and I got the trophy. And next year, if any of you aren't doing anything about Valentine's Day, make it out Wickenburg Way, and we'll play. And you can actually see me do manual labor for 5 minutes at a time. I had been told I was going to get a letter, and it was handed to me because they said they didn't have my address. It's interesting how MAG and RPTA and the rest of the institutions and my post office being a part of this whole equation, that somehow you don't have my post office box. When I was a village planning committee member, that was also my address. Just a thought. Now, I can't respond to what you guys have said because I just got it from Mr. Lane, you know, the gentleman who called the police on me in the voting booth. So the reason I did come up here today was to say, City of Phoenix, why do you disparage the ridership on the bus? The $2 that you charge people extra to pay for their ticket on the bus, saying this is an attempt to discourage you from getting it there. Why is that? If I go to the rail, you have a machine there that doesn't charge me the same. When you're at RPTA board tomorrow. One of the people will be there going, we want to make sure the rail gets all of its money and nobody's riding for free. Well, how many people ride the bus for free since you can't get on without a ticket? So I also was not allowed to speak on the budget thing, and I've discussed with former Attorney General Jack Lasota about if it's an action item under the federal statutes, I'm supposed to be able to deal with it. But if you'll recall, the item I wasn't allowed to speak on was your midterm budget. I was the one that wrote the Prop 400 bus part. It says the bus gets 60%, rail 40% of the monies. Now, in that $250 million budget that you guys okayed, you had 61 million for the rail, and another 63 million.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crawley. You have 3 minutes to speak, and your time is up.
I'll cut right to the quick.
Got to finish
that it was almost 200 million for bonds and interest, and bonds and interest are what for the bus? Zero.
Thank you very much.
So when you're spending 3/4 of the money on the rail and not the bus, how are you doing?
All right,
your
now,
job?
City Clerk, would you please read the 24-hour paragraph? Oh.
Blue.
Moment.
Your hat.
All right, City Clerk, would you read the 24-hour paragraph, please?
The titles of the following ordinance and resolution numbers on the agenda were available to the public at least 24 hours prior to this council meeting and therefore may be read by title or agenda item only. Ordinances number G6115, 6128, and 6131 through 6136, S42300 through 42338, and resolutions number 21408 and 21409.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have a motion on mayor's boards and commission nominations as corrected?
Motion to approve mayor's boards and commission's nominations as corrected.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. How about city council member boards and commission nominations?
Motion to approve city council boards and commission's nominations.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. It appears we have a couple of citizen leaders who are here to be sworn in for official duty. I'll come down to my right, your left, and swear in our outstanding citizen. Then if you would, come back behind the dais so the council members can say thank you in advance for your service to the citizens of Phoenix. So in just a moment, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Aye, and then you'll fill in your name. And then we'll go through the oath. And then towards the end, you'll have to fill in the name of the board or commission. You're all very smart people. You'll get it. All right. To our citizen leaders, please raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of, according to the best of my ability. So help me God. You're official. Thank you for your service. That's great. Appreciate it very much. Just kind of walk behind there. Good to see you. Thank you, friend. All right, next on the agenda are liquor license applications. Vice Mayor, is there an omnibus on liquor license applications?
Motion to approve items 1 through 21, except item 20, which has been requested by the applicant to be continued to March 2nd, 2016, and item 21, which has been withdrawn at the state.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. We have numerous cards, but all indicating favorability towards the motion that was made. Any questions or comments by members of this council? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Do we need a motion now on 20 for that continuance, or did that count?
We need a motion.
Okay, so motion item number 20 for the continuance, Vice Mayor?
Motion to continue item 20 to March 2nd, 2016.
Second.
The motion with a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Next on the agenda are ordinances, resolutions, and new business. Vice Mayor, are we prepared with an omnibus motion on those areas?
Motion to approve items 22 through 62.1, except the following items. Items 38, 52, 53, and 54. Item 57 and 58 are as corrected, and it will stay there.
And then item 58 as well, just to pull rather than as corrected. And 57.
Item 57 and 58 as
I think there are comments on both as well, so pull those out individually.
Well, there are comments on items 52, 53, and 54.
And then 57, 58, I think were pulled, right?
Okay.
Penny?
Okay. And items 57 and 58.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second?
Yeah, Feldes.
Councilman Williams. Any comments, members of the council? Roll call.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Noakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
I do have one. It was just brought to my attention, item 25 in District 3. That needs to be held out for continuance. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So we need to add 25 to be held so it can be continued. With that friendly amendment, do we need to revote? I'm assuming we should probably revote.
Should revote.
Okay, so we're holding on 25. Roll call.
DeCiccio. DeCiccio. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Noakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, Councilman Gates, you have a motion on 25.
Motion to continue until the March 2nd meeting.
Second.
March 2nd formal meeting.
We have a motion to continue to March 2nd. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Do we have a motion on item number 38, artist contract for 27th Avenue Solid Waste Management Facility Public Art Project? Is that the next one? All right, I skipped one.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor, did you have a motion in lieu of that? I apologize.
Right, no problem. A motion to suspend the rules and take item 80 out of order.
We have a motion to take item 80 out of order. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item 80 is on our planning and zoning agenda. It's a zoning case as it relates to Central Avenue and Pearson. Did we catch our planning director off guard? He's ready. He's always ready. So the order of business will be a short staff report from Alan Stevenson and the planning team. Then we'll hold a public hearing, and then we'll see, this is in Councilwoman Pastor's district. We'll see if she has a motion, and then we'll proceed to the vote. There is one card for the public hearing at this time. Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This request is a rezoning request for 2.10 acres at the northeast corner of Central Avenue and Pearson Street, as shown on the site, or the aerial up here that shows the surrounding zoning, is adjacent to the Central and Camelback Light Rail Stop, which is right over here. There are existing building heights here and approved across the street over here. This is an applicant request to change their zoning to a planned unit development to allow a mix of uses, multifamily predominantly, with a small commercial component right up along Central Avenue here. The request is to go to a height of 4 to 5 stories. It was approved by the Alhambra Village Planning Committee by a vote of 9-2, as well as the Planning Commission by a vote of 7-0. You see the site plans. Here's the elevations of the proposed project. The Councilwoman Pastor held a meeting this last Saturday with the applicant and with staff to review a number of issues related to this project. What came out of that is a memo that just came out a little while ago with some revised stipulations that address some of the traffic impacts that exist in the neighborhood today because of other developments, as well as the potential to address some traffic issues with the development of this project. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Stevenson at this time? Okay, now we'll move on to the public hearing on this proposal. I will now make the public hearing open official. There is one card I have. Is there any other citizens here to speak on item number 80, Central Avenue and Pearson Street? Please fill out a card immediately. Mr. Charlie Jones, did you wish to provide testimony on this item? Okay, please come forward. Up to 2 minutes of testimony. Good afternoon. Can we get the mic on, please? No, I think you're good now.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stanton, Councilwoman Pastor, members of the council. My name is Charlie Jones. My address is 198 West Mariposa in Phoenix. I won't go into all my background. I think I did that for you back in December on the other OmniNet case.
Charlie, we only have 2 minutes. You can't go through your whole background. That would take about 15, 20 minutes. I mean, come on.
Let's go right into it. The site right now has a very rundown building on it. It has been for years. It's no benefit to the area or the city. This area right now is dead. I'll remind members of the council, this area is the entrance to the business district on 7th Avenue. By the way, I'm speaking from a personal perspective today. The OmniNet project fits the Uptown TOD policy like a glove. It's consistent with the city's light rail planning. It would be one of the first redevelopments in this area. It just should not stay the same as it is now. It should be modernized. It should be world-class. It should be vibrant. It should be a place where people want to live, work, and play. And this project will do that. It's about putting bodies next to light rail, as we say, on the street. It's a necessary element for light rail. It's about revitalizing the urban core by adding new businesses that support the residents in the area, adding new economic activity in this area. I'm sure most of you have seen this area recently. It's about the future. It's about the millennials. It's about urban living, putting this right next to the quaintness of a historic district. New and modern on the outside, old and historic on the inside. It's a mixture, old, new. It's vibrancy. It's choices, different ways people can live in this area in conjunction with light rail. It's really about, do you want light rail to spur development or not? We've not had it at Central and Camelback yet. These two OmniNet projects are the beginning of that, this one, of course, and the prior one. It's an opportunity to change the Central and Camelback area for the good. It couldn't be any more tailor-made for this area. It's the exact product the city wants, it's the exact location the city needs, and it's the exact time that's feasible to build this project. I'd urge you to approve this application as presented, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie, for your testimony today and your leadership in the neighborhood. I have no other cards on this item. Is anyone else here wishing to provide testimony? Mr. Bull, you can come forward, but I am not lying. I do not have a card from you, but you're still able to speak. Just say your name for the record and provide your testimony.
Ed Bull, 702 East Osborne. We agree with the memo that was distributed a little earlier this afternoon, and with your permission, I will sit down.
Ed, your card's sitting right here. I don't know. All right. I don't know if it is permission or encouragement the right word, but either one. Thank you for your testimony. Is anyone else here?
I will take a seat. Thank you.
Anyone else here wishing to provide testimony on item number 80, Central and Pearson? Going once, going twice. The public hearing is now closed. I'll now hand it over to Councilwoman Pastor to see if she has a motion.
I do have a motion. Should I do the motion first and then say my comments?
Yes.
Okay, so I move to approve the request per the memo from Ellen Stevenson dated February 16, 2016, and adopt the related ordinance.
The motion is second. Any comments you have, Councilwoman?
Yes. In working these two items, OmniNet West and OmniNet East, the St. Francis neighborhood expressed a concern over the requirements regarding the development's incentive floor. And once I really looked at the incentive floor and studied it, I frankly agreed with them. And it was in the fact that it's unclear and confusing. And so, in addition, there was a traffic study done in December that clearly showed traffic issues, mitigation issues currently happening within the neighborhood. So in dealing with and speaking with the neighbors on Saturday, talking about the traffic and the safety issues, I went back and had a conversation, and I believe, working with Ed and his client, that they demonstrated some good faith in the sense that it's going to demonstrate investment in the community in when they put the funds, or there was a request of $50,000 to be placed in escrow. And so I have asked if $25,000 could be put, half of it be dedicated to addressing the needs now, the needs that we're facing now. And so once the development's under construction, the remainder then can be used to help mitigate anticipated concerns, and it be the discretion of the neighborhood traffic team, because there will be a traffic team of 5 representatives from the neighborhood being there discussing this. So I think this shows a willingness on part of the developer to work with the surrounding community and justifies the need for the additional floor. However, in the future, may I suggest that we take another look at how the historic place types associated with the walkable urban code better translate and are refined as they relate to the Reinvent Phoenix TOD policy plan. This disconnect has been a source of a lot of confusion and scrutiny as the central corridor gets more developed. And for this reason, I would like to relook at the place types. So, that's my.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any additional comments by members of this council? Roll call.
CCO. Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Noakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, the item passes unanimously. We'll now go back to our regular order of our agenda, and that would be item, did we do 25 already with the continuance, or we're on 38 now?
Item 38.
Item 38 is a proposed artist contract for 27th Avenue Solid Waste Management Facility Public Art Project. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion on 38?
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Are there any cards in this item? Any comments by members of this city council? Roll call.
DeCiccio.
No.
Gallego.
Yes.
Gates.
Yes.
Noakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Waring. Williams.
Yes.
Valenzuela.
Yes.
Mayor Stanton.
Yes, that item passes 7-2. Next is item 52, I believe, but 52, 53.
All right, guys, we are cutting out of the city council meeting because we saw what was important at the very top of the city council meeting at 2:30. We're actually going to go live now to South Carolina to see the one and only Donald Trump.
Got to go home to mommy. Yeah, Bush is only at 1% in Nevada. A couple of them are, at 10, 11, 12, and I'm at like 40-something, 48. So I think we're going to do well. Then we have the SEC. We're going to have the SEC, which is going to be, I think, amazing. But it really now is starting. New Hampshire could not have been better. They gave us a tremendous send-off. They really started us on our way. And we did well in Iowa. I mean, some votes were stolen from Ben Carson, which, by the way, was a disgrace. What this guy Cruz did with Ben Carson was an absolute disgrace. What he did with he stole. It was theft. And then they come out with a voter violation form, which is a fraud, as far as I'm concerned. And what he did with that whole thing was a disgrace. So we're not going to let that stuff happen anymore. I mean, we're not going to let it. We will not let it happen. We're all watching. You're all watching. Keep your eyes wide open. These politicians, here's a guy, he raises the Bible, and yet he tells fibs, he tells lies, and then he does the stuff to Carson, and he does other things very bad. So politicians are bad people. Boy, they are bad. Would you believe it? So we're not going to let it happen, and we're going to get in there. And I just want to say, so Saturday, go out and vote, because this is going to be the place that's going to really make it. And honestly, I've been watching all the pundits. Now, the bad news is they're always wrong. They all said I'm not running, and I ran. well, how is he going to do? And he's just doing it for fun. I'm not doing this for fun. Believe me, I love this location, but I know I could be someplace else, okay? I could be someplace else right now. I could be very happy. But I'm doing it because, you know, the expression, and I see all the hats in the audience, make America great again. We are going to make America so great. We are going to win again. You know, we don't win very much. You're very tough, smart people. You like to win, right? This guy over here, you like to win. And we don't win anymore. We used to win. We don't win anymore. Well, we're going to start winning again. We're going to start winning again. So, Second Amendment protected. Common Core. We're going to end Common Core. We're bringing your education locally. It's going to be fabulous. I don't know if you know, and you've heard me say, we have the absolute worst. We spend number one in the world on education, right? Number one per pupil in the world. There is no second place because we're so high, so much higher. You have China, you have Norway, you have Denmark, you have Sweden. You have these countries are the best in terms of education, and they're on the list, the best. Number 30th in the top 30, we're number 30th, okay? We're number one in cost. That's a little bit like what I'm doing. I'm least spent money. You know, I'm funding my own campaign, right? So I don't have a lot of the people coming to me, you know, the drug companies and all the, because if you would see the kind of waste, fraud, and corruption in the United States, a lot of it isn't really waste, fraud, and corruption. It's the fact that people that are running against me and people in the Senate, people in Congress, they have tremendous power because they have people giving them unbelievable campaign contributions and their special interests, and they do what those people want. And that's one of the reasons our budgets are out of whack, the military's out of whack, the military orders equipment they don't even want, and the stuff they do want they don't get because the company that makes that equipment is like, you know, it's not politically adept, and companies that really are, they make the equipment we don't want. It's going to all change. Because I'm not getting money from any of these people. I don't give a damn. I mean, we're going to do the right thing. You know, we're going to do the right thing. We're going to do absolutely the right thing. I tell you a little story. So the drug companies, we are the largest purchaser of drugs in the world, the United States. We put more, which makes a lot of sense, I guess, but we purchase more drugs to make you better, drugs to make you better. Not the kind of drugs that come over the southern border, which we're going to end, okay? We're going to stop. We're going to build a wall, yep. Folks, by the way, we're going to build the wall, and who's going to pay for the wall? That's right. You better believe it. We have a trade deficit with Mexico of $58 billion. And these characters come up, these politicians that I'm running against, you don't really think Mexico is going to pay for the wall? I said, absolutely, 100%. They said, how are you going to get Mexico to pay? And I don't want to go into it because they won't understand it. I mean, they have no concept of business. They have no... you know, the $150 billion we gave to Iran, these people have no concept. We have a $58 billion trade deficit with Mexico, okay? The wall's going to cost $12 billion, maybe less. If I build it, it'll be taller, better, and less, okay? So you think of this. So they say, how are you going to possibly do it? They make so much money, plus we give them subsidy. They make so much money from the United States, it's going to be one of the easy things. And I don't know if you heard, one of the presidents or ex-president of Mexico held a news conference. He said, we will never, ever, ever pay for the wall. And the press called me. They said they will never pay for the wall. I said, who was it? Calderon. He's very nice, good guy. He said, tell him the following. The wall just got 10 feet higher. Mira, got 10 feet higher. Yeah, they're going to pay for it. And I get along great with Mexico. The problem is, I mean, they buy apartments. I have hundreds and hundreds and even thousands of workers, Hispanics I'm doing great with. We have such an amazing relationship with Hispanics, and they're great people. The problem is the leaders of Mexico are too smart for our leaders. They're too smart. They're too cunning. You look at what's going on. It's unbelievable. The border is a disaster. It's a sieve. It's like people flow over. Not going to happen anymore, folks. People can come into our country, but they're going to come in legally. They're going to come in through a process. They're going to come in legally. So with trade, we're going to solve the trade problem. I don't know if you saw Carrier Air Conditioner announced 2 days ago they're moving to Mexico. Nabisco, they're moving their big plant from Chicago to Mexico. Ford, they're moving this massive complex. They're building $2.5 billion plant, and now they just announced they're building it bigger. I've been talking about this for 2 years. Yesterday, the Wall Street Journal, they announced they're building it bigger. In other words, they're doubling down. You know why? Nobody does anything about it. I'm going to do something about it. So I watched, somebody said, what would you do about Carrier? Because that was a sad case. Somebody used their cell phone, and they would tell them, you know, you're out of work, you're out of jobs, you forget it, it's over. We're moving to Mexico. And the people are crying, grown men that have been there for a long time, really incredible people. And they're crying, and they're devastated, and they lost their job. They've never had another job, and now this whole thing's moving to Mexico. And they said, what would you do? I said, tell you what I'm going to do. Because, you know, they talk about free trade. I'm a free trader. But I say, oh, if I put, a tax on these characters, these, idiots, they're like stupid. They say, Donald Trump is not a true conservative because he taxed. We got to make, it's got to be fair stuff, folks. It's got to be fair. I'm a conservative person. Hey, I'm the most conservative on the border. I'm the most conservative with the military. Nobody's tougher than me. I'm the most conservative. We are going to make our military so big, so strong, so powerful. Nobody's ever going to mess with us, folks. We won't have to use it. I'm the most conservative on taking care of the vets. Our vets are treated horribly. We're going to take care of them. I'm the most conservative on Common Core. We're ending Common Core. I told you that, and we're moving it locally. And nobody is more conservative, and we call toughness, but nobody is more conservative on the Second Amendment. So all of these things. But with Carrier, so they have in, and they're coming across, and they're going to build a plant and probably get some subsidies from Mexico. We probably even give them subsidies. They probably have the United States giving subsidies to move out of the country. That's how stupid it is, and that's how stupid we're run. So what happens is they say, what would you do? I said, very easy. We call them. We say, let's have a meeting. Here's the story, folks. You're moving to Mexico, congratulations. But if you don't say the United States, you're going to have a problem. But here's what you're doing. You want to move to Mexico, build your factory. It's going to be wonderful. Hire your people. They're not from the United States. All those people are now looking for jobs, and those are good jobs. You know, we're hiring a lot of part-timers now. We're hiring, and the numbers are totally phony, the 5%, totally phony numbers. So I say, here's what we're going to do. Very simple. You build your plant in Mexico, enjoy yourselves, and you're going to sell air conditioners and just have them cross the border and sell them to the United States? No, you're going to pay a 35% tax on every air conditioner. It's true. It's the only thing you can do. And you know what? It's the only thing you can do. There's nothing else, because otherwise how are you going to get them to stop? And then you have the devaluations with China, the all-time. They're like grand chess masters or these people are the greatest in history. They're grandmasters of that, devaluation. They devalue their currency. Japan's doing very well, too. They're killing Caterpillar. You know, they're ordering Komatsu tractors now because they've devalued you take a look at what's happened to the yen, and it's very hard. A friend of mine, he's a big excavator. You all know excavators. I love excavators. This guy's a very big one. He buys Caterpillar tractors all the time and excavators. He just put in a big order for Komatsu. Not that he wanted to. He said, Donald, they made it impossible for me not to buy. They've devalued the yen to such an extent, Japan, that it made it, I owe it to my family, to my company, to myself. I have no choice. And he was like depressed. He wanted to buy Caterpillar. I said, what's the difference? He said, they're both good. Caterpillar's better. But I couldn't help but do this. Well, China is doing that times 100, times 1,000. And what they're doing is the devaluation of their currency makes it impossible for people to compete. We can't allow that stuff to happen. Look, when we send stuff over to China, it doesn't get in. If it does get in, you have to pay a big tax. When they it's not supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be free trade. It's supposed to be they come, we go, back and forth. They devalue their currency, and on top of it, they make it impossible. I have a friend, he's a great manufacturer. He said it's virtually impossible to get his goods, and he makes better stuff than they do. He can't get his goods into China. When he does get them in, he has a tax to pay. I have a friend who actually bought an airplane, and he can't get it into China because the tax is so massive. He's going to sell it now at a big loss. Okay? Well, and think about Boeing. By the way, think about Boeing. Boeing is building a plant over here. Boeing just had a big order from China, but China is making them build a massive airline facility, right? Massive, like bigger than anything you've seen. Okay, you feel good about Boeing right now? Tell me in 5 years, unless I'm president, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. But tell me in 5 years you're going to feel good about Boeing, because I'll tell you what's happening. They are going to build that plant. They're building it. They're building. It's going to be finished soon. But they're going to build that plant. They're going to devalue the hell out of their currency. And all of a sudden, you'll be reading a big front page story all over the place that Boeing's going to leave, right, South Carolina. They're going to make all their planes in China. Because that's what they do. That's what they do. And our leaders aren't smart enough to stop it, okay? I have Carl Icahn endorse me, great businessman, very rich guy, very, very successful. If I told Carl, do me a favor, I want you to watch over China trade. We're going to be in great shape. We have right now people that have no concept of what they're doing. They have no concept of what they're doing. They're political hacks. I mean, that's what they are. They're political hacks. And these are the people that are negotiating with these people from China. And again, China likewise. I get along great with China. Largest bank in the world, my tenant. They buy condos for tens of millions of dollars. I have the Bank of America building in California. I own a big chunk of that. I got that through China, through a very complex set of transactions, but through China. I mean, I think China's terrific. I'm not angry at China. I'm angry at our leaders for not being able to compete with China. I'm not angry. So we're going to get things changed around. We're going to use our best people. We're going to be so smart, and we're going to start winning again. We're going to have strong borders. We're going to have strong military. We're going to take care of our vets. We're going to have such great trade deals. We're going to win again. We're going to win again. We're going to win so much. And, you know, and by the way, we're going to get rid of ISIS, and we're going to get rid of them fast. I was against the war in Iraq from the beginning. I was against the war in Iraq. We shouldn't have done it. We did it. Then Obama got out the wrong way. We shouldn't have done Iraq. We did it. It destabilized the Middle East. Exactly. If you go back, you could see 2003, 2004. I said it's going to totally destabilize the Middle East because you had Iran and Iraq. And they were the same militarily. They'd fight, boom. Then they'd rest. Then they'd fight for years and years and years. They were the same. We decapitated Iraq. And now Iran is taking over. Not only do they get the $150 billion, maybe the worst transaction I've ever seen negotiated. No, done by the famous Obama administration. The worst, the dumbest, one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen made. We get nothing. We get nothing. We should have gotten those hostages before we started even negotiating, not now. We should have gotten them years ago. But if you look at what's going on, and now on top of that, we gave them Iraq because Iran is now taking over Iraq. It's just taking it over. So here's what we did. We spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives lost, wounded warriors who we all love all over the place. They're the best people, the most incredible. They're tougher than all of us, these people. I mean, what they've gone through. So the wounded warriors all over the place. You know what we have? Nothing. We have nothing. We have absolutely nothing. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to change things around. We're going to be smart. And we'll do what we have to do in terms of ISIS and all, but we have to start rebuilding our country. We have $4 trillion in the various places. $4 trillion, not going to happen anymore. We're going to have a strong military, but we have to rebuild our roads, our bridges, our tunnels, our schools, our hospitals. I mean, our country's like a third world country. You go over to Qatar and you go over to some of these places in the Middle East. You go to China, you see the airports, you see the bridges. They have bridges that are so incredible, you've never seen anything like it. They have railroad trains that go 350 miles an hour. And we have things that go chug, 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 like from 100 years ago. We've become like a third world nation because we're fighting everybody else's battles. And remember this, we are like the policemen of the world, but we don't get paid anything. We protect Germany. We protect Japan. Do you know that in Japan, if we get attacked, we have a treaty with Japan. If we get attacked, they don't have to do anything. If they get attacked, we have World War III. We have to protect them, okay? I mean, who makes these deals? We protect, as an example, South Korea. You have a maniac right next to him, right? But we protect South Korea. So every time we order televisions, they come from South Korea. They make a fortune. We protect South Korea. Let me tell you something. Why aren't they paying? They pay peanuts for what we do. Every time this guy, raises his head, we see our ships start to sail, our soldiers get ready. We have 28,000 soldiers at the border. So we take care of the world. We don't get it. Saudi Arabia, before the oil went down, they were making $1 billion a day. $1 billion a day. And we rent space so that we can help them. We rent military bases. We pay rent. And yet without us, they wouldn't last for 2 weeks. They'd be gone. So we're going to change all that stuff, folks. I mean, we want to be good. We want to be fair. We want to have heart. And we're not going to let these Syrian folks in that we don't know who they are. We don't know where they come from. They're not coming into this country. They're not coming in. You know, you have a lot of them. I don't know if you know it. You have a lot of them moving to South Carolina. I don't know. Have you heard this? And you ought to tell your governor, don't let them move to South Carolina. You don't want them in South Carolina. And I know they'll say, well, we have nothing to do. We're state government. Let me tell you something. If a governor from a state didn't want to have them, I don't care what it says, you don't have to have them. But we don't know where they come from. We want to help them with safe zones. We want to get the Gulf states to pay. I don't want to pay. We owe $19 trillion. We owe enough. We can lead it, but let the Gulf states, they have so much money, they don't know what to do with it. Let them build safe zones. Look at what's happening in Germany. It's a mess. Look at Sweden. Look at Brussels. I mean, Brussels, you go there 20 years ago, 15 years ago, was incredible. So when I call for moratoriums and I call for this, first I get hit with tremendous heat, right? Then everybody sort of says, you know, he's right. Same thing on June 16th, I announced, got to stop illegal immigration. The heat I took was unbelievable. 3-4 weeks later, they're all saying, you know, Trump is right. Then you had Kate killed in San Francisco, beautiful Kate, by an illegal immigrant. You had Jamil in Los Angeles killed, incredible guy. I mean, young man, wonderful father, is a friend of mine, a great guy. You had the veteran, 65-year-old woman, a veteran, raped, sodomized, and killed in Los Angeles by an illegal immigrant. Got to stop it, folks. We got to stop it. We got to be smart. We got to be a country again. We got to be a country again. So I just want to thank, this endorsement meant so much to me from these two guys and from the whole community. I just want to say, get out and vote. We're going to do something that you're going to be so happy with. We're going to win so much, and we're going to make America great again. That's what we want to do. Make America great again. So Saturday, get out and vote. Thank you. We love you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, and next we're going to head over to Ted Cruz speaking. This is the speech is currently already in progress, so we're going to head over to Ted Cruz next.
The second thing I intend to do is instruct the U.S. Department of Justice to open an investigation into Planned Parenthood and to prosecute any and all criminal violations. Third thing I intend to do on the first day in office is instruct the Department of Justice and the IRS and every other federal agency that the persecution of religious liberty ends today. The fourth thing I intend to do is rip to shreds this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal. And the fifth thing I intend to do is begin the process of moving the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, the once and eternal capital of Israel. Now that's day one. In the days that follow, I look forward to nominating and confirming a strong, principled constitutionalist to replace Justice Scalia on the U.S. Supreme Court. Let me say, Justice Antonin Scalia was an American hero. He was a lion of the law. He was someone I knew for 20 years. He was brilliant. He was principled. He single-handedly changed the course of American law. As Ronald Reagan was to the presidency, so was Justice Scalia to the U.S. Supreme Court. And we saw in the debate on Saturday that Justice Scalia's passing underscores just how serious the stakes are in this election. We are one justice away from a radical five-justice left-wing majority, the likes of which our country has never seen. We are one justice away from the Supreme Court striking down every restriction on abortion and mandating unlimited abortion on demand up until the moment of delivery, partial birth, with government funding and no parental notification. We are one justice away from the Supreme Court concluding that not one of us in this room has any individual right to keep and bear arms whatsoever. We are one justice away from the Supreme Court of the United States undermining the religious liberty of every man and woman here and saying the government has the power to force you to violate your faith upon penalty of fine or jail time. We're one justice away from losing the Supreme Court and the Bill of Rights for a generation. And I think Saturday night in the debate, the men and women of South Carolina, the men and women across this country were looking at the individuals on that stage. And we're asking the question, who do I know? Who do I know beyond a shadow of a doubt will nominate principled constitutionalists who will defend the Bill of Rights and defend the rights of my children? In 2017, I will go to Congress, and we will repeal every word of Obamacare. I will instruct the U.S. Department of Education that Common Core ends today. We will finally secure the borders and end sanctuary cities. And we will rebuild the military and honor our solemn commitments to every soldier and sailor and airman and Marine. Yesterday, here in South Carolina, I rolled out a comprehensive plan to fundamentally rebuild the military, to turn around the weakening, the loss of readiness, the loss of ability to defend ourselves that we've seen play out in the last 7 years of the Obama administration. President Obama is laying out a plan to cut our regular army to 450,000 soldiers. We're going to increase that back up to 525,000 soldiers. Under President Obama, our Air Force has dropped to 4,000 planes. We're going to increase that to 6,000 planes to defend this country. Under President Obama, our Navy has dropped to 272 ships, the smallest since 1917. We are going to rebuild the Navy up to 350 ships. And to a total force strength between the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines of 1.4 million troops to defend this country. We're going to invest again in missile defense to keep this country safe from rogue nuclear threats. We're going to invest in cyber to defend ourselves from cyber terrorism and cyber warfare from China and North Korea and other bad actors across the globe. We're going to stop the administration's misguided intervention in foreign countries like Libya, where Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, joined by far too many establishment Republicans, toppled the government in Libya and handed that country over to radical Islamic terrorists. Handed it over to ISIS, made it worse for America, led directly to the tragedy of Benghazi. We are going to focus instead on defending this nation and defeating our enemies. We will not be admitting refugees to this country who may have been infiltrated with ISIS terrorists. We will not be granting U.S. citizenship to people here illegally. And let me say this as the father of 2 young daughters. We are not going to be drafting our girls into war. We're going to fundamentally reform the VA so that every veteran has the right to choose his or her doctor. And one of the most shameful things that has happened in the last 7 years is we've had a commander-in-chief who sends our soldiers into combat with rules of engagement that have their arms tied behind their backs. It is wrong, it is immoral, and it will end on January 20th, 2017. If and when military force is required, we will go in with overwhelming force to defeat the enemy and then get the heck out. We will have a commander-in-chief who says to the world, we will defeat radical Islamic terrorists. We'll have the president willing to utter the words, radical Islamic terrorists. And we will not weaken, we will not degrade, we will utterly and completely destroy ISIS. In the days that follow, we'll take on the EPA and the CFPB and the alphabet soup of federal agencies that descend like locusts on small businesses, killing jobs all across this country. And I will go to Congress, and we will pass fundamental tax reform, a simple flat tax where every American can fill out our taxes on a postcard. And when we do that, we should abolish the IRS. Now, some of y'all might be thinking, can we do this? Can it happen? You know, Scripture tells us there's nothing new under the sun. I think where we are today is very, very much like the late 1970s, the Jimmy Carter administration. Same failed economic policy, same feckless and naive foreign policy. In fact, the exact same countries, Russia and Iran, openly laughing at and mocking the President of the United States. Now, why is it that that analogy gives me so much hope and optimism? Because we remember how that story ended. All across this country, millions of men and women rose up and became the Reagan Revolution. And it didn't come from Washington. Washington despised Ronald Reagan. It came from the American people, and it turned this country around. Why am I so optimistic? Because the same thing's happening again. All across this country, people are waking up. It took Jimmy Carter to give us Ronald Reagan. And I am convinced the most long-lasting legacy of Barack Obama is going to be a new generation of leaders in the Republican Party who stand and fight for liberty, who stand and fight for the Constitution, and who stand and fight for the Judeo-Christian values that built this great nation. And with that, I'm happy to answer or dodge any question you like. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear that. Okay, so it's a great question. Her question was, she said she's all on board for getting rid of Common Core, but what made me decide to do it? You know, if you look at where Common Core has come from, it has been President Obama abusing his executive power. And in particular, what the Department of Education has been doing is they've been using race to the top funds to pressure the states to adopt Common Core, to pressure them or blackmail them. Now, the silver lining of things done through executive action is everything done through executive action can be undone through executive action. And when it comes to Common Core, look, it shouldn't be Washington dictating what is taught here in the state of South Carolina. And let me say more broadly, look, in the long term, what I believe we should do is abolish the Federal Department of Education. And let me tell you why. You know, folks in the media say when they hear that, they say, well, gosh, you must not think education is all that important. It's exactly the opposite. Education is too important to have it dictated by unelected bureaucrats in Washington. We need to block grant the money back to the states and let the people of South Carolina make the decision for the children of South Carolina.
All these people in government, nobody is ever held accountable. They always find a way out. Hillary Clinton is going to skate somewhere, hopefully not in the White House. Lois Lerner, all these people in the IRS, no bug. If you stand up against the system, the FBI raids your house, pulls you out of the shower, and you're heard of no more. I mean, what can you do? Pass a law or something to hold these people accountable, because the culture is disgusting.
Look, you are absolutely right. We have a culture of lawlessness in Washington that sadly has been bipartisan. You know, one of the saddest statements, you go and talk to national reporters, and you ask them, is Hillary Clinton going to be indicted? The candid answer they'll give you when they're off the record, they'll say, well, it depends on what the Obama White House wants politically. If they decide politically they've had enough of Hillary, then yes, she'll be indicted. If they decide they want to stick with her, then no, she won't. And what is maddening is the media accepts as perfectly reasonable that the enforcement of criminal justice depends on some political hack in the West Wing of the White House. You are exactly right. We are a nation of laws, not men. I have spent my entire adult life fighting to defend the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And if we look at this president, it has been utterly lawless. The Department of Justice, I used to be Associate Deputy Attorney General at the U.S. Department of Justice. I used to be the Solicitor General of the state of Texas. And so I've spent a lot of years in law enforcement. The administration of justice should be blind to party ideology. The only fidelity should be to the laws and the Constitution of the United States. But it's actually a good example that connects to this young lady's question. The most frequent tool for abusing President Obama's power has been executive authority. The silver lining is if you live by the pen, you can die by the pen. You look at the lawless enforcement of justice. If I'm elected, we will have an attorney general whose oath, whose loyalty is to enforce the laws, and we will see people held accountable, whether at the IRS or at the VA for wrongfully denying care. We are going to hold people accountable because every elected official should be accountable to the men and women of this country.
Said, Susie, she's in Indiana, you're going to love him. He's just like Reagan. You got to go. And he gets out. Have you seen the light? Have you seen the light? And I got to say, your great courage, your stance. I'm so hopeful and so excited to maybe win this country back. No, to do it, to win this country back, because the climate, the culture is so terrible for our families and kids. I'm fighting it all the time. Thank you, God bless you. And I'm so excited, and I have to have a picture to send to my sister, because it's so, my Indiana's rooting for you too, and they're going to work for you there, and thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much. Let me say, your sister seems like a woman of wisdom and judgment and discretion. And I very much appreciate your being here, and I will say, listen, I'm encouraged. And you know what encourages me? Each of you. You know, people ask sometimes on the campaign trail, is it tiring? And yes, physically it is. I mean, we're going 16, 18 hours a day, 6, 7 days a week. But the truth of the matter is, I jump out of bed every morning. I am inspired and invigorated because when you see, look around at your friends and neighbors, when you see the passion, when you see people across the country who just hug on your neck and they say, please,
All right, we are going to have that Ted Cruz town hall for you in full, but right now I have Pope Francis. I'm actually going to transition to our next video. We have set up a live event for this, for Pope Francis. We've set up a live event for this on our YouTube page, so go to upcoming events. I'm going to transition to that as we are going to take you live to Pope Francis's Mass. He's on the U.S. and Mexico border, and we are going to take you there in probably the next few minutes, but we're going to go live to that Pope Francis coverage now. Thank you so much for your patience, and we'll bring you this Ted Cruz town hall in its entirety later this evening. So thank you so much, and hope to see you in our Pope Francis feed on the other side. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close this feed down now.